Hello guys, and welcome in to Poker House of Dallas. We got the live stream going, and we're going to be going all night because today we got something very special for you guys. That is the day 2 playing down to a final table here for our $150,000 guarantee. That's a lot of money, guys. $150,000. Over $50,000 is going to be going to first place as we far exceeded the guarantee. We're down to 2 tables, and right here on this pop-up, you can see we got 15 players left. We're here in the booth with you guys, riding it down to the final table and then eventually to the winner's circle. I am Nick from Haslet House Poker, and here in the booth with me today, I have Mr. John, a.k.a. Nocturnal, a producer of music and also the editor for the Next Gen Poker Vlogs. We're stoked to have him in the booth today. How you doing, John?
I'm doing great, Nick. Pleasure to be here to finish out this last 2 tables of this tournament. Been going on. They've been running flights all week, and we've come to the culmination of all of that right now, ready to watch and play down to a winner.
No doubt. We're going to have some fun tonight, guys. Probably going to be with you here for, I would expect, up to 6 or 7 hours as we play down to a winner. You can see these graphics are looking pretty sweet.
Looks like we already have it all in and a call from a short stack here. Pocket 10s versus ace king, a standard flip.
Yeah, dude, that didn't take long at all, huh? This is hand number 2 right here. The big blind is $60,000. And it looks like Foe had about 3 blinds. Easy all in, and then call from John.
Wow, and that's gonna not completely seal it. There are some backdoor.
You spoke almost too soon
almost
there.
Too soon. Oh, but they do hold up.
Yeah, not this time. So top set is good. Great flop for Foe. Scary turn as John goes from seemingly dead to alive and well, but can't get there this time. So not going home yet. You can see our prize pool updates over there on the right side. That shows you how much each player earns if they get busted out in that specific position. But now we've only got 15 players left. So
as we can see here, we have Bart Bogart, 14 big blinds, the defending champion, won the last big Poker House tournament, first place, and he's here to defend his title.
Amazing. Bart has been on a sick run lately. Kind of a local legend here around the DFW area. Is always crushing it at the Choctaw events and has been doing really well at these local DFW events this year as well.
And we have another all-in as we have some short stacks at the table.
Yes, we do. And this is Mr. Johnny shoving 360,000. I wish they had the specific number of big blinds right there for me. This is going to be interesting trying to calculate them all. That's 6 blinds that he shoves with the Jack 5 from the cutoff.
And we have pocket 9, so it looks like he's probably going to get some action here. I don't know if he wants it, though.
I would guess not, but he's not dead. Pocket 9's not the worst hand you could find your opponent showing up with here. He does have 36% chance to win this hand. What's up, Mr. Rounder? Good afternoon to you, too. We've already got 47 viewers there in the chat. That's awesome, guys. Mr. Pedro is like this. Oh, Mr. Pedro has shared the stream. That's about the best you can do for us. The flop is clean for the 2 9s. The turn.
Draw.
Oh, my goodness.
Can he get there? Oh, he can't get there this time. And we see our first elimination on the feature table.
Yes, we do. Interesting spot there. You know, you got 5 blinds left, and you're probably looking for a spot to shove them in before that big blind gets to you. You're on the cutoff, and you see that button drifting further and further away from you. Maybe thinking this is still my last decent opportunity to just get folds and win the dead money that's out there.
Yeah, because once that button gets further and further away from you, that's another person every time that you're going to have to get through.
No doubt.
I assume that's what he was thinking there, where he was just like, this is probably my best opportunity to take down these blinds, and with a suited hand.
Suited hand. And then he got called by a pretty good hand and then still had a 36% chance to more than double his stack.
Not the worst situation. So GG's to Johnny as we move forward here.
Man, we're getting a bunch of likes rolling here. rolling in here. Appreciate that, Randy.
Appreciate everyone tuning in already. Make sure you hit that like button. Send the stream out to everybody else. 56 viewers already, going up.
Yeah, we're rolling. That's awesome, guys. Thanks for joining us today. Gonna have a long night of poker ahead of us. Looking forward to it. There's actually a bunch of players left in this tournament, John, that I'm really interested in watching. Just to name off a few, we've got Bart here that we already talked about, who won the previous event and is looking to repeat. So we got him here on this table that we're going to be able to watch all of his hands. And, you know, just as a poker fan and player myself, I'm curious to learn from him. What is Bart doing that is helping him? Well, how about that?
That's what he does. He picks up aces.
Does that help? I think so. He's got about 900,000 here. It's about 30 blinds. Nick Gola, you see, has the monster stack.
3.3 million. He is almost our chip leader. I think there's someone on the other table with a little bit more chips than him, but definitely up there. Bart chooses to raise the aces under the gun to a little over 2 blinds. Looks like he's not going to get any action, though, unless John McMahon wants to flick it in with the Robbie.
The Robbie, and I'm sure we'll get into that a little bit later. John lets it go, and Bart takes it down. I'm sure he's a little disappointed to not get some action with that one.
I'm sure he is, but can't be too upset taking down the blinds. Definitely very valuable at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah, still alive, right? You've made it another hand into the tournament, and your stack is bigger than it was on the previous hand. So,
looks like we have just 14 people left in this tournament now.
Frankie busted out pretty early on. I can't remember exactly what place he got. Mr. Rounder here in the chat is asking about it. Do you remember, John?
I believe he was in the late 40s.
Okay.
He was one of the first bust outs of this session. It was of this day of the tournament. It was a pretty unfortunate event. I'm sure he'd be willing to tell you about it.
Yeah, we actually will probably have Frankie join us here later. He's watching the Chiefs game right now and hanging out, but expect to have him back in the booth with us at some point today.
For sure. Very interested to hear him talk about his bust out hand. I'm sure everyone in the chat is interested.
So Nick opens under the gun here, just barely more than a min open. Gets defended on the button from Jay, who's got the 7-6 suited. I'd say these are both pretty standard plays. I'm not going to be 3-betting the button versus an under the gun open with a hand as weak as 7-6, but don't mind taking a flop with it.
For sure.
Flop has something for both players here, John. Nut flush draw for Nick and open ender for Jay.
And with the stack sizes here, I wouldn't be surprised to see these players get it all in on this flop. With Jay just with 15 big blinds, does flop an open ender probably the best you could ask for with this specific hand.
I think him being in position, though, might lend him to want to just call and take one off here.
Does bet relatively a reasonable size here. Getting a decent price to just continue, but well, he does decide to raise.
Oh, he raises, yeah. You were right. And that play definitely makes sense. I thought Jay might be the type of guy to just take his price, but
it's not going to work though this time, I doubt.
No, I don't think so. And it's kind of interesting he decided to go for this really small raise and try and protect part of his stack as opposed to just ripping it in.
You think Nick here just calls, or you think he just rips it in?
My guess is going to be being out of position. You're just going to rip it in and say, at the very worst case scenario, I'm close to a flip, even if he's got a set or something. So
I agree. I think that if he's going to play this hand, he just got to put it in here. And then Jay's probably not going to feel too good about his hand, but there's no way he can fold now.
No, definitely not. He's already put in half of his stack here.
Oh, he looks like he did just call, though.
Okay, so we're going to see a turn with money behind. So it brings in a jack for Nick.
He does hit a pair.
Yeah, it improves his hand. He already had the best hand, but it improves him to the degree that now Jay is going to have to hit his straight draw, and his pair outs are no good, which flips those or raises that percentage significantly. Nick was in the 60s there and now has 85% chance to win this hand.
There it goes. It goes all in with 15%.
Jay rips it in. I can't imagine Nick's going to fold getting this price. Probably doesn't think that his hand is good, actually. I bet he thinks that Jay has the best hand, but I just can't see him getting away from a pair and the nut draw here.
Especially with his chip stack.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got some room for error here, and I just don't think that he probably looks at that jack as just picking up more outs.
Sure, and he's getting 3-1.
Yeah, there's no way that he'd ever find a fold here, in my mind.
Oh, he would be so sick if he went back and saw this, if he folded and saw what Jay had.
Oh, man, that would be a week ruiner.
He's thinking about it, though. And now he's counting out those chips. Let's see if they're going to slide in.
It's always smart to take your time with your decisions at this stage in a tournament just to make sure that you're not missing something.
Yeah, no
But
doubt.
I do think that we will see the chips go in.
Yeah, he's getting about 3-1. And you got to think that even if your jack is no good, that you...
And there it is.
Yeah, there it is. That you have outs with hitting another jack or an ace, and this time he's going to see the good news.
6 outs for Jay here. No spade. Needs a 9 or a 4. That is not a spade. Does not come. And we see our Jay eliminated in 14th place. Brings just 13 people left in this tournament.
Yeah, good game, Jay. Nice deep run there. Decided to make an aggressive play. Kind of ran into it.
He did run into it this
Yeah,
time.
there's no way Nick was getting away from that one. So good game to Jay, and Nick adds to that huge chip stack.
Ooh, I'm sorry. There's only 12 people. We must have had an elimination on the other table.
Look at this. Nick has 75 big blinds, which is triple what Chris has. So he has this table absolutely crushed. And remember, this is one of only 2 remaining tables. So
He has a very good chance to make a very deep run in these final 2 tables. Almost guaranteed to make the final table itself unless something goes horribly wrong.
no doubt. And Rounder there saying he would rather just rip it in. I'm assuming he's talking about on the flop. If you are Jay and you flop that open ender, I think that makes sense too.
I'd have to
Rounder.
agree with you, Rounder. I agree with that.
But in this situation, it didn't end up mattering. I think that the money was going in. Jay didn't look like he was interested in getting away from his hand, and we know Nick's not getting away from that nut flush draw and then turn second pair.
Ricky picking up my favorite hand, or one of them. You know, there's a running joke with me that if I ever tell a punt story of a hand I misplayed, it usually starts with me saying, "So I got Jack 9 suited in the cutoff."
The classic punt hand, huh?
This looks so pretty. Look at it there.
Well, this one's not a punt here for Ricky. It looks like he's very likely to get action. He does. John is going to reshove over the top of him.
Going to get some protection there and get it in as a pure flip.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a good feeling about the Jack 9 suited here.
Okay. Need to get a little side prop betting going here in the booth.
Yeah, we definitely need to do that.
Let's get this table mic up here.
Played with Ricky plenty of times at TCH, a competitive card room here. And I told you, but it's not over yet.
He does flop the 2 pair.
Can he hold?
Oh.
He asked to keep it clean. That was his first mistake. You always got to ask for what you don't want. Oh, that's painful to see Ricky go out like that. Great guy. Does get eliminated in 11th place. Looks like he's going to take home $3,500 for his efforts. And that means that we are now 1 person off of the final table.
And we are rolling through them, John. We've had 3 or 4 eliminations here just in the first few hands. I think we're averaging an elimination about every 2 hands. And we've got our chat up here now, guys. Sorry about that. We actually had only our Twitch chat pulled up there. And now we've switched over, so we're seeing all of these Facebook messages roll in. Got Tyler, Giovanni, Robert, Dory, JJ all in the chat. Appreciate you guys being here today. Yeah, I said we're going to be here for several hours, but if we're rolling through them 1 player every 2 hands, we're not going to be here long at all. We have already almost made it down to our final table.
We've lost almost half the field in 15 minutes.
Yeah, crazy.
I do hope to see some relatively deep stack play at the final table. As
Ooh.
Bart rips it in with 15 blinds here with the ace-jack. Seems like a pretty standard play on the button. Just has to get through the blinds, and you see he's in great shape. He probably wants a call here.
Nick thinking about this. I'm wondering if he is really thinking about calling. This will be a pretty light call here, still having a player left to act behind you. He does have that huge chip stack, but you can't just be tossing it around too lightly or you're going to not hold on to it very long. This is going to cost him about a fifth of his chips.
I agree with you here. I think that if he was in the big blind...
Wow, he's in there, though.
I think that if he was in the big blind, this would be a relatively standard defend, but on the small blind, I'm not sure. Maybe I'm wrong.
Foe is out of there.
But Bart does get it in great shape here. Can he hold? This is what it all comes down to. You got to win these flips. Oh my
gosh. Bart now the one in trouble. He's got 30%.
He does have an open ender.
And it's a queen on the end. Bart is out of here.
The defending champion.
Wow.
Oh my goodness. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what you need to do to win poker tournaments. Sometimes you have to get it in bad and win. Sometimes you just got to get lucky.
The rich get richer right there. John, my gosh.
Adding on to his stack even more now with a 90 big blind stack running over the table. And it looks like we're down to our final table now.
Yes, it does. We got 4 players. They've halted the action, so you're going to see them combine these 2 tables down onto this one stream table, and then we'll keep rolling. I cannot believe how fast we just made it through a third of the field.
Just as we were talking about losing a player every hand, we lose another player the next hand.
Unbelievable.
Wow. Oh, they're hand for hand, so there looks like there's 10 people left. We're 1 off the final table.
Okay, I gotcha. I gotcha. We are 1 off here. Poker Ski saying he went out with the exact same hand, the ace-jack offsuit. Knocks out the defending champ. He gets it in so good against the dominated ace, against the chip leader. Chance to like really put himself back into contention there if you double a 15 big blind stack.
Just an unfortunate series of events there. Can't hold. Is eliminated in 11th for $3,500. So it looks like what we're going to be doing here, folks, is we're going to be taking 2 minutes off of the tournament clock for every hand that is played. So we see we're 4-handed here on our featured table. That means there's 6 people left on our other table just behind. And then we're going to combine those players once we lose 1 more down to a 9-handed final table where I'm sure we won't see an elimination every other hand. We'll actually have some deep stack post-flop play. Oh, it looks like we have a new person joining us just so they make the tables even for our hand-for-hand play.
Yeah, and that's Mr. Ethan there, local poker player that I have played with a few times myself. Great guy.
He was actually on my my day 1 table in this tournament. Played very well, very good, solid player. Very interested to see how he handles himself when we approach the final table here. And Mr. Rounder here asking if our blue chips 25K. So yes, the pink chips are 5K, the blue chips are 25K. And as you see on top of Ethan's stack there, he does have some gray chips. Those are 100,000.
Got 76 of you guys in the chat now. Great start to the stream here in terms of viewership and action. Just when someone all in almost every hand. Olaf from Austin says, Ruth, and Ruth, you are 2 minutes late. Bart just got it in with ace-jack against ace-7 pre-flop against our chip leader here, Nick, who now picks up pocket 10s. He is rolling, and Bart was eliminated.
What a sun run right now.
Unbelievable. Ethan's going to give him a call. Yeah, dude, we're going to get some deep stack play here for the first time. It's an ace-6 board. Pretty good flop for Nick. Good for his range. Pretty good for his actual holding. Ethan defending the big blind has a ton of hands.
I expect this to go bet fold pretty frequently. It looks like we got a 150,000 chip bet here. Slightly under half pot. Seems pretty standard. And I don't think Ethan will be doing anything here on this type of board texture other than folding.
Yeah. I think he was probably already pretty borderline on the defend pre-flop. Basically whiffs. He's got the 6 of clubs out there, which might be a little more relevant if you have like 9-5 of clubs. But 9-4 specifically compared to 9-5 not being able to make a straight kind of drops the hand down into a whole different hand class. For that reason specifically right there, that when you get a board that has a backdoor straight and backdoor flush potential, you know, those are spots that you can consider making a move. But when you don't have the potential right there to make the backdoor straight, that eliminates a lot of the good turn cards for you that, you know, contribute to having a good betting plan. So that lack of straight connectedness, I think, just makes Ethan not even really consider doing anything fancy there.
I'd have to agree with you. We have Rounder here saying he likes a check. What do you think about that? I think there's some merit to that because you're on that board. Usually your opponent's going to miss very, very hard, and you're way ahead or way behind in most spots, I think. So maybe you could consider mixing in a check.
Yeah, I think you could consider it. I think in these tournaments, it's a raised pot, and every chip is so valuable. I guess I don't mind like Ethan just folding as opposed to giving him a chance to quote unquote catch up a little bit.
But I mean, like King Jack. Or
yeah, exactly. He would have a great chance to realize the equity of hands like that, like 2 overcards to a 10, or even 1 overcard to a 10. You can realize a little bit of equity with like a small pair that could make a set on you. And it's not like our hand is so strong that we want him to improve his hand.
Very true.
You know, if we have like an ace king there or something, maybe I consider doing something a little tricky and let him hit a pair. But when I got 2 10s, I'm kind of happy just to win the pot.
As we see Chris picking up ace queen suited here in the big blind, facing a raise. Looks like he has about 20 big blinds.
To our knowledge, Kyle, Wong, and Ethan are both still alive. Ethan's right here on the feature table.
He is going to choose to put in a 3-bet here. Gets a quick fold from Nick, and he's going to take it down.
And Nick using that stack to assert dominance. He's been in just about every hand so far. This time Chris has the goods to push back a little bit. And that's the nice thing about having that big stack is you can continue to apply pressure over and over. And if you get pushed back on a couple of times when your opponents wake up with the goods, it doesn't do that much damage. You're still sitting there in a great opportunity to attack.
Nick does seem to be handling that big stack very well. It's extremely good to be aggressive. Does decide to dump the 6-5 offsuit under the gun. Can't blame him for that.
Well, that's really the hijack, though, here. We're only 5-handed.
That is true.
So I wouldn't have been surprised to see him get in there, but not bad to fold either.
Could be that he's prioritizing high cards here rather than smaller cards.
No doubt. And he has Foe's super short stack here behind him.
That's probably another reason. Because if he did decide to raise and get shoved down by Foe, he might actually have to call it off, given the price.
Everyone folds, and Foe's 5 big blind shove. He's going to get the job done, and that chips him up. Just that, if you've got 5 blinds and you shove and everyone folds, you win 50% onto your stack.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
So he's got to be happy with that result. He's taking the blinds down there.
Yeah, guys, and if you're not familiar, the reason for that is because in these tournaments, there is an ante, and now the more modern way to do it is to have a big blind ante where the big blind posts his actual dead blind as well as an ante that kind of makes up for the entire table. So that adds a lot of dead money into the pot, and you can see that reflected down there in the bottom right-hand corner where it says 30K, 60K, 60K, BB in parentheses. That's big blind ante. So it looks like our graphics are lagging a little bit here as we're still on the previous hand in the graphics, but the action has now proceeded. We apologize for that slight delay. Oh, it looks like they're waiting. We're in hand for hand. Sorry about that, John. That was my mistake.
Oh, I thought they had actually started the next hand, but it looks like they just got the ante ready to go.
Yeah, I was getting tricked.
I was also tricked.
And Rounder commenting, yeah, this gives us a few minutes to talk about some of these interesting topics surrounding poker tournaments, but just getting back to the antes, Rounder's commenting about how they used to do that each individual player would put in an ante, which would be a fraction of the size of the big blind. And just the logistics of it, the dealer collecting the antes every single hand turned into a nightmare time-wise, because you were constantly having to remind people to put them in. And then the dealers collecting them. Some dealers were not very quick at collecting and counting them. And
I can see how that could add a lot of time.
mm-hmm.
So you actually might remember this when we were in Choctaw. We played a horse event, and in the stud games, everyone does have to ante. They make everybody ante individually, and even then, there were so many times that people were forgetting to put their antes in,
For sure.
constantly being reminded. So I'm a big fan of the big blind ante. I think it works out very well.
No doubt. Let's get back to this action here as Foe has shoved and put Ethan in a pretty interesting spot. He's in the cutoff. So Foe now has...
He does decide to call it off. Looking down a queen jack offsuit with his stack size must feel like a premium.
Yeah, that's 8 big blinds, and I'm sure he feels fine about shoving it. 5 handy. He's about to have to post the blinds again, so you're not able to sit around as long. And Ethan makes the call, dominating him. These other guys are going to be out of there. And we might have our bubble elimination here, John, which will get us down to the final table.
All we need is for Ethan to hold with his king jack, and we'll be down to our final 9. Very excited to see what goes on there.
Yeah, this is a big call right here by Ethan, as it is for about a quarter of his stack, and he still has 2 players left behind him, including... I'm sorry, that's 3 players left behind him, including the big stack of the table. What do you think about calling with King Jack here?
Well, I think what was going through his head is that he was going to call, but if somebody did end up waking up with a hand and shoving behind, I would imagine that he would get away from it.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I don't think he's stacking off.
Interesting choice there to call instead of reshoving yourself and maybe getting some stronger hands behind to fold. And there's a king. He does need a 10 to stay alive. Not going to come. And we have Foe eliminated in 10th place. And just like that, over 3 days, 6 day ones, playing through day 2, we are finally down to the last table of the event. And I'm just thinking how excited all these players must be. $3,500 for Foe for his efforts being eliminated in 10th place. And now we're getting to the big boy money, Nick.
Here we go. 9 players remaining. You see Nick with that huge stack, Ethan with a very healthy stack as well. Really, all 4 of these guys still have some playability left. No one's short stacking on this table. We'll see what these other stacks look like, as they are now going to be combining those tables down here to this final table on the live stream game.
It does look like they're going to be combining them, and it looks like it might be taking a little bit of time to get them combined. Might be about a 10-minute wait on before we can get these tables combined and everything set up. Everybody clocked in.
Yeah, they'll have to get everybody logged into the action tracker, get those pictures set up, everything that goes into doing the live stream production. So no big deal. Me and John are going to be here with you in the booth for a few minutes. Can banter with the chat some. That could be fun.
Almost approaching 100 viewers right now.
Wow, that's awesome, guys. This will be the first time I've seen us crack 100 viewers, actually. Stoked to have y'all with us. Maybe this will be our biggest stream ever.
Everybody who's watching, this is your chance. Go grab some popcorn, get a snack, grab a beer. Get ready to watch a very intense final table coming up here.
For sure. It's kind of fun. You know, maybe a lot of these guys that are joining us right now are people who played this tournament, you know, and that's like a new element to the local legend poker players. You know, the high stakes guys have for a long time had the ability to go back and watch their play, you know, or watch a final table being streamed, those kinds of things after they've busted out of the tournament. But now that's accessible to people here playing $500 buy-in tournaments. You bust out, and then you can go home and watch the people you were playing against in their quest to try and conquer the tournament and end up in the winner's circle. And I'm sure a lot of the people here in our chat, they know some of these guys that are left on this final table. That includes names like Randy Lister, who has made several deep runs lately. Ethan, who was just here playing on our feature table and now will be on the final table. And Andrew Wong is another one that I've seen a lot of people mention who has done really well in tournaments lately. I believe he is still in and will be on this final table with us.
If you're in the chat right now and you played this this tournament, let us know how you busted out and who you're rooting for. Rounder asking, what are your guys' favorite tournament structure to play? Six max, heads up, bounty, freeze out, shootout, mixed games, tons of options there. What do you think, Nick? I'm a big fan of six max structures. I think that's really, really fun. You get to play more hands and you get to see more hands. So I'm a big fan of six max. I like freeze outs as well, though. I think a six max freeze out, perhaps a 1500 six max freeze out at the WSOP would be my bread and butter.
Yeah. Yeah, that reminds me of my best tournament experience to date, which was this summer at the World Series, where I made a nice run in the 1K freeze out mini main leading into the main event there. And really enjoy the freeze out because for me, I would rather just focus in on that first bullet and like not even have it playing in the back of my mind that I'm going to like continue rapid firing if it doesn't go well. Like I want to go in just totally focused on that bullet, play it to the best of my ability, and if it doesn't go well, there's another tournament tomorrow.
Exactly. That's the way I think about it as well. I think that everybody is really focused on their individual play when they know that this is all they got. Whatever chips in front of them, that's all they got in this tournament.
For sure. And yeah, I like the fact that it forces everyone else to have that same perspective as how I have, you know, and we're like in battle mode instead of some of us are in battle mode and some of us are in gamble mode trying to spin up those stacks. I don't know. Just seems like a little more pure to me.
Looks like we got a bunch of stories coming in from people here in the chat talking about how they busted. Lost ace jack to kings, shove on the bubble, 7th, 6 bagged. Ooh. And that is Action Ashley there. That is an unfortunate situation right on the bubble.
Yeah, that's tough. And Ashley, that is not me in the chat. It says Nick Morgan there. That is someone who is doing a very elaborate troll job, and I'm going to credit them for that. I would say that it's not super pleasant to be impersonated online like that, but I want to give them credit just for the amount of effort that went into doing that troll. But Ashley, just so you know, that is not actually me typing there. I don't know who that is.
Definitely got to give them credit for the time that it took for that.
Yeah, no doubt. I think you give them credit. I mean, maybe that's a little bit of a strange troll, but it's okay.
We're just waiting for Chris Lenza to answer that now.
Yeah, exactly. Just don't send any horse heads to my house or anything. Okay, let's see what Eric says here. He says he busted the bubble of day 1C. No fun to bust the bubble no matter what. Let's see. He was all in pre with 300K. Ethan had about half that. He says he had 2 10s and Ethan had king jack, made a jack on the end. Yeah, that happens. Then 2 hands later, he jammed what he had left with pocket 9s. Ugh. And Wong wakes up with pocket aces. Wong has just been on fire recently. I see him play around town and it just seems like he's always crushing it. Credit to him. He puts in the hours too, John. I don't know how well you know Andrew Wong, but he is a grinder. Every time that I show up to play, he's playing.
I actually don't think I've ever met him, but I would probably know him by face if he shows up here on the final table.
And Robert's saying that the Facebook chat isn't working still. I'm not sure if it's related to that specifically, but we were told that you have to be a subscriber to participate in the chat. I don't know if that's related to the Facebook chat or anything like that, but Robert's saying that he thinks that's not working and that maybe people could consider switching over to YouTube if you want to participate in the chat here. And I really appreciate all you guys hanging with us here as we're getting this table loaded up and we've maintained our viewers.
Isn't that crazy that we've only been live? We were live for only half an hour with 2 tables, and we saw 9 eliminations.
That is really crazy, but I don't think we started with 18. I think we started with 16.
Okay.
So a little bit less, but still, yes, we eliminated more than a third of the field in about 30 minutes.
7 eliminations in just half an hour.
Is Eddie still in? Did you see?
I don't know if Eddie is still in, but he did look like he had a lot of chips.
Yeah, the last I saw he was in when I came in earlier, but then I forgot to look on my way back through. Hopefully he is, and then we'll see him here.
Well, Nick, I'm very excited to see who ends up sitting down at this final table. I saw a couple characters on the non-stream table that I'd be very interested to watch. It looks like Eddie is right there. I'm not sure if...
Is he in or is he hanging out? There's a sweat going on, guys. Is Eddie still in the tournament?
We'd love for our one and only Eddie to take this down. That would be a very interesting turn of events here. And it looks like we have a trophy.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that trophy.
Look at that trophy. Wow. And, John, all of a sudden, I'm sure you were wishing you were still in this tournament.
Yeah.
Participating on this final table, trying to win that trophy.
Forget about the 50 grand. That trophy. Could use that trophy right there. And it looks like Jim Coyle, shout out to Jim Coyle, saying that Eddie is still in.
Nice. And Rounder says he's giving away 5% of his chips to a viewer. I don't know if that's true or not, but if it is, what a nice guy. Or not his chips, I'm sorry, his winnings.
What a gesture.
What a gesture.
Looks like we're getting situated here.
Yeah, guys, and here you can kind of see everything that goes into loading up the action tracker and getting us ready to go to stream this final table. So I guess this is a good time, John, for us to get into a little bit of banter. Let's pull up the old webcam here.
Sure.
Cool. Here we are, guys. We're in the booth. This is me, Mr. Nick from Haslet House Poker, and here on my right, this is Mr. John / Nocturnal of Nocturnal Beats. He makes music, does video editing for the Next Gen Poker vlogs. We've also got Frankie of Next Gen Poker here in the house with us today. He was playing this tournament, cashed, but busted early on day 2. Probably will be joining us in the booth. We were thinking about switching in and out every couple of hours as we go on break and mixing up the commentary a little bit. We thought we were going to be here for about 6 or 7 hours, though, John. And now I'm not so sure about that.
I'm not so sure either. Just half an hour into the stream, losing so many people. I mean, we might only be here for another hour if this continues.
That is the pace that we're going on. Hopefully not. I mean, we have several deep stacks on this table, and our future table there that we came into, there were several short ones, and they all just busted really quickly. It seemed like no one doubled. They got it in, and then we're out of here.
Did look like Nick just absorbed all of the table's chips.
Yeah, he sure did.
Coming into this final table with an undeniable advantage.
Yep, and then Ethan got those there at the end.
Ethan did get some as well.
So a couple of big stacks there. Looked like Randy had a pretty big stack. Looks like Andrew's got a big stack. That's him standing up there at the top of your screen.
Oh, yes, I am familiar with Andrew. Yes. Definitely familiar with Andrew.
I'm excited to watch his play, actually.
Definitely. Oh, and we got Eddie, too. Looks like we have a stacked final table here.
Yeah, this is going to be fun.
This is going to be a lot of fun, Nick.
Poker Monkey saying, what's up, Knock?
What is up, Poker Monkey?
And Drew saying this is dope, and this is about the best compliment that I can think of. So what I was about to ask you, John, since this was your first time in the booth, every week since we started doing the Next Gen weekly edition of this live stream, we've been catching up with the Garrett / Robbie situation. So I'm curious, just give us a little bit of a rundown of what your opinion is, maybe how it started, when what your first impression is whenever you saw what happened for the first time, and then how that opinion evolved over the course of the last several weeks to where we are now. And I guess maybe give us like a percentage of how likely it is that things were not on the up and up.
Sure. So my first reaction was that she cheated immediately. But, that wasn't exactly a well-studied response. That was just my gut reaction, seeing the hand. I watched Joe Ingram stream that same night that it happened. And it seemed like the poker community in general was just absolutely speechless. And people were quickly taking sides. And then as the dust settled over the next couple days, people seemed to be more 50-50. And I was also 50-50 for a while. I just didn't know it. There were so many possible scenarios, and none of them made any sense. All three situations, which I said either she misread her hand, she either knew she had jack high and called anyway, or she cheated. Those were the 3 scenarios in my head, and I thought they were all just as unlikely as each other. So I eventually just said, I have no idea. Then once we had the situation with Brian stealing the 15,000 off of her stack, I started leaning more towards the direction of she cheated.
Yeah, what a crazy turn of events there.
That just blew my mind. And then, you know, so much content came out, but at the current point that I'm at, I think I'm back to 50-50.
Yeah.
I still don't know what could have possibly happened. And then just seeing how, like, now, like, Matt Berkey getting involved with Nick Vertucci and the old Twitter beefs going on now, it's just too much to handle, honestly. And no more new information has come out. Robbie did end up pressing charges against Brian, who stole the money. It's just, there's just no way to ever give a decisive answer.
It's very interesting to watch. This has been some of the best poker drama that I've seen in my long and storied time of playing / following the happenings in the poker community. And yeah, it's kind of lit the world on fire, huh?
Definitely.
Yeah, and it's actually happened along kind of in correlation with something similar that's happening in the chess world. Have you followed any of that story?
I did, not nearly as detailed as I followed the Robbie story, but I did follow the chess story for a while with Hans Niemann being accused of cheating against the great Magnus Carlsen.
The great Magnus Carlsen. Even, well, this is an opinion, but even greater than Garrett in my mind is Magnus Carlsen, who is the king of the chess world.
It's undeniable. He is just so far ahead of number 2 in the world. He's so far just beyond everyone's comprehension in his skill level. And,
For sure.
You know, it's just one of those things where, like, both people, like, this is the problem with cheating scandals when it's at the top, you know, at the level that we're seeing it in these arenas. When you have the number 1 chess player of all time coming out and saying that he thinks he's been cheated, you can't just dismiss it.
Sure.
You know? Like, he has pull here. Like, he's not saying, he's a reputation. He's not saying this if he doesn't truly believe it. So then you have to either doubt his credibility or you know, it's just a tough situation.
For sure.
I feel the same thing with Garrett. Like, Garrett has a lot to lose. I don't think that he would ever behave in this way if he wasn't completely convinced. So it's something we have to at least entertain. If someone.
Let me ask you this question, though. Even though these players are playing at a skill level that exceeds the people who might question their judgment, is there something to be said that if they have some kind of reason to believe that they were cheated, that they need to be able to produce some sort of further evidence / proof of it, rather than just expecting people to trust their judgment?
I do think they need to present some sort of evidence. I just think that when they do speak up about it, we just need to listen at least. We just need to listen to what they have to say and then and take it seriously, investigate it, and, you know, make sure that due diligence is done. Because, you know, if these are the people that we respect in our community, we have to at least listen to what they're saying for sure. It would be different if, like, someone at your local card house and who plays 2-5 just says, I think I was cheated. I think it's a little bit different. It holds more weight when it comes from someone who's at the forefront of that community.
For sure. And it's all perspective, too, in terms of, not in terms of whether there was actual cheating going on, but just in terms of, like, I guess an example would be, I was laughing with one of my buddies the other day saying, if you saw me out in the hallway and I was talking to a lady that you had just seen me playing cards with, and you knew her to be a recreational player, she's just playing for fun, and then a few minutes later I'm walking back and I'm counting out money that I just recovered from her from a hand that we played together, and you said, what just happened? And I said, oh, dude, you won't believe it. This lady cheated me in the game, and I had to go ask her for her money back, or for my money back. And you said, really? You know, maybe your first instinct would be like, well, I know that you know your way around poker, and surely you wouldn't go ask someone for your money if you weren't pretty sure about what happened. So maybe your initial instinct is to support me and say, really? Well, what happened? And then I could say, dude, we were in this hand. I raised all in, and she called me with Jack high. So I know she's cheating. And you're like, well, how else do you know that she's cheating? I'm like, well, who would do that? Right? Like, who would do that? No one would do that. And you're like, you went and asked for all of your money back because she hero called you, and you think that she couldn't have possibly done that without cheating? And I was like, yeah, I mean, what else do you need to know? I'm really good at poker. So, you know, that's like totally reasonable for me to make that kind of a judgment.
That's definitely enough.
Right. It's not enough. And for some reason, like, not that everyone's giving Garrett a pass, but to me, it just seems absurd that you would go and ask for your money back without having some kind of proof or being literally 100% sure that you know what you're talking about. And as these weeks have drifted by and Garrett hasn't really produced anything further other than speculation.
He did produce a very long written document.
Yeah, but was there any proof of cheating in there?
There was just a lot of coincidences that lined up that to him seemed like it was impossible or statistically unlikely that all of those coincidences would line up just before this type of event happened. But once again, I don't think we can say decisively one way or the other.
Yeah. It's a tough one. And with that, Knock, we are back to the action here. Perfect timing to wrap that up.
Look at that.
I'm going to pump up the table talk a little bit here on the mic, and let's get into it.
Eddie's still in the mix. We have Andrew still in the mix. Ethan still in the mix. Plenty of things to be excited about here as Nick picking up jacks. Nicholas, sorry.
Oh, sorry about that, Knock. And here we go. I still had us on our booth camera there. We are back to the action now. And as Knock was saying, we have a raise.
Two big hands here colliding.
Yeah, and two big stacks too. Nick has that dominating stack. Very first hand of the final table immediately picks up the primo.
Looks like we're going to see a very small 3-bet here in position. I like the size, actually. What do you think about this?
I think it makes a lot of sense. I could see, I think that with a hand like ace queen, actually, all the options are really on the table.
I think out of position, we like going a lot bigger or possibly even jamming here. Oh, how deep are they?
Yeah, not folding. That's not what I meant.
20 big ones? Yeah. Okay, looks like they do get it all in anyway. I think if he was out of position, I like jam a lot more, but once you 3-bet, I don't think you can let it go here now off of 20 big blinds. Does put it in here. We do have well, it looks like we have some notice that there are some cards dead because Jacks is 66% to win here. There must be some aces or queens dead already.
And this is huge
Does
for
hit
Nick.
the
Oh,
ace,
wow.
But Nick does have the Jack of Hearts here.
Oh.
And there's always a sweat. Does not come. We're going to see a double up here for John.
Yeah, and that's a huge swing right there, Knock, because if the Jacks hold, Nick is just going to have a dominating stack if he had scooped in that 2 million chips and then eliminates a player in the process. So this is a big turn of events. Nick takes a chink to the armor, and John doubles up. He's going to be over 3 million chips now, close to 4 million.
You know what's funny is even after taking that hit, he still has a monster stack here. Still chip leading, I think.
He does, but there's still a huge difference between 3.8 million and about 7 million.
Huge difference.
But you're right. He's still in great shape and got it in really good there.
That's what it takes to build up such a big stack that you can afford to lose these flips on the final table and still be in the mix and not be absolutely crippled.
And just going back to comment one more time on the ace queen there. It's definitely saying the options on the table would be considering a flat, I think is reasonable. Definitely not folding. But on the 3-betting side of it, I think you could consider going small and trying to isolate the opener. But I think if I'm going to do that, I'm going to pick a sizing that I would want to just fold if he 4-bet shoves on me. I think that it's, if I want to commit to the hand, then I mean, maybe I'll just shove myself.
I think shove yourself is...
Did you say we had about 20 blinds there?
Yeah, he had about 20 blinds. I don't think that we can fold ace-queen ever for 20 blinds. I mean, the configuration wasn't the loosest. It was a +2 versus a cutoff situation.
Yeah, but it is the big stack on the table there.
Yeah, I mean, with the big stack on the table, it's almost like he could be even lighter than normal.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's any way we can get away for the ace-queen without a significant read.
No. So I think I kind of like just shoving, just trying to pick up the Because it's also very awkward if he just calls your 3-bet and then we whiff on the flop.
Yeah, not a good situation.
Yeah, so I'd rather just like make him fold a lot, win those 5 blinds, and
that's why I said that when we're in position, maybe just maybe you can consider it, but still jamming is just, I think it's going to be a lot simpler. We'll make less mistakes during that line.
Rebecca's saying she's enjoying the commentating. Thank you, Rebecca. Really appreciate that. We're having a good time doing it. We're on to our next hand here where Nick Oles. Looks like we got 2 Nicks on the final table here.
No, I think they actually just changed his name from Nick to Nicholas.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Okay, so Nicholas here. That is also my name. Opens the 2 6s and takes it down. So quick recovery. Sometimes it's a little scary when you take a huge hit to your stack like that and maybe want to just take a couple of hands off. You know, your stack's still really healthy. Just like recover a little bit.
Make sure your mental game is still up to where it should be. You know?
Exactly. And then you immediately get dealt a hand like pocket 6s from early position. And you feel obligated to play, but it still doesn't feel like a really comfortable play either. Sometimes I'll just limp with a hand like that in that situation. And I know people are probably not doing a lot of limping this late in these tournaments, but I think if you got a huge stack and you're dealing with some of that other stuff that we were just talking about, I definitely want to see a flop with that hand, and I wouldn't mind mixing a limp there.
John picking up the ace-jack offsuit here. He's got plenty of chips.
And they label +3 on here, which a lot of people refer to as the low jack. That's where John is. He opens.
Ooh, Eddie picking up the ace-queen here with only about 20 big blinds once again. 23 big blinds. He is going to shove it all in. Can't blame him for that.
Yeah, and you see that Eddie chooses to take that more aggressive line. And what is John going to do?
This is a tough spot for John here. I think you could maybe get away. Yeah, you could probably get away from this. You can get, if this was a button versus small blind or button versus big blind situation, I don't think you can get away from it for 23 big blinds. But given the configuration, low jack versus button, I think he'll be able to get away from this here. It is half of his stack. We'll see what he decides to do here.
You're right. He lets it go, and
well played.
The shove works. Kind of interesting. If you know he has that specific hand, like how much risk are you willing to take to double your stack as opposed to picking up the dead money there? If you knew he had that specific hand, ace jack, you're wanting to call, right?
Yeah, for sure.
What if he has a hand like 10-9 suited?
I mean, in this situation, I think you definitely want to get it in. I mean, you got to be able to take that risk when you're on the final table and get it into a good situation there where you're at least 60% to win.
But 40% out of the tournament.
It's true. But
and
if
then
you double up,
if he just folds, then you win 5 big blinds, which is about 25% of your stack. No risk involved.
There is a pro and con thing going on here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
I think that with a hand like ace-queen, you're pretty happy to... I think shoving is the only option there, honestly. I think you need to take risk here and put your chips at risk in the best situation you can. And ace-queen offsuit on the final table is just going to perform pretty well.
Just cracked 100 viewers here. It's the first time I've ever seen that.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. Once again, we have Nick from Haslet House Poker in the booth, and I'm Nocturnal, some people call me, the editor for Next Gen Poker. We're bringing you guys a commentary for this stacked final table we got here. We got some big pay jumps coming up.
Eddie's got another raising hand here in the cutoff. It's the ace-9 suited.
Looks like he's going to take it down. Gotta love picking up 150K there, uncontested.
Yeah, and it looked like he raised to about 4.5x. Was that 230? So maybe about 4x the blind, which is an uncommon strategy, but personally, I really like it. I think that people could really learn a lot by considering betting sizes that are more relationed to the size of your stack and the strength of your hand and your position, because stealing those blinds is so valuable in these tournaments. And, you know, we often bet in segments of our stack, but then for some reason there's sort of these rules that are on lockdown about how much you're supposed to raise pre-flop, when in reality, bumping that up by just a half or one big blind at a time can really up your fold equity on those blinds, which is like for Eddie right there. He's stoked to take down those blinds with ace-9 suited, right? So opening to like 4x, if you have, let's say 25, 26 blinds, super comfortable fold if he shoves over you, and then you maximize your fold equity and also maybe discourage those blinds from 3-betting you as opposed to just defending.
It's amazing what doubling your opening size will make people do who are left to act. They'll be looking down at hands that they'd consider to be standard defends and thinking, wow, well, I don't know, he opened so big. Maybe I'll just get out of the way and move on to the next hand.
Oh, and I feel it myself. If I'm playing in a game and then I see, especially in a tournament, you see someone raise like that and you're in the big blind and you got a marginal hand, I'm like, I just don't want to tango with this because it just feels like he must have a really good hand. And
even if I think he doesn't have a good hand, now I have to call and play out of position to him. And he's leveraging his stack already by raising so big. It's not a fun situation to be in.
Exactly. And we got Derek in the chat.
What's up, Derek?
Derek's the man. He does the commentary over at TCH Live and does a great job. Appreciate you, Derek. Also plays a lot of mix. And if you guys are interested in playing mix games, we have Mix Madness Tuesdays here at Poker House of Dallas. That is a 15-30 game, but we're looking to get a smaller game going, a 4-8 limit, and then also a bigger game, a 30-60 limit. These are all limit games, stud and draw games. That's Tuesdays starting at 1 p.m. here at Poker House of Dallas. Jesse opening up the king-queen suited here from +2. We are 9-handed here on our final table. Day 2 for Danielle's birthday bash. It's a $150,000 guarantee tournament. And we got 2 kings in the hijack. NRG, energy, all in. Jesse's gonna think about it. He's got 2.7 million in his stack, which is about, this will cost him about half of his remaining chips. And he doesn't think too long before letting it go. Not doing too good against the ace king and ace queens of the world. And then of course energy could have a nutted hand like 2 kings. Mr. Jim giving us the word that the action tracker is still stuck on 3060 mode. We're going to let Eric know about that and get it updated for you. And there's a little chatter about us going on the final table there. I don't know if you heard that.
I did. I'm honored.
Who's commentating? It's your boys, Mr. Nick from Haslet House Poker and John/Nocturnal, the editor of the Next Gen Poker Vlogs.
So happy to be here with you guys, and I'm looking forward to doing even more commentary as Poker House Live builds their stream. Really, really excited for what's to come on this stream. A lot of potential.
No doubt. We got a lot of fun stuff that we're planning on adding in, both technically to the hardware of the setup and also the software, getting some more graphics and things. And here we are. Little blind battle. Looks like Ethan
gonna shove here.
Ooh, Ethan raises the small blind with the king 6 off and immediately gets it shoved in his face from John. Quick fold.
Very interesting play here from John. They're both pretty deep here, over 30 big blinds.
Yeah,
Oh, it did go up to 80, so sorry. Ethan having 30 big blinds here, blind versus blind, John deciding to take the aggressive action with ace-10 offsuit. I definitely think there's some merit to that, especially blind versus blind. You have to expect that you have the best hand with ace-10.
Yeah, it's a little risky, but this is a pretty good candidate for it. You know, the ace-10s, ace-jacks of the world, if you're going to get a little bit loosey-goosey, those hands perform really well against some parts of his calling range, some pairs that are smaller than a 10, and then block some of his better hands. It is the widest configuration with small blind versus big blind, other than maybe button versus big blind. And
I think that a jam is going to perform a lot better than a 3-bet and then call off, because I don't think we're folding ace-10. At least I don't think the solver would ever fold ace-10s, blind versus blind. So I think just jamming ourselves will produce better results. Pocket 10s here for Sham.
Sham is another guy who I see playing around all the time. Have played with him many times. Great player. Has whittled his way down here to the final table and now has it all in. Pretty standard play there over the open.
Nicholas will not be continuing with the 5-4 suited, I'd imagine. Unless we can see someone else wake up with a hand here. Chris here with the queen jack. This is going to let it go, and I assume the 5-4 suited will follow. Bit of a speculative open, but
not surprising, though. I'm expecting to see Nick be pretty active here. Just from what we saw on those first few hands at the previous table and knowing he's got a big stack, I just expect him to be going after pots. Sandy Toes in the chat. That's a nice name. I like that. Sandy Toes. Sending luck from Hawaii. That's a great place to be.
That's a good place to have sandy toes.
Yeah, no doubt. I'm assuming that's why they're sandy. Have you ever been there to Hawaii, John?
You know, I've actually been to 44 of the 50 U.S. states, but Hawaii is the one who's escaped me. I've been to Alaska. I need to get out to Hawaii, though.
You know, you really do, because it is its own category. Hawaii is one of the top 2 or 3 vacation spots I've ever been to. Only been once. It's a pretty pricey trip, but it is beautiful. The fish, when you go out there and get in the water amongst the coral reef. Excuse me.
Ooh,
amongst the coral reef, you see the brightest colored fish you have ever seen.
Well, that's all the reason I need. I did get a degree in marine science. I should put it to use for something.
Oh yeah, that's right.
How's the poker in Hawaii?
Oh, I didn't play any poker in Hawaii, actually. I didn't even seek it out. I'm sure there's home games.
I think that's probably the last thing I'd want to do when I'm in Hawaii.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about poker.
You know that Hawaii and Utah are actually the only 2 states in the United States that does not have any sort of legalized gambling whatsoever.
Huh. Interesting. I did not know that.
No state lottery.
Hawaii and what?
Utah. Fun fact for the chat there.
Yeah. So we have some actual play here as small blind opens. That is Chris with the ace-queen. Jesse defends the 8-6 suited, and Chris flops top pair. Jesse flops a 5 of spades, which gives him 3 to a straight, 3 to a flush.
Is not going to decide to...
No, they just don't have that much money behind to be doing a lot of creative stuff, huh?
Chris having less than 20 big blinds there, I don't think there's anything that we can do here with just a 3-card straight flush. Not many good runouts for us. We could just be pretty much drawn dead.
Yeah, if you've got like 100 big blinds back or more in a cash game, then that's a pretty good spot to consider floating, I think.
Maybe even putting in a bluff here with a straight flush. I'd like that playing, 200 to 250 big blinds deep in a cash game. But when every chip is so valuable like this is just not the time to do it.
Yeah. Ashley says Max is in Hawaii right now.
Oh, I actually saw that.
It is incredible. Actually, it is just incredible. Something out of a postcard. We actually went out into the harbor to try and see the whales. And the next thing you know, there is a whale literally swimming right up to our boat and nudging it with his nose.
Wow.
And this is like a 6 or 7 person little boat. So, I mean, I was like close enough that I could have touched it. They asked us not to touch them. But I literally could have reached over the side and just patted the side of this whale's head. And it is like the size of a school bus swimming directly under your boat in crystal clear water that you could probably see 100 feet through.
Wow.
Pretty incredible stuff.
Not to cut you off here, Nick, but we do have some action. Likely going to see an all-in here between two players, given they are only 20 big blinds effective. Likely to see a classic flip here with NRG at risk, but I don't want to speculate too much. Let's see what happens here.
Yeah, I don't know if he has enough that he's going to consider just calling, or probably not.
I'd imagine he's just going to have to get it in here.
Yeah, especially when it's Nick, the deepest and most aggressive player at the table to this point. That is.
He is all in.
3-betting you. Yeah.
No way that he's folding, and we're going to see a classic flip. Ace-King ahead here. So must be a jack dead or something like that. That's the only way to explain that. 51% for the Ace-King to win here. We've seen a couple of these flips were actually very, very close. Exact 50-50.
Yeah, no doubt. And here comes that sweat. Bricks on the flop. Nick still needs an ace or a king.
No help. 6 outs here for him. Going to the river, or he will be eliminated. Oh, no, he won't be eliminated. Sorry.
Ooh.
Holds. Very excited here from NRG. Doubles his stack. Massive stack now. 3.6 million. That might be enough to be the chip leader, actually.
Do you think it is?
I don't think I saw anybody with over 3.6 million.
A huge spot either way.
Oh, never mind. I am way off here. Well, no, I'm not. 44 big.
Yeah, that's
no,
it. Yeah, he just takes over the chip lead, just barely over John, who also doubled recently. And now Chris, our short stack, is the only one under 20 blinds. So this is still literally anybody's match at this point.
I like to see that it's pretty even stacked here. You know, everyone has a chance here. No one has a runaway lead. I also do want to go back to the chat quickly. I saw some discussion about Iceland. I'm very, very excited to visit Iceland. It's one of my highest up on my bucket list to visit.
Nice.
Behind New Zealand. I want to go to Iceland real bad, so very excited to see people talking about Iceland in the chat. Wonder how the poker in Iceland is.
I always remember hearing when I was a kid that Iceland is green and Greenland is ice.
Yep. I want to visit Greenland, too. Some of the most untouched beauty in nature in Greenland.
I think we almost bought Greenland a few years ago.
Really?
Mr. President Trump was in works to try and buy Greenland for us, but
there's natural
work out.
resources up there.
Yeah, that's what it's for.
Yeah.
That's what it's for. And it's like a really good military point where you can establish bases as like a
in the Arctic
centralized location. Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right. So they stack out those chips, and Mr. Energy with the huge double to take the chip lead. No one eliminated on that one, but Nick, who at one point was soaring, now has a fraction of the chips that he did. Maybe he's got about a quarter of his stack left, maybe a little bit more.
And I just think it's so crazy at final tables. It's so painful. Being at the final table in the Venetian event that I was in last summer, you experience such emotional highs and lows because you sit there for so long through multiple days to make it where you are. And it all comes down to just a regular flip.
Yeah.
Just like it would at the beginning of day one, just like it would in a cash game. You get an ace-king versus jacks, and your fate is hanging in the balance, and there's nothing you can do. You've done all you can do already. And just like that, it can just be gone. Very, very emotionally testing.
No doubt. In both directions.
Yeah.
When you win, it's elation. You feel like the king of the world. You feel like justified. Finally, my time has arrived. And then when you lose, it's agony.
It's absolute agony. You're just like, I've come so hard. I've worked so long for this. And then just like that, 50-50. And there's nothing you can do about it. Absolutely heartbreaking.
Isn't it crazy, too, like how you can feel like you deserve it when that flip goes your way? Like, yes, this is the one that I deserve. It's my time. And then feel so shorted when it doesn't go your way.
Right.
Like, this was not justified.
just get into a dejected state of like despair.
Yes.
Where, I mean, it's painful, you know?
Entitlement tilt, I think.
When it all comes down to a flip, it's very painful. That's why we saw Energy there so excited that it happened to go his way this time. Playing for $51,000 up top there in that first place trophy. And you just hold Jacks versus Ace King. It's got to feel amazing.
And he gets back-to-back pots here. So he defended his big blind versus Jesse's min open on the button. Flops a pair. Flop goes check-check. And he just bets out small on the turn and takes it down. So back-to-back pots. And at this point in the game, even those 5 or 6 big blind pots feel like enormous to you.
I mean, look at this final table chip count. Everyone's so close together.
It's anyone's game.
And that makes things very interesting because no one can sit there and wait around really because there's no significant short stacks. So we're going to see a very interesting dynamic developing here, I think.
I'm with you 100% on that knock.
Who would you put your money on right now?
That's a good question. Who's my horse? Let me think about it for just a second.
I think I'm going to put my money on Ethan.
Okay.
I think Ethan's going to win the whole thing.
All right. He's got a feeling. Ethan is the horse. I'm not sure yet. I'll let you know.
When the 2 chip leaders get into a massive pot and one doubles up and has a 90 big blind stack, I think then you'll
then I'll let you know.
Horse is going to be.
I'll let you know. 136 of you guys in the chat. Holy cow, we are doing well. Appreciate having you guys here.
Everyone in the chat, go ahead and tell us who you think is going to take down the trophy tonight.
Oh, yeah, I want to see some predictions.
I want to see some predictions in here.
And while you are typing, why not just click that like button real fast?
You're already right there.
Oh, man, it takes like 1 second. Helps us out a lot. Free for you.
Derek saying Ethan or John are my racehorses given their experience, but I really want Eddie to win.
Everybody's pulling for Eddie. Eddie's a great guy. Does the commentary here on the live stream multiple times a week and does a great job.
I'm going to stick with my racehorse being Ethan, but I think I'd be happiest if Eddie won. I have to be with the chat.
Yeah.
You know, Eddie works hard around here. I think he deserves it. He puts in his work to make sure the stream's good, and
no doubt. He does a great job.
It'd be nice to see him take it down.
See a lot of people shouting out Wong, Ethan. I think probably Andrew was going to be my pick, but I just couldn't quite pull the trigger on it.
You going to pull it now? Now you got some backing from the chat?
And now that he's in a big pot. I don't know if he's going to be able to hang around here as he has bet and gotten check raised.
I've seen crazier things.
Yeah, he's got second pair here, guys, and Energy has the open ender. So if Andrew could make the call, but no, Energy 3 hands in a row here, John.
On a massive heater here. He's riding that wave. He's
no
got a
doubt.
winning image.
His under the gun, big blind, and small blind, the 3 hardest positions on the table to win from. Back to back to back. He gets the double and then 2 small and medium-sized pots and has now taken a pretty commanding chip lead.
Unbelievable. Look at that. Just goes from middle of the pack to a commanding chip lead in 3 hands.
Sick.
Things can change so quickly.
Sick, dude. You just need that to go your way in that last moment, you know?
It doesn't matter how good you run if you don't run good at the end.
Exactly.
Playing well, too.
No doubt. He just got Wong off of the best hand right there.
He's ready to put in those aggressive actions to take control of the pot. Win what is rightfully his.
So Sham folds the ace-9 suited there under the gun, which I'm a pretty big fan of personally. I think a lot of people would get involved in that spot, but as you can see, it probably wouldn't have worked as Chris wakes up with the ace-jack behind him. Raises it up.
Yeah, just not a really good spot to be opening ace-9 suited under the gun in a 9-handed table, especially in a massive spot like this.
Yeah, and everybody's got around 20 blinds. I think I'd rather just allow the action to develop for a couple of more orbits. See if people get busted, if I can ladder up a little bit. It's such a marginal spot anyway.
We have Jimmy in here asking, where is Bart Bogart? That is the question that everyone is asking. Seems like you almost expect the guy to be at the final table, right?
Yeah, and he should have been.
Unfortunately, was wrongly eliminated in 11th place. And we have a hand developing here.
Oh, yeah. Chris has flopped the nuts. Jinx, you owe me a Coke. Nicholas playing the Robbie, and it is an open-ender for him. So,
and we do see the club coming in. This is going to be a massive spot.
Yeah, there's 500,000 out there, and it goes check on the flop as Chris checks back the nuts. Slow plays it. I mean, if he hadn't known what Nicholas had, he definitely would have been betting here as Nick had the open-ender. But he now turns additional equity. Chris may not be that happy with this turn card here. And then seeing a lead.
I don't think there's any decision here. I think actually there is definitely a decision here, but folding is definitely not one of them. If he is beat, he's going to put his stack in to see it. But right now, interesting spot. He's been led into here. Does he think that Nick has a hand good enough that he could just shove here? Does decide to raise, it looks like.
Yeah,
Not
he does.
to an all-in size, though. Does raise to just 600,000. And this, Nicholas is in a terrible spot now. Obviously, I think he has to call. He's getting the direct odds, but it doesn't feel good to be putting in another 350,000 here. Oh, he lets it go.
Yeah, I mean,
board was paired. Could be drawing dead.
For sure. It's an interesting spot with Chris checking back the flop because you have to think if he's got two pairs or sets that he's very likely to go for a bet there to protect his hand. We do see that he checked the nuts, so he does have the tricky play up his sleeve, but if you are sitting there with the open-ender and the flush draw, oh, that's just agony to get almost min-raised in that spot and not know if you're calling, potentially drawing dead.
Yeah, not a good situation there. Does get away from it, and we'll never know. Jack 4 suited making an appearance here quite frequently. It's not the same if it's not offsuit.
It's not the Robbie, huh?
Not the Robbie.
My bad.
It's too good of a hand. So when I play at my home games with my buddies, we do a Jack 4 offsuit bounty. It can't be Jack 4 suited, though. It's too good of a hand. Looks like we have Andrew opening the button here with the 9-8 of clubs. Very standard play. Do not think he's going to get any. Oh, King 9 offsuit in the big blind.
Yeah, I bet we'll
get
a little call here. And you see Andrew's also not min opening.
Almost min opening. Not quite.
It's a little more, though.
2.2.
I think the min is kind of the common strategy.
I like using the 2.1, 2.2x personally, but somewhere between 2.5x is usually standard, I would think. Does not get any action from the King 9 offsuit. Interesting.
Yeah, and I bet if he min opened, he would have. I would be willing to bet that that extra 20,000, probably against that specific hand right there.
Oh, I'd bet against it.
Discouraged him. Really?
I would bet against it. I would take that bet.
I don't know. I mean, we can ask him later, but.
Well, hopefully he's run deep and has won a lot of money before we ask him that.
What do you guys think? Does the difference between the min open and the 2.2 affect your hands that you're calling with, and which hands might that be that you are going to go ahead and eliminate when that person starts opening larger? Feels like King 9 offsuit is one. Let's see. Let's see what the chat thinks.
I think the King 9 offsuit should defend against the extra 20K. And
you just think that he specifically would have folded either way.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Because I think that you should call versus the extra 20K, so. But I don't think that it made that much of a difference.
Got Alice Acuna in the chat.
This Sham chooses a big size here. 3x in a blind versus blind spot, which you see more common, bigger sizes.
Mm-hmm.
I always think of the commentary in my head, like what was going on in his head is like, give me that big blind.
Yeah, sure. You can be the commentary in his head. Or the commentary in all of these guys' heads. 155 of you. So,
wow, 155. Make sure you guys hit that like button. This is the most we've ever had. Make sure you hit that like button so the stream goes out to more and more people. As our final 9 contestants here are playing down for a grand prize of $51,000 and
Woo.
a sick-looking trophy.
Yeah.
More important than the money, in my opinion.
$51,000. That is a lot of money.
And it looks like we are going to be here for quite a while, given the pace of play now, but we rushed down to this final table.
Yes, we did.
This was very quick, but now we are seeing some play and some interesting strategies from people. I'm very interested to continue to talk about this.
So Energy's in the low jack here and opens with the ace jack offsuit. Thanks for the like, Harry. If you guys pop that button and we get a little pop-up for it, you will get a shout out.
More incentive.
And he takes it down. And this has been a great level for Energy.
Changed his whole trajectory in this tournament.
No doubt. And you see there he has a fairly commanding chip lead. It only takes one hand with one of these middling stacks to drastically change that, but in this moment he is sitting pretty in great position to work his way down to the champion circle here.
What are you most excited about for this final table?
I think I'm most excited that I recognize several of the faces. And so it feels like there's a really good chance that someone that I play with or see around regularly is going to win it, which always makes for great talking points in the aftermath of the tournaments.
Oh, for sure. I think I'm most excited to get down to three-handed play specifically and seeing the dynamics evolve in three-handed play.
Nice.
I think that's the most interesting form of poker is three-handed, actually.
Okay, that's interesting.
Heads up is interesting for sure, but I think three-handed adds that in-between type of dynamic where you can't play fully a heads-up strategy, but you have to deviate significantly from a 6-max or 4-ring table.
Yeah, I feel like three-handed play might be the toughest way to play poker because you're in the blinds 2/3 of the time, out of position, posting, and feeling obligated to defend as the blinds impact the game dramatically more than they do if you're playing 6, 7, 8, 9-handed.
I think it makes for some very interesting dynamics, and it also makes it so that it's a lot easier to make mistakes. Very difficult to play three-handed poker.
For sure. I'm with you on that.
So I'm excited to see that. Ethan here with the pocket tens missed the pre-flop action.
I'm sure he just opened the button here and got defended.
Very interesting.
By the small blind. John, that's pretty light defend from the small blind. It's pretty common for people to take a 3-bet or fold strategy. And then if you do see them defend, it's like a lot of pocket pairs, maybe some suited broadways. So a little bit surprised to see him defend the 9-8 off when you still have a player left to act behind you. But they're pretty deep stack. And I guess he's just trying to be proactive in his chances to win this thing.
He's trying to, maybe get his gamble on a little bit and run up a stack. Either way, though, Ethan does c-bet win check 2, and John doesn't have much to work with on this board.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll move on to the next hand. So we're playing 50K, 100K, 100K.
Yeah, and it looks like we are up to $100,000 big blind. And we have got that updated there on the screen for you. So
Andrew Wong picking up the bullets, baby.
Yeah, and we haven't really seen him involved in the action yet. But people know him to be an active player, so
425,000 with those aces.
Mm-hmm.
Over 4x,
and
not playing around. He wants value.
This is
Sham in a tough spot.
Yeah, this is an awkward one.
When you raise to 4x, now 6s feel like they have to fold to an open.
4.25x, dude. That is huge, huh?
I mean, like, look, he looks like he's going to fold, but I mean, honestly, it's a real tough spot. With just 20 big blinds.
Yeah, for sure. I think you... Feels like a fold to me, too, actually, because I don't want to shove for 20 blinds.
Listen, now Chris picking up queen 10 suited in the small blind, feeling terrible about
Yeah,
just
got to let it go. And he had a 14% equity there, and see Jesse's only got 5%. He's got the ace-jack off. Pretty tough spot for him, too.
When you raise so big, these good hands just feel like they've just become folds now. Now, I don't know, honestly, what I would do in this spot, facing a 4x raise.
I think I would probably just let it go.
Yeah, right?
I know that seems crazy, but it's just exactly in line with what we were talking about earlier. And even though Wong does have 2 aces here and you would want to balance this, imagine if you were doing this with more of your hands, like the more vulnerable parts of your range, like how scary it looks. You got pocket sixes, queen 10 suited, and ace jack offsuit to fold behind you. You pick up the blinds, which is exactly what you'd be hoping for in that situation.
Not necessarily with aces, but if you use that size with like pocket 9s.
Sure, that's what I mean.
Yeah, and you get all of those hands to fold, that is absolutely massive.
Exactly.
And I guess you could almost adopt a strategy where if you face further aggression when raising to that size, you can pretty comfortably just assume you're up against the top of range and get away from the hand even, which sounds insane, but like...
No, I mean, I totally agree. You've discouraged them from 3-betting you light. You can see how scary it is by these hands that are folding, and if they're going for a re-raise, you know that's nutted.
Yeah. And look, just like that, picks up the kings.
Wow.
Very next hand.
Yeah, and now you might get some lighter action if you go to that same raise size as people are used to seeing it.
I think you got to go to the same size after that. After you just use that size, now you're going to use it again.
And I think you're actually happy to do it with the hand that's a little bit more vulnerable, too, than the aces. If everybody folds and you have 2 kings, it's not nearly as bad as if everybody folds and you have 2 aces.
Now he chooses just 100K less, it looks like.
Yeah, that's interesting. And now Sham
with the ace 10
has the hand that could beat you.
To be completely honest with you, I would not blame Sham for just shoving here.
Yeah.
With 20 big
Oh, he lets it go.
Lets it go. Great fold from Sham. Gets out of the way of danger, which almost certainly would have ended his tournament life. Ethan getting away from Jack 10 suited.
Yeah. These guys are giving Andrew a lot of respect here.
Giving him a lot of... I don't know if the 8s are going to get away from it on the button here, though. Well, he's only got like 20 big blinds, too. Might just put it in, honestly. These are all hands that could reasonably just shove here for 20 big blinds, but I don't know what's going through their head. The final table, you know, the final table can definitely affect your decision-making. Don't want to lose at this juncture with massive money up top. You've come so far. All these things probably going on inside Chris's head here.
So interesting to...
Does decide to go with it.
Rips it.
Or is that a raise? It looks like it might be just a raise. But it's effectively an all-in. Can't ever fold the 8s now with half your stack invested.
It's going to have $1 million left. Andrew's going to shove. Oh, it's going to be gross calling it off.
Is there ever a situation where Andrew decides to just trap?
I mean, if you think Chris can't possibly fold, then...
Just snap rips
it. Yeah, he rips it.
Of course, yeah, now he's like... See, like now he's just upset, but of course, he can't fold now. He's going to need an 8 here. Otherwise, he's going to be eliminated in 9th place.
Here, let's turn up the table talk for a minute. Get the sweat. Chris needs an 8.
Oh, and that is going to end it right there.
Yeah, it's over. He's dead.
Just like that. Dead on the flop.
Nux for Chris.
4 diamonds running out, but it does not matter. No diamond in either player's hand. And we have our first elimination of the final table. Down to 8 people now. He's going to take home $4,380 for his efforts. Just under the tax threshold. It's always a positive.
So about that 9-way chop.
Andrew revealing to the table that he did have aces the last hand.
So while they're counting these chips out, Knock, I just want to go back and highlight again, talking about Andrew's choice of 2 different sizes there. The previous hand, he opens to the 4.25x with the aces. And then the next hand opens the kings to 3.25x. Now, if I were just looking at the 2 hands, of course, he didn't know he was going to get the kings when he was raising the aces. And maybe the fact he had just played the aces hand and raised larger impacted his decision in seeing the result of the aces hand. Maybe that impacted his decision to go a little smaller on the next one.
Andrew's a smart guy. I'm sure that played a role in his sizing where maybe he wanted to look weaker, so he chose a smaller size so that maybe people would give him more action. I think that was probably going through his head.
Sure. And I guess, like, if I could see both of them, you'd really rather do it the other way around, I think.
I think so, too.
Right? You'd rather raise the smaller size with the aces and encourage action, like from that ace-jack, for example. You saw they only have 5%, pre-flop, and you've got 95. So, like, getting them in there is just so valuable to you. And then with the kings, you want to protect your hand a little bit more, so maybe use the larger sizing there. But this time, just because of the way that they came in one after the other, seems like he adjusted. And it probably worked, because I think if he went to the larger one again, there's a chance those 8s decide not to do that.
It's true. That is very true. So good adjustment there for Andrew Wong.
No doubt.
I can see why people have chose him to be their racehorse to win this.
No doubt. And you know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and choose him as my racehorse, too.
Now you're going to choose him. Very, very funny.
That's totally unrelated to the result of that previous hand.
Well, my racehorse here, flopping top pair against Energy's second pair, backdoors draws. I think we'll see a continue here from Energy. Yep.
Yeah.
Going to a turn here, hoping it's clean for my horse. Sorry, Energy.
Yeah, there's already 9 blinds out there, and Ethan's got about 20 in his stack, so this is a very healthy size pot already. Once you get late in these tournaments, even just raise and c-bet can make the pot super significant compared to stack sizes. Ethan's coming again. He's not slowing down with the king-queen.
I think this is probably going to end this hand.
I think so, too. Especially the way Energy's acting right now.
I mean, it's unfortunate because there are definitely hands that Ethan will have to bluff in this spot. Plenty of hands. Lots of ace-queen, ace-jack type of hands, queen-jack type of hands that he will have in his range, opening from the hijack here. But with just a pair of 4s here, no backdoor draws coming in, I think we're just going to have to let it go in this big of a spot.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't hit any of your backdoor draws, so it's not really a very good card for your specific hand or your range, and you can have quite a few better hands. A lot of king X that you can have. Maybe you check call deuces and 4s occasionally. You're defending the big blind here, so there's a chance you could even have like king 4 suited, king deuce suited, 4 deuce suited, and then king 10 makes 2 pair on the back door. So a lot of better hands to choose from, and I think when you're that far down in your range, this late in a tournament, it's just not really the spot that I want to take a stand.
I think you just got to give the respect where it's due and get on moving on to the next hand. It's well played there by both players. As you see, Andrew Wong has taken over the chip lead from Energy here.
Looks like guys might be commenting in the chat there about sham folding the ace-10 suited, which is a relatively tight fold, but you still have about 5 players left to act behind you. And I also think that even though you could say Wong had just opened on the previous hand and was now opening again, so that seems like it would mean he was more likely to be lighter, like, oh, he's opening more often. In reality, back-to-back hands specifically, I think he's actually going to probably play a little bit tighter on the second one.
I would think so, because he knows that everyone's going to think that about him.
Exactly, and you just got it through, picked up the blinds, and then now you're one position closer to the big blind, so I think he was U1, and then now maybe he's under the gun, right? And then opens again, and it's a little smaller sizing. Maybe that's, even though it looks like, well, his hand is weaker if it's indicative of the sizing. You know, I think that maybe Sham is on a high enough level to realize that Andrew might be thinking about that too.
Andrew, he can realize that Andrew's just being tricky.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So
I think calling with the ace-10 suited there is actually my least favorite option.
Yeah,
of the
me
three
too.
of them.
For
If
sure.
you were going to go with ace-10 suited with 20 big blinds, it seems like a pretty easy just jam it in there. I mean, even if you jam ace-10 suited, you put ace-jack off in a pretty gross spot in the configuration you were in there. So I think that it's probably a fold or shove spot. Call is not a good option.
I agree with you, and Sham must have had the read because he correctly made that fold. So you can't be too critical whenever you can see the other cards, and he actually made the right play. It's hard to criticize that.
Yeah.
So great fold. So another fairly healthy pot here. It looks like it might have been min raise call.
Must be, yeah.
So it looks like Jesse opened the ace-9 off in the cutoff.
I think that's probably the bottom of my range in this spot. But then
Yeah.
again, I talked to, we've mentioned him on commentary before. I talked to my good friend Nico. Nico advocates for very loose play in tournaments and he has a very good point, because the big blind ante being involved, you do have to play more hands to try to go after that ante. So I think that he would definitely be opening ace-9 offsuit in the cutoff. I think it's
Which is
a
reasonable.
good argument for that, for sure.
And Andrew actually has the best hand here with just a pair of 5s. And this is going to check around 3 times, allowing him to scoop in another 7 big blind pot, which if you're playing a cash game, that feels like nothing. But in this tournament situation right now, where the average stack is around 25 to 30 blinds, you're feeling great when you scoop in a 7 big blind pot.
Yeah, 7 big blinds is everything in this type of format. Every pot just feels like you won the lottery every time you scoop and chips in. Like, just think about it. You can go card dead. If you scoop in a 7 big blind pot, you can go card dead now for an extra 3 orbits and just be back to the stack you were before the hand. That is huge. I'm interested to see what Sham does here with king-queen offsuit under the gun. Not the easiest spot, and I can see an argument for all of the options here, really. Does decide to open it.
Would you consider all the options also a limp shove squeeze spot?
With 20 blinds, I don't know if I'm going to limp shove this specific hand, because there are a lot of times where if I were to limp here and get raised by a +1 or +2, I almost feel like just folding my hand. And
Yeah,
I wouldn't want to put in a very valuable big blind with only 20 of them in my stack.
especially if it's just a single isolation. You just had all the options, so I was testing your boundaries there.
Yeah. I'm talking about raising yourself, shoving, just open shoving, or just folding. I think those are all fine in this spot, honestly.
Yeah.
I could be wrong here. I'm not as well versed at this relatively short stack final table tournament play. It's not my forte, but I would assume that it feels like all options are on the table. Does flop the queen high flush draw and 2 overcards. And look at that. He is 50% to win the hand against the ace high.
Yeah, this is a dead coin flip, but this board looks a lot better for Sham, and he's the aggressor, so
Goes
yeah, he
check.
declines to c-bet there. I'd be kind of surprised to see Nick take a stab here, maybe to just protect his hand a little bit, but not really getting called by,
chips.
well, here he comes.
Is he bluffing here, blocking the straight? But there is a monotone flop. I'm not a big fan of the bet here, personally. He's going to be able to get called by tons of hands that have him in pretty bad shape, not holding any diamond himself. And I would not be surprised to see Sham call here.
Yeah, I feel like this is sort of a merge bet where he's dictating the action of the hand, trying to get called by a few worse hands, exactly like what Sham actually has here, just like offsuit cards with a diamond. But there's only so many of those with Sham opening under the gun, so
After being called, I wonder what's going through Nick's head at this exact moment here. Does he? Because he has to feel like if he's being called, his hand is likely not good. And now I'd be interested to see if Sham turns his hand into a bluff, but it is kind of hard when Nick now leads the turn.
for sure. Yeah, I'm not surprised at all to see a check there.
Does decide to check it back and loses to ace high. So
Yeah.
Nick does win
That's a tough
more
one.
than he would have before, winning a 500,000 chips just like that.
I bet Sham is wishing that he had a c-bet that board right there.
Yeah, that would have taken it down.
Yeah, and I think in tournaments sometimes you have to just choose to take the slightly more aggressive line when it's a mixed line. So there, like, checking back makes some sense too. And if I was playing a cash game, I'd probably do a little bit of both. But I think in the tournament, when you have that much equity, you're like, I got a queen, I got 2 over cards, I've got the aggression, I've got like a range advantage. This guy just defended the big blind. I think I'm just going to keep the lead and give myself a chance to win the pot.
Yeah, and also, like, you have to consider that when you decide to c-bet in a tournament, especially at the final table, it's not like c-betting in a cash game. I think your c-bets get a lot more respect.
Yeah, for sure. And I think your under the gun open also gets a lot of respect.
For sure. Everyone at this final table obviously knows something about poker to have made it this far, and I would assume that they're cognizant that those early position opens do normally represent strength. People usually aren't getting too far out of line.
Yeah, Nick ended up playing his hand right there in the way that made him the most money.
Yes, he did.
So what can you say?
Can't say anything. Here he is at the final table. 8th place. Well, I'm not 8th place. 8 locked up. He's going to have a good payday coming here. Well over $5,000. Guaranteed to our next bust out.
Yeah, now we have a little battle going on. They have the same exact hand. That's King Queen offsuit. It's an open from U2 from Jesse. And a defend from Sham in the big blind. Oh, not a defend, excuse me. He's in the tank there and decides to rip it instead. And a quick fold from Jesse. So Sham uses the aggression with the exact same hand he just had in the previous hand. Or sorry, excuse me, the exact same holding that he had in the previous hand. The King Queen offsuit. And this time plays it aggressively and...
Wow, gets the same hand to fold.
Gets back the chips that he just lost in the previous one.
Well played there, I think. Ace-Queen offsuit here for Jesse. And pocket jacks for Eddie.
Yeah.
He's all in.
He's probably going to get some action here,
just
too.
13 blinds. Both players have just 13 blinds. Oh, no. Jesse actually has him slightly covered. And this is it. If Eddie can double here, the fan favorite will have a stack to play with. Or it could be all over, just like this. I'm excited to sweat this one. I would assume that he's definitely going to get some action here. And people in the chat rooting for Eddie. Clear favorite to win this from the chat. He's plenty of people's racehorse.
Yeah, and you see with that queen in Energy's hand, which Energy is in the tank here. It's kind of interesting. I'm not sure what he's thinking about with a raise and a shove in front of him. But with that queen in his hand, that significantly hurts Jesse's chances.
Yes, it does.
The jacks, kings, and tens, it looks like most of them are gone too, which also hurts straight chances. So Jesse's going to need most likely an ace or a queen.
Now, I assume Jesse is going to call here, but obviously we see he doesn't love it. It is for almost all of his stack, and Eddie has been pretty tight this final table so far.
Yeah.
So he's got to know he's up against a good hand. It's just about how good of a hand is he up against.
For sure.
Still do not think that he's ever going to get away from this stuff.
No, it looks like it's about 1.1 to win 1.8.
With a hand like ace-queen, I mean.
Yeah, he's getting a price. And
tight configuration, though. +1 versus +2.
For sure.
I think he's going to come to the correct decision, though, and put the chips in. He's just taking his time.
No, lets it go.
Lays it down. A huge win for Eddie here, not having to go through the flip. Picking up 4.5 big blinds. I did not expect that one, Nick.
No, I'm a little surprised too, but you know, ace queen is kind of that borderline hand. If you had ace jack suit or ace jack offsuit, I think that's a fold.
Yeah.
Right. So you're literally one pipping there. and you know he's probably not folding ace king offsuit. So
I just think that one pip makes a big difference.
it does make a big difference. I'm with you, but I'm just saying, and still at the end of the day, it's 1 pip, so it's not like it's out of the realm of possibility there. And he's trying to protect his tournament life, and there is something to be said for the fact that, you know, your tournament life holds a certain value, and when it's gone, you're out. And you can only put it at risk so many times without it getting snatched.
And like I mentioned before, Eddie, I think that was one of the only hands he was willing to put chips in the pot at this final table. So maybe giving Eddie a lot of respect for his range.
And it was deserved, as he did have the 2 jacks, which might be kind of close to the bottom of that range. It's hard to know.
It's hard to know for sure.
So Ethan's in the small blind here and tries to limp, and John is not going to be having it. You see, he's got the ace queen suited, so he's going to be raising it up, and then it's going to be interesting to see if Ethan is going to trick himself into continuing here, thinking that John's just attacking his limp.
I wouldn't even be surprised here to see Ethan put in a 3-bet jam.
Well, that would be not good.
That would not be good for that big size.
Blinds.
It's going to discourage him from doing anything tricky, but I feel like this is the type of hand that the solver would use as a 3-bet.
He's not folding. He's going to take a flop with him.
I don't think I would fold either in this spot.
Yeah, and I think Ethan's probably pretty suspicious, but
It's a great flop for to let it go here versus the C-bet out of position, as he should with only 9%. But
obviously that's to a chop, but he doesn't know that.
I would imagine that he thinks that this board hits his range a lot more than the big blind, but it's hard to tell with ranges so wide.
No, I agree. I mean, especially when John raises to 4.25, this is not a great board for him.
In general, you would think that that board does not hit his range, but then again, calling the 4x raise out of position in the small blind, how much does it actually hit Ethan's range? So, interesting spot. Does get away from it.
Yeah, it's more so that Ethan, I guess, could have more 1-pair hands on that board, but that's really counteracted by the fact that John could have all the overpairs.
Yeah, for sure. I do think that Ethan is going to have more straights there, and 2 pairs
and more sets. But less. I guess that's what I was getting at. Is probably the 2 pairs are pretty discounted still with it being that small. Like, is he really going to limp and then call a 4x open with like a 5 deuce or something?
Or a 5-4 suited, yeah.
5-4 suited,
Probably
maybe.
not,
That'd be the only one, maybe.
And most likely John would just be checking his option in the big blind with those that class of hands.
Yeah, the ace 3. Would that make the straight? Ace 3.
No, ace deuce.
Ace deuce.
Deuce makes the straight.
Oh, was it 5-4-3?
It was 5-4-3.
Okay,
yeah.
gotcha. So, yeah. Cool. Yeah, and we are getting close to our first break of the day here, guys. Got another like on the stream here from Rugged Craftsman. Shout out to you. Shout out to the company. Thanks for liking the stream. We got 162 of you guys in here with us right now, and that number has been growing throughout the day. So,
guys, I think what we're going to end up doing here is when we reach the first break, I think we're going to be shutting this stream off and then starting another one in 15 minutes. So just make sure that if we do decide to do that, that you make sure you join the new stream. So refresh the Poker House YouTube in 15 minutes. So we have a birthday chant. This is Danielle's birthday bash tournament.
yeah, I think that's actually happening live out here right now, or is that on the audio? I can't tell.
It is right. It is live.
It is live, so you'll hear it in 10 minutes.
It is live.
Although, like John said, we're not exactly sure if they're going to switch over to another stream because they've been doing it by 4-level increments. So we'll see if they choose to do that or if we just keep it rolling. I would honestly be fine to just hang out, maybe take a couple of minutes break and grab some water and then come back. And
we can talk about that. I think that's probably the best option because we do have 160 people in the stream and only growing. It's probably best to just keep this stream running.
I would say so, and I'm enjoying sitting here chit-chatting, so I think we can keep it rolling.
I might take a quick break on when we have the break. Order myself some food.
Cool.
But
and it looks like here that Ethan opened and Jesse 3-bet. I'm not sure if it was a shove or not. I got a little distracted there, but he 3-bet with the ace-king suited from the small blind, and Ethan just let it go, so.
The pre-flop raise here, we see everyone pretty much the same.
Yeah, all there in the mid-teens.
Jesse just pulling ahead a little bit there, and ace-queen offsuit in the hands of Andrew Wong here under the gun. Tough spot, honestly, with such a big chip stack. This is one of those spots where I wouldn't mind throwing in the big blind and just seeing what happens.
Now you're looking for the limp squeeze.
Now, with a stack this deep, with a hand like ace-queen.
Do something a little tricky. Let somebody make a light shove over you.
I think it becomes an option here.
Oh, you sneaky boy.
Does decide to raise to 3 big blinds here.
I think that size seems pretty good to me. I like that. He's got John with the ace-9 suited, and this is the perfect situation to describe it. You're sitting here in the cutoff with the ace-9 suited just going, man, I wish this guy just min-opened instead of raised to 3x.
For sure. And I assume he doesn't want to get involved, being that they're both very deep. And this is the last hand of this level. It looks like, does look like he's just going to take it down, and that's going to be the last hand of this level. We do have a 15-minute break now. So, all right, Nick, I'm going to talk with production and see if we just keep this stream going or if they want us to start a new one.
All right, sounds good. I'm here for it. And I'm going to hang tight with you guys here while we are waiting to figure out what we're doing with production. And there you can see the chip counts. Andrew with a pretty healthy chip lead. Energy, who had a great couple of levels. Still a very healthy stack there in second place. Looks like they're doing a little bit of coloring up, as we are down to 8 players remaining. This is the $150,000 birthday bash, and I'll go ahead and switch over here, get you guys into the booth with us. Well, just with me right now, Mr. John will be back here in a minute. We've also got Frankie from Next Gen Poker here in the house, and I think he's probably going to join us as well to do a little bit of commentary later on. He might even choose to rotate in here right now, as we talked about switching during the breaks. So we'll see what happens there. Jim giving us a little shout out. Appreciate that, Jim. Just going to hang tight with you guys while this break goes on and see what we can get into. What do y'all want to talk about? Somebody shout out. Give me some topics here in the chat, poker related or otherwise. I guess I'll start by talking about a little football. So I'm a huge Tom Brady fan. Have been following his career closely for probably about 15 years now, maybe a little bit longer. And it's been an incredible journey. But so far this year, it has been pretty tough, and today was a really tough one. I woke up this morning, had to listen to the game on radio, as we're not able to watch all of the out-of-market games, and whew, it was a beating. That's all I'll say about that. It was a beating. Drew wants to know, are there more doors or wheels in the world? That's a good question. That is a good question. I'm going to have to say doors. I think maybe in America it is competitive. I think in other parts of the world it could be that there are less cars per household and more doors. Tom is saying he should have stayed retired. No way, dude. No way, dude. This is just the first part of another journey, another stint of his career. Maybe if you want to bring in the family stuff, you guys can give me a Team Tom, Team Giselle here in the chat. Are you Team Tom or Team Giselle? Could also give us a Team Garrett, Team Robbie. Curious to hear about that too. But apart from his personal life, I think he's still got a ton left in the tank in terms of football ability. He does look a little thinner this year. Looks like he's lost a little weight, and I can imagine that his very rigid routine has probably been off because of some of the stuff that's going on at his house. So that's tough, but I think physically he can still throw the ball at an elite level. And here is Mr. Knock back in the booth. Did you happen to talk to Frankie, John? Did you see Frankie out there? Oh, he's not here. All right.
They started a 2-5 game.
Okay, they started a 2-5 game, so maybe Frankie's playing a little 2-5. Team Tom, Team Robbie. Okay, me and Thomas Rainier here are on the same page. I'm Team Tom. Can't quite say I'm Team Robbie, but I'm definitely not Team Garrett. I mean, dude, the LA Times or whatever, LA Post, he did some article with this magazine. Did you see that?
I didn't read
Oh,
it.
Dude.
I didn't read it, but I saw it.
Cringy.
Yo,
Oh my gosh, so cringy.
The picture was funny. He's just him and his. I got a kick out
Oh,
of that.
you would think something really traumatic and dramatic happened to him.
It said one of my friends said that the picture looked like it was an ad for like a depression something like a depression medication. He was just like staring off into space. It was pretty cringe, honestly.
No doubt.
All right, I need to ask the chat for help with something. Chat, please help me out here. I'm about to order some food. What do you guys think that I should order? I'd like to see some answers in the chat here. I need some help. Don't know what I want.
This reminds me of like a little Phil Hellmuth antics on the Poker Go streams where they do like some polls or they'll put up betting lines based on what Phil's gonna eat. I love it.
Oh man! All right, Rounder says Cane's.
Oh yeah, Cane's is the go-to.
Ah, you like Cane's?
Oh dude,
Oh man,
you don't like Cane's?
I don't like it. Doesn't make me feel good when I eat it. Man.
Well, yeah, of course not. It's fried chicken.
I'm trying to. Ooh, whoa, Thai. Ooh, that might take it. I'm gonna have to wait for some more answers to come in. Korean barbecue. That sounds good, but I'd rather actually go eat the Korean barbecue myself than have it delivered.
Yeah, I'm with that. Derek agreeing that the Garrett pick was cringe, and
Yes,
to me,
I am going to be eating while.
we're just rolling, dude.
gonna
We're
roll.
having a good time. So the picture was cringe, but I think the worst thing is that he went and got his money back. So it's like even if you were quote unquote cheated, he doesn't even know that for sure. Even if you were cheated, you were reimbursed. And you've also made likely millions and millions of dollars playing this game, playing specifically on these streams. Seem to have a pretty good life going for yourself, courtesy of other people's money playing poker. And yeah, saying like, I don't know when I'll play again. The trajectory of my career has been altered. Like all of these things just seem so unnecessarily dramatic.
It was pretty melodramatic.
Oh, it's crazy. I mean, if I got cheated in a poker game, even if I knew for sure that I got cheated, it was proven, and then the person had already spent all the money and I was never going to be able to recover it. I think the worst that would happen to me is that I would maybe not want to play for the rest of the day or something, be like so agitated that I want to go home and just take the day off. But especially if the amount of money to you is not personally significant. I just can't imagine calling up my buddies and being like, guys, it's over. Like, I don't know when I'll play poker again. And they're like, what happened? What happened to you?
I just want to take a stance now and say that regardless if I think that there was cheating or not cheating, I'm not taking sides based on who was involved on the cheating or not cheating side of things. Because I think there are definitely things that are cringe on both sides in the aftermath of this situation.
For sure.
If I'm choosing cheating or not cheating, it's not like if I say that there was cheating that I'm endorsing Garrett and what he did.
For sure.
You know, it could be separated whether I think that, you know, foul play or not. And now we're hearing that happy birthday chant. It is Danielle's birthday.
Nice. Let's get it up.
Sing along.
Happy birthday to Danielle. Great turnout for your tournament. Oh, got our dealer in the mix there. You hear that?
Woohoo! All right, chat, you guys won me over. We are getting Thai food. We are getting Thai food.
Got him. Looks like that's Derek. The Thai recommendation.
Derek seconded the Thai recommendation. There was a Thai from Jacqueline Jones there. Said Thai. That's what got me thinking about it, and Derek just cemented my decision here. Something that's easy to eat while I'm commentating, you know? And Tim brings up a very good point that if I'm eating while I'm commentating, that brings a factor to what I can eat. Because I don't want to be eating tacos and like a burrito or something.
For sure.
Tie just seems like a nice, clean option here.
For sure.
You want anything?
I'm good right now. I got me a little extra sandwich earlier, so I'll probably snack on that in a little bit, but I'm doing good right now. Having a good time doing commentary, and I'm sure you guys are not just joining us, but we've got people who have been here, but if anyone is just joining us, we got 8 players remaining in our tournament here.
So, funny story, actually, while we're waiting to restart here. The last time that I ordered food here, it was actually on Mixed Madness Tuesdays. Come on out, guys.
Mixed Madness Tuesdays.
Mixed Madness Tuesdays. We're going to play a bunch of fun games. So I actually ordered the food here, and I had like 4 or 5 bites. But the game was so fun that I couldn't continue to eat the food. I had to just put it down and focus on the Mixed Madness.
Nice.
And then I brought it up to the front, and I said, can you please put my fried rice in the fridge? And I went back to the table. 4 hours later, I come up to retrieve my fried rice. They had thrown it away.
Oh, that's tough.
After 5 bites of my beef fried rice.
Yeah, that's tough. That is tough.
But I think, I'm emotionally recovered from it now. I scrounged together some money. I'm financially recovered from it now. And
so let's get into Mixed Madness since you mentioned that. What is your favorite game to see pop up on the rotation?
Well, there's a lot that I get excited about, Nick. But when I first started playing, Stud 8 took it, for sure. But I think it's got to be Deuce 7 triple draw now.
Really?
I'm a big fan of those triple draw games.
I've been enjoying the triple draw games as well. I would say my number 1 triple draw game might actually be Badusi.
And we have a special guest in the booth.
Here he is. Frankie, what do you think about pulling up a chair? Is that possible?
Yeah, you could go.
We can just put you on this third mic for a few minutes.
Hop in the third mic. There'll be 3 of us.
Does this work?
That work? Oh, no, yeah, you'll be able to listen through that and speak through that.
And speak through this one.
Yeah.
Just go grab a chair. Oh, no. Frankie just comes in just breaking things right away.
We got Randy in the chat. Hey, Randy. Glad to have you. Nice job on your deep run here. Sorry, didn't make it quite to the end.
You can let them know I am adding a final table thumbnail.
Nice, perfect.
That with the trophy.
Like with the trophy.
Oh, it looks
and that
great.
cash,
Oh, you
that
guys are
looks
going to love the
great.
thumbnail here.
Wow, look at that.
Did you make that, Frankie?
I went back. Got
Nice work.
Got a McChicken. Made a
Chicken.
thumbnail.
I was just about to ask you if you wanted Thai food.
Oh, Thai food?
Yeah, I'm ordering Thai food. The people in the chat decided that I should
they're
get
getting
Thai
a
food.
25-50 mix outside.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Jimmy.
And we were just talking about Tuesday mix games. Looks like there's going to be a Sunday mix game tonight.
I might have to hop in that.
Oh, and Derek is chiming in with Badusi as his fave as well. Badusi is kind of the game. I didn't realize it until recently, but it's kind of the game.
This thumbnail's been really good.
What had?
John, I'm going to go ahead and mute you for a minute there while you're chewing.
Sorry, guys. Some say it's ASMR.
Yeah. We'll let them go seek out that channel if that's what they're into.
The 2-5 table is so good.
Nice. Frankie says there's some 2-5 action. So, yeah, I would say Badusi's probably my favorite. After that, maybe it goes down to Badugi and then Deuce in terms of my triple draw games. For some reason, the ace to 5 games are just not quite as spicy to me as the Deuce games. I don't know why.
I actually like Ace to 5 more than Deuce to 7.
There you go. I'll get you back on if you're ready there. John saying he prefers the ace to 5. I prefer the Deuce. And then he said Stud 8. I really love Stud 8 as well. I think actually, man, I'm going to switch my favorite game from Badusi, which is my favorite triple draw game, to one you guys might not have ever heard of. Would love to see like some hands raised in the chat if you guys have ever heard of Razdusi / Super Razdusi, which sounds more complicated than it is. What it actually is just Badusi, which is a split pot game. Half of the pot is going to go to the best Deuce to 7 hand. And I guess while we have a couple of minutes here, we're waiting for these guys to come back. I'll go ahead and explain this. But Deuce to 7 triple draw poker or any kind of Deuce to 7 low ball game, you are trying to make the worst possible poker hand based on what you normally think of as the rankings in a Texas Hold'em game. So the worst hand that you could have would be a deuce, a 3, a 4, a 5, and a 7. Because if you had deuce, 3, 4, 5, 6, you got a straight. And if you have an ace, then obviously that plays high. So you're looking to make deuce, 3, 4, 5, 7 would be the nuts. And in this case, it's the nut high for this game. But obviously in Hold'em, that would be the nut low. So for half of the pot, you're trying to get that low side of the board. The other half is Badoogie. And if you've never heard of the term Badoogie before, it means 4 different suits. So for that half of the pot, you're drawing to try and make a club, a spade, a heart, and a diamond. And the lower they are, the better. So like if John here at the end at Showdown has an 8, a 6, a 3, and an ace of all the different suits, and then I have an ace, a deuce, and a 3, the 3 lowest ones, but my 4th card is a 9 or higher, then he actually beats me with his 8.
But also remember that ace is high in this game.
Oh, yes. In normal Badoogie, ace plays low. You're trying to make ace 2, 3, 4. You could just think of them as points, 1, 2, 3, 4. But in Badoogie, ace plays high. So you're actually trying to make the best hand possible would be to have deuce, 3, 4, 5 of the 4 different suits, and then a 7. And you would have the nuts for both sides of the pot. Caden Adams liking the stream. Appreciate that, Caden.
And we do have some more people in the chat here. We have Mike Page asking, isn't this the first ever birthday bash? How can there be a defending champion? Well, not necessarily a defending champion of the birthday bash, but Bart is the defending champion of the last big tournament that we had here.
No doubt. And we actually, right above Mike, have Bart in the chat there.
And there you have. Great run, Bart, once again.
No doubt, dude. And then just an unlucky finish there. Was excited to watch you try and navigate this final table. Gets a little unlucky with the ace-jack versus the ace-7 all-in pre-flop.
I do appreciate the compliment, though, as we get back into the action here.
No doubt. We are back up and running, guys, and let's get started. And shout out to Mike, by the way. Great friend of mine. Mike is the man. Been playing poker in this area for several years now. Great player, great guy. At one point, I used to have Michael Page in my phone logged as Mike BFF with a little heart. That's how well I know Mike.
Wow.
Yeah. Great buds.
There you have it.
All right. So there you can see our big blinds as the blinds have raised and those stacks have shrunk a little bit due to that. Andrew now leading with 33 blinds, and I'm
pretty excited. We're getting a little short stack here. We're going to see a lot of action.
Exactly. We're going to start to see some all-ins, I think. Not that we haven't already seen some all-ins.
I actually spoke with Ethan over the break. He said he's feeling good.
Awesome. I'm sure he is. Hanging in there with 8 remaining. And Smokey in the chat reminding me that Bart also finished second in their $250,000 free roll. So they've essentially had 3 really large tournaments here. And Bart finished second, first, and then now got it in good on the final 2 tables to have a chance to make another run at it. Just
what a year.
Yeah, unbelievable. Nice work, Bart, if you're still hanging out in the chat. All right, here we go, guys. The action is on as Jesse has opened the hijack. That's a 2 big blind open as we had a huge jump in blinds here. Dude, it went from 100K blind to 150K blind.
That is massive.
That's massive, a 50% jump, which is why you saw that huge difference in the number of big blinds each player has. So Jesse opens. That's a min open. Cost him $300,000 to make it, which is about 1/6 of his stack.
Takes it down now up to $2.3 million.
Yeah, I think Eddie just shoved over the top there, which makes sense once you get down this short.
I like the jam a lot. I actually think it would be the correct play even a little bit deeper. So, very solid play from Eddie tonight on this final table. The people's favorite.
The people's favorite. So here's Jesse. Another spot. He's just going to shove it all in with the 2 4s. Looks like he's got about 10 blinds. Makes sense. And energy is in the cutoff now. We've seen him tank a couple of times in spots where It felt to me like you probably wouldn't call. So here, seeing him think about it, I think that he's really considering putting in this call right here. It's going to cost him 10 blinds, which would be a little less than half of his stack. Pretty significant.
I think a lot of these players might be thinking at this point, like, if I can just get lucky one time, I can set myself up to win this tournament. I wonder how much that is playing into people's decision making. I'm sure the stress is on.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And I think if this was me, I would just be letting a queen jack go.
I think I would be with you on this one, but it's so tempting. It's so pretty.
Yeah, it's a beautiful
so tempting
hand.
to flick it in, but you can't be flicking things in.
Yeah. You still got another 3 players left to act behind you, including a couple of really big stacks. The biggest stack on the table. We see Andrew doesn't actually have anything this time, and
He does come to the right conclusion and let it go. It must be painful to let such a beautiful hand go.
Mm-hmm. Poker Monkey is commenting about how the weekly streams that we do for cash games will often have all of the hands appear at once pre-flop, and then you kind of see how the action's going to develop before it does, which is a different way of watching. And this one does not. So now that you can see the comparison, if you guys watch our stream on Sundays or are tuning in just for today, tell us how you like that. Do you prefer to see all of the cards show up at once or one hand at a time?
I would personally say it's way better one at a time because it's more of a sweat.
Yeah, sure.
We don't see an under the gun open with queens and then immediately find out that the small blind has kings, you know.
No
We have to
doubt.
wait for it.
No doubt. I like that point.
Ace jack suited here for energy, a premium hand.
Mm-hmm.
The hijack. Expected open to around 325k here, if I were to guess. Goes with the min open.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to get some action here probably from Andrew if I had to guess.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Andrew's going to do here. Feels like all the options are kind of on the table.
I'd agree with you. I honestly like fold here, but I'm pretty tight.
Yeah,
So
me too. Me too. He calls.
it's a reasonable option. King queen offsuit in the small blind is a pretty standard fold if you didn't choose to
I
put
could
it in
see him
aggressive
shoving
action.
here,
I
dude.
think he should shove here versus a hijack open, but if I didn't realize he had only 1.2 million here.
Yeah.
I think shoves the option.
I think he's got 8 blinds, right? Oh, he lets it go.
Gets away from it.
Yeah, and then probably energy's not going anywhere if he shoves that one. So this time it seems like
Ethan getting in
escaped.
the mix with the 4 deuce suited. You see how light you can call when you're just facing a mid open. He does flop an open ender here.
ooh, yeah, this could get dangerous.
Versus the top pair of energy, and he is short stacked. Just 10 big blinds, 11 big blinds in his stack here.
Mm-hmm. Andrew's behind him with the ace of clubs. Depending on the sizing, I'm curious if he would consider doing something sneaky.
I don't think you can get out of line here, really, even with just the ace of clubs.
It's only a $250,000 chip bet, which is less than 2 blinds.
He is going to float, and now Ethan definitely has to continue now with this price he's getting.
Oh, yeah.
And
Andrew might consider ripping it.
The question is if he's going to take... Oh, he does. He does decide to rip it here, and he's not going to get through. This is my racehorse. Get there one time.
Yeah. Well, he's not dead. He's got an open-ended straight draw, 32% chance to win this hand. Needs an ace or a 6.
Needs an ace or a 6. Not going to do it on the turn. Can he get there on the river?
Oh, it's a brick.
Not. And now he's going to think I jinxed him when I said hey to him on the break. Ethan eliminated in 8th place. That will be a payout of $5,763 for his efforts.
Not bad.
Not a bad day. Now down to just 7 players on the final table. And like we just said, with the blinds going up so aggressively, we're starting to start seeing some all-ins.
Yeah, and with that win right there, Energy takes back over the chip lead. Pretty healthy size lead as well. He's got about 12 big blind lead over Andrew.
A 6.3 million chip stack. Just for context, it was a 40,000 chip starting stack. That is a lot of starting stacks, ladies and gentlemen.
No doubt. We got some GG for Ethan in the chat. Would love to start a little tradition here in these tournaments when we get a bust out from a fan favorite like that on the final table. Let's get GGs for him. You know he's probably going to be going back to watch this, seeing what his opponents had in different situations, and would love to show some love to these guys for their efforts to make it down here to the final table. So GGs for Ethan.
Tim does make the point there that if Sham had shoved the king-queen, he hits the straight on the river, more than doubles up. Ethan is still in because he obviously folds.
No doubt. It's interesting how just a couple of little dynamics like that can dramatically shift what happens in the tournament.
Oh, yeah. Butterfly effect.
Daryl hitting Ethan with the good run. Good to see you, Daryl. Sure I'll be seeing you this week sometime. And Chris Mace liking the stream. We're getting a lot of likes rolling in today. We appreciate that, guys. Love to see you hit that button for us. Cost you nothing but like 1 second of your time. I'm not sure about this aggression frequency stat there because it has Eddie at 0%. We've already seen him make multiple aggressive actions, so I'm not sure how they're calculating that.
Might be, I think it might be this. No, even this time he shoved the jacks first hand, so I'm not sure exactly. It must not be correct.
Yeah, I got you, Daryl. I'll see you there. I'm going to be trying to make it out there. That the air pressure in my tires has been a little low because of the change of seasons, but if I can get that fixed, I'll be out there to see you. Now Sham just going to rip it. He passes on the king-queen spot.
But
He's kind of waiting for a spot like this, yeah.
This is a better spot for sure. He's going to take down the blinds.
Which is kind of the basis of that strategy of passing on those more marginal spots is that, yeah, there's more money in the pot at those times, but that's because someone's already made an aggressive action, right? So you're up against a much stronger range than a spot like this in the cutoff where you've got 3 players left act behind you, but they might as well have not even seen their cards yet.
Yeah. Doesn't feel too good to be shoving your stack in there when 2 people have already shown interest in the pot.
For sure. And if you can just sneak a couple of those through, you know, once every orbit or so, you can stay alive a pretty long time. Kind of avoiding those situations where you're just hoping the guy's at the bottom of his range.
With just 7 players left, all of our players have locked up a pretty nice payday here. I think around $7,700 locked up for each of our players here.
Nice.
With that $51,000 grand prize as Nick shoves his 10 big blinds with ace-jack offsuit, a very standard spot. Will anybody wake up with something here? No, they will not. He will take down the blinds. Going to see a lot of jamming and taking down the blinds at this stage in the tourney. It's all about if someone wakes up with a hand or not.
Yeah, it's interesting. You see people bust out, and then it grows several of the stacks on the table, giving you a little more play, but then the blinds jump up again, and all of a sudden we're back in the same situation.
That's why it's so important at this stage in the tournament to be very familiar with your shove-fold ranges and be aware of table flow and dynamics where you can get some stuff through, because we have 4 players, 5 players actually, well, maybe just 4 players of our final 7 that are pretty much just in shove-fold range right now. I want the ace-5 suited in the cutoff. I'd be surprised to see him fold this. He's going to choose to enter the pot here. He's going to choose to raise to, what is that, 150,000 chips. I'd say this is pretty... Oh, it would be a super profitable spot if Energy doesn't wake up with the bullets in the big blind with a massive stack. Let's see what he decides to do here. Just gotta love it. Getting opened into your big blind.
Oh, yeah.
Just sitting.
And you're already chip leader.
I think with the 20 big blind effective stack, there is some argument for flatting here and trapping off of this stack depth. Doesn't look like he's going to do that, though. Does decide to raise. I think that's going to be the end of this hand. Does call.
Wow.
He's in position. We're
Yeah.
going to have a big pot here with less than one SPR going to the flop. John looking to drill it and crack the aces of energy. The flop does not bring him enough help to continue in this hand as energy snap shoves. This is going to be the end of this. Just a backdoor flush draw, backdoor straight draw for his tournament life. Unless he thinks he can be ahead. Does let it go. I think in this spot I much prefer a 4-bet bluff jam than a call because it was a very big raise.
Yeah, and I think I prefer just to fold.
I'm on board with you. I think fold is the best option. There are payouts on the screen here.
Oh, yeah. And we are down to 7.
$7,377 for 7th.
Yeah, we're in cash right now. And 50K up top, which is still a huge difference from that 7. If you win that 7, you're feeling okay. Yeah, but you're still daydreaming about that 50.
It's always such a bittersweet moment to bust out in the final table, short of first place.
At any point in the money.
Even second place,
Yeah.
bust out. You're like,
Exactly.
I could have had more. I was so close.
All right, so we got Eddie on the button here. He's going to be putting some chips in. That's a shove. Looks like he's got about 12 blinds.
I like the play. Very standard here with king queen offsuit. You got to feel like you got the best hand. Might even get some ace highs to fold. Maybe not in this configuration, but
Yeah, maybe not from these guys.
yeah, I don't think ace deuce or ace three is going to fold in this configuration, but it's always worth a shot. Maybe they do.
And they're out of there. And Eddie, fan favorite Eddie, who does the commentary here on Poker House Live other nights of the week.
Call him the silent assassin. Hasn't really, just been very unassuming, just taking the chips,
No doubt.
slowly building,
Hanging around.
hanging around. He's just hanging out.
Need to get Miss Kim Stone in the chat here. She's great buddies with Eddie. I'm sure she'd love to sweat him down here to the end of this final table.
I'm sure she would. And one thing I really hope is that they don't decide to chop this. I hope they play it down to a winner.
Yeah. Definitely be more fun to sweat that way.
Energy wakes up with the ace-7 off on the button. More than a good enough hand to open, but does decide to lay it down. We've got a blind-on-blind battle here. These are some of my least favorite spots in poker. You're in the small blind with just a garbage hand.
I probably do more folding here than the average person. I feel like I'm like a Jack-5 offsuit here. It depends on the guy in the big blind. I might try and do some limping like Andrew did here, but probably do more folding with a hand like this than the average person.
He's going to continue with his gut shot here. Nick absolutely bricking.
Yeah.
Does turn a pair.
Yeah.
Not that he needed it, though. He was ahead. But it does give Andrew the open-ender. Now Nick probably feels like he can check it back, as he does with his picked-up showdown value. And then Andrew rivers the bigger pair, but it's a one-liner to the straight. I assume this might go check-check here. No player.
Could
with
Nick
an incentive.
possibly? No.
No player with an incentive to put any more money in. Pair of five's going to win it.
Yep, both guys thought that they were good enough to go to showdown there.
I think that's a rifle assumption. I mean, you don't feel great with your pair of threes, but there are scenarios where you win.
Oh, absolutely. He just made a tiny little stab there on the flop. I could see Andrew try calling with some ace highs.
It just depends on how many ace highs Andrew decides to limp in the small blind as opposed to raising.
I think that definitely some of the weaker offsuit ones he would do that.
I think so too.
A lot of love for Eddie, man. I think Eddie is
Everyone loves
the
Eddie.
crowd favorite here.
Well, now that Ethan's gone, I really hope Eddie wins. I think Eddie's gonna win.
Okay.
I think when everyone in the universe is rooting this hard for you,
Everyone in the universe. Oh, boy.
183 viewers. Thanks so much for joining us, guys. We got Nick from Haslet House Poker, and I am Nock, the editor for the Next Gen Poker YouTube channel. We are in here bringing the commentary to you guys. Make sure you hit that like button. Make this our biggest stream yet.
I think it's going to be.
I think it already is.
Yeah, I think we need to get up into the close to 2,000 view range in total for it to be our most viewed video, and I think we're
well
looking
on our
really
way.
good. Yeah, this is definitely the most concurrent viewers we've had, and it's a good time to do that with this being the biggest tournament of the year here.
Crushed the guarantee, $230,000 in the prize pool from 150,000 guarantee. 564 entrants here across the 6-day ones.
Sick.
Did you fire a bullet in this, Nick?
I did not. I was actually out of town this weekend, so.
I fired 2 bullets. Did not go my way. I was actually playing with Eddie and Ethan and Andrew at my day 1 table.
Really?
3 of them were at my day 1 table.
All fast becoming local legends here.
I have to agree. They sure kicked my butt.
We got another blind on blind battle where Sham just limps in with the 7-4 suited. Makes sense. John checks it. Could have been a spot for John to attack the weak limp and kind of test whether Sham is actually limping with some strong hands or not. I'd say this is a good hand to do that, but this time he decides to check, and then that actually allows Sham to take a stab at this. Pretty gutsy stab there on the turn with absolutely nothing after it checks through on the flop.
Almost no equity with no spade in his hand and his being dominated.
Yeah, for sure. So he actually gets John off of a hand that probably had 95% against him.
Yeah, looks like it. Could only hit 2 outs.
Yeah, that's pretty sick score. Anytime you can win chips with only 5% of the pot, or 5% equity in the pot. Got Shane in the chat now. Go Eddie. Yeah,
Everyone wants Eddie to win.
yeah, dude, he's cruising. But anything can happen when the average stack is only around 15 to 20 big blinds. No lead is safe, and no short stack is out of it.
Just 1 double up from any of these guys.
Yeah, and I mean, remember just an hour or so ago, we were talking about how big Nick's stack was and that it seemed almost impenetrable. And then now here he is just open shoving for 1.4 million, which is roughly 10 big blinds, a little bit less. And it gets through this time. He scoops in the blinds, which is pretty healthy addition to his stack. Adds on about 20% to his stack. Chris Lego has liked the stream. I believe Chris was
our 9th
on.
finisher.
Yeah, exactly. He was on this final table.
Good run, Chris.
No doubt. No doubt. Andrew Wong had king queen offsuit there. Was not even at the table, and gets his cards mucked.
Ace-3 suited in the small blind feels like a premium, I bet.
Yeah, he rips it in, and Eddie's going to be out of there real fast. Well, he's going to think about it for a second. I'm assuming he's going to be out of there.
I mean, people are shoving very wide, small blind versus big blind, and Jesse does only have 8 big blinds, but Jack-9 offsuit's just not going to get the job done. I think that the solver would defend there with almost any king high, though.
Really?
This is an 8
that wide?
shove blind versus blind.
Even like bad offsuit kings.
Well, I mean, the solver's shoving extremely wide in the small blind, so you have to defend the big blind more. But I don't know if live players are actually, like, it's pretty unintuitive. Some people, like, I think the solver says to shove, like, 7-8 there. And I don't think that people are shoving 7-8. It doesn't seem very intuitive to do so. I know I'm not. I think Jack 9, you can just let it go for the 8 bigs.
See what Andrew's going to do with the deuces. Looks like he's going to open it up. Oh, no, he just limps in. So he does have the limp in the...
Does have a limp strategy here.
Yeah, it's in the arsenal.
I wonder if he chooses it with any hands other than pairs. I'm assuming he does.
Yeah, I would think so. And I would assume that he probably mixes in the occasional strong hand. He's told me a couple of hand histories from cash games that he's played where I know he's capable of doing some limp raising with stronger hands.
Well, don't put him on blast.
So John raises, and now Jesse on the button is going to rip it in with the king-queen. I was wondering if Andrew's limp might impact his strategy, but it does not. He just rips it in. Andrew's going to fold. And now John is like kind of in a sticky spot. It's going to be $1 million to win $2.4 million.
And he's only got $1.5 million. He calls.
He calls, yeah. Not that surprised to see that.
Yeah.
Getting that price. You know you're no good in terms of your...
He is live.
Yeah, you're live, exactly. You know you're live.
Flops a jack.
Yes, he
There
does.
is a big draw here for the king-queen. No spade on the turn.
And Jesse's out of there.
Just like that, Jesse is eliminated from the tournament, and we are down to 6 remaining contestants.
Yeah, best hand, no good. That looked like it was about a 60-40 spot.
You got to win those.
Yeah, for sure. And it can feel like that's just a pure coin flip at that point. Even though you've got the 2 overs, it just feels like that Jack 9 suited just gets there so often. It feels like a flip.
It just gets there. Like I said, what did I say earlier about the Jack 9 suited, man?
Yeah, you did. Favorite hand. Isn't that what you said?
Well, it's the hand I get into trouble with the most.
Okay.
My favorite hand is 10-8 suited.
Okay, okay.
Very similar hand.
Do you get in trouble with that one?
I do. Takes a lot of discipline to not get in there with those hands.
Seems like a lot of people get in trouble with their favorite hand. I hear people...
It just looks so nice, you know?
Yeah.
Like, so inviting.
Wow. All right. And another elimination has left us.
I'm just receiving word now that my Thai food that the chat has recommended has arrived.
Okay.
I will be back in a few minutes.
Do you want to possibly see if Frankie wants to step in for a few minutes while you eat?
I think that would be a good idea.
Cool.
Let
Just
me
see if
ask
he wants to give it a shot.
I'll hop in here for 5-10 minutes.
Perfect. So Eddie here has moved all in from the button. Andrew's in the big blind, and he's got ace-5 offsuit, which is not a premium for sure, but he's going to think about it. He's getting 1.7 to win 2.3. So not an excellent price, but a little extra juice out there with the blinds, and he did have the best hand, but Eddie gets him off of it. Scoops in a valuable 2.5 big blinds. And you see there, we're winding down to the end of level 24. And joining me here in the booth, we've got Mr. Frankie of Next Gen Poker, popping on those headphones. Mr. Frankie, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Nick. I've been watching along as this has been going on. How many players do we have going?
It looks like we've got 7 players left now. We just I'm sorry. I think we're going to have 6 players left. Yes, as we just eliminated our 7th place finisher. And now our 6th place, I believe, is going to be guaranteed. Let's see. Let's let this switch through real quick. See our prize pool, but I'm pretty sure they're going to be guaranteed about $9,000 for a mint cash now.
We got the real money at this point, don't we?
Oh, yeah. Now those ladder moves make a pretty big difference, as the difference between 6th place is worth about 1/5 of what it would be if you ladder up 4 more spots.
This is when the heart starts beating out of your chest. Every single decision could be for your tournament life, and it could be for tens of thousands of dollars. I just came from the 2-5 table where I thought I was playing, you know, a pretty big game, but no, these people are playing. Well, we got $9,000 if you lose, and $51,000 if you make it a little bit longer than 6 other players. What is up, guys?
Here we are in the booth, guys. Mr. Frankie.
I wish I was out there at the table right now, so Nick could be watching me play, and you guys could all be dissecting how I'm playing. But, you know, I'm Nick. I'm very sure that you'll be doing that at some point. I'm positive I will be on that final table. I actually would go as far as promising the viewers watching right now that they will see me on a final table here at Poker House. I've want to make that dedication to myself and to you guys because I love tournaments, and I think that there's a lot of potential, especially in these big field tournaments, to, well, you know, change your life.
No doubt. $50,000 for a little local tournament here is pretty sweet as these guarantees keep getting bigger. And you see we absolutely smashed this guarantee. $150,000 guaranteed. We made it to $230,000 in the prize pool. That is really smashing it. And
That's
then
exciting.
$50K up top.
Thanks to everyone in the chat. Thanks for welcoming me in. We got 188 people watching, Nick. Not bad, not bad.
Not bad at all.
I mean, I am really excited to see people watching tournaments because it's different than cash, and sometimes it's hard to follow for newer players. And sometimes in my vlogs, we have definitely tended to steer away from tournament play because, you know, just trying to explain to people, you know, why we're going all in, you know, with really bad hands. Well, it's because we're short stack. Well, the blinds are $200,000. Do you have $200,000? No. I'm in for it's a $200 tournament. So, you know, sometimes tournaments are harder for people to conceptualize if you're newer to the game. But I think that once, you know, the numbers kind of speak for themselves. Once the numbers get really big, people are going to be tuning in. And it's nice to see that, you know, we have so many people watching tonight.
No doubt. And I think that the narrative aspect to a tournament, how it whittles down to one winner, makes it a really fun watch for a stream.
Yeah, totally. You know exactly when it's going to end. In cash, it kind of just plays on forever.
Yeah, exactly. You're just kind of watching it for entertainment. And this is like a competition. It's like you're watching a sporting event.
And the action's been going pretty quick. At this point, there is a lot of ICM pressure, you know, as we've been talking about, and you can't really splash around. You have to show up with the real hand to get in these pots and find the perfect times to steal when you don't have the best hands, and finding that perfect balance. As when I got short stack, I had to put it all in, 5 big blinds with king 8 offsuit. It didn't feel good, but it folded to me in late position. Sometimes you have to push the money in.
Yeah.
Like Nicholas here is getting down to 6 big blinds, so he's going to be he's forced to push the action in later position when his hand, well, sometimes just has a blocker, just has an ace. Just that is alone enough to push your stack all in the middle.
For sure, especially when you're short-handed like this. You know, this is different than if you're down to 5 big blinds and you're still playing 9-handed. You can be a little bit more patient, maybe allow one more passage of the blinds, you know, and when you're 6-handed, though, they're just coming around. 3 hands, and then you're in the big blind again.
It's real quick. We have 2 big hands in the big blinds as Eddie decides to rip king-queen offsuit in, and there's a quick call by John.
Yeah, this has just happened instantly, and now we're going to have Eddie on the line.
Still needs a king or a queen, Nick.
Oh, and he drills it, but...
Oh, Eddie stays alive.
My gosh, what a sweat. Look at him.
Deep breath.
Whoo! He knows that was a sweat as he made his king on the turn. Couldn't even say it fast enough, but it brought in the backdoor flush draw to go along with the pair of 7s for Nick. Or that was not Nick, was it? Who was there?
It was John in the small blind with
the
Eddie.
And yeah, excuse me.
John is all the way down to 7 bigs. And, you know, I saw him earlier have that big double up with ace queen versus jacks. And John is a player that plays 2-5 in this room all the time. Very, very solid regular. When I saw him make the final table, I was, you know, very confident in his ability to take it all the way. And I'm you know, excited to kind of see how he deals the short stack and see if he can kind of get back in the competition. As in poker, and especially in tournaments, like, you have to keep your calm, and your stack's going to fluctuate. It's going to be short, it's going to be big, and you got to play perfectly in each situation.
No doubt.
When you got the big stack, you're going to loosen up, and when you got the short stack, you're going to tighten up.
You're still in, right? You're still getting cards coming your way, and you can't give up on it.
And a lot of people make that mistake when they get down to a couple of big blinds. They don't really take it seriously. They just kind of put it in there. And that's where you get your edge, actually, as a professional. You get your edge making the best decision at every single stack depth.
And Nick and John, who were both very healthy stacks just shortly ago, are now our 2 short stacks, which is going to create some interesting dynamics here, too, whenever it folds around to these 3 guys. Like, how are they going to proceed knowing that there's 2 short stacks left on the table, and that if one of them busts out, you win $3,000?
Very surprised to see a fold here from NRG. And Jack 8 of clubs is a very playable hand.
For sure. What was the open size, did you see?
Actually, hasn't Andrew been mixing up his opening sizes?
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of interesting opening sizes.
Yeah, default I assumed, and I love that you guys were talking about that. Default, I just assumed that he opened to a more normal price, and when I looked down at Jack 8 suited, usually in the big blind, guys, when you have any suited hand, and it's a min raise, you're most likely going to be playing it.
Especially with that ante out there.
Yes, especially with that ante out there. And I know John mentioned that as well. You just kind of have to play more hands because there's more money in the pot, giving you better pot odds right away. But a hand like Jack 8 suited can really, it straights, flushes, good top pairs. So definitely think that we should be continuing with that.
A lot of love for Eddie in the chat as he just won that huge pot.
Yes.
And now is sitting on over 4 million chips. He's got another spot to play right here, and Energy just lets it go in the small blind. I'm a little surprised, actually. He's been pretty active, but maybe this is because of the short stacks on the table. He decides not to tango out of position. Andrew's going to peel with a heavily dominated hand here. And both players whiff, so if Eddie chooses to c-bet here, this hand will probably be over.
What is your c-bet strategy, button versus big blind, on this type of board texture here, Nick?
I mean, I'm doing quite a lot of c-betting, but I wouldn't say I'm just like auto c-betting my entire range. Like with Eddie's hand right here, I don't mind checking back.
You know you're both just going to have so many misses on that board, so it feels good to be able to just c-bet and try to take it down immediately. Here, Eddie has picked up the king.
They both pick up the king. This could get a little dicey. The third club and the paired board might protect Andrew from losing too much here.
And I know you picked Andrew as your dog. I'm going to pick Eddie as mine.
Okay.
I'm a big Eddie supporter here, and hopefully, looks like we got a split pot here.
Yes, we do. And it just goes check on the end. Pretty scary board. So what were you saying, Frankie? You think you would just c-bet your range on this board? You have king 8, 2 spades.
Yeah, I know. It's a complete miss, isn't it?
It is.
I think that a lot of my ace X holdings, I'm just going to be checking on this board because we have some showdown value. So when it does go check, my ace is going to be good some of the time. It's going to be less likely it's going to be good with the king. Sometimes it still is. So I guess my strategy would be, if I'm going to pick my bluffs with my hands that have less showdown value. So some of my high card hands could be checkbacks. But again, it's a spot where the big blind's going to miss so often, where I feel like probably going to be betting a lot here, just in general.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. But it's not mandatory bet.
No. And it depends how likely I think that they're going to play back against me. Definitely some players, you know, that they're good for a fold. Maybe that might be based on, you know, the way that they sit at the table or their age at the table. But there's a lot of times you can just pick up a read like that. As we have John coming back, but there is our John on the table on the hijack going all in with ace king, and he picks up a big hand short stack, and he's going to take it down here.
No doubt, he needed that.
Yeah, I know when I was short stack earlier here in day 2, I was just looking, and I know exactly how many big blinds before the hand starts, and I'm like, please, with 8 big blinds, you're just hoping for a big hand, because you know you're going to get called very light. And in this spot, John's actually hoping to get called. It gets no action this time, but definitely happy to increase his stack 25%. So
Helps you survive one more orbit here.
Yep, exactly. And I am going to go back to 2-5 table, keep watching on my phone as John has done a great job commentating with you, Nick. And I wish you guys the best of luck. And the best of luck to the players moving forward. Can't wait to see who's going to win this one.
Awesome. Thanks for being here, Frankie. Good luck out there in the 2-5 game.
That was Frankie, the voice of Next Gen Poker, filling in the booth while I enjoyed some delicious chicken fried rice. Gave it to the lady at the bar to hopefully put in the fridge this time.
Let's see how that goes. We got a sweat on our hands with chicken fried rice.
If I lose it again, I will not trust my food in the hands of the Poker House Dallas staff. I'm sure it'll find its way safely into the fridge.
We've been rolling through our hands pretty quick here. While you were gone, Mr. Knock, and we saw Eddie get a big double.
Ooh, big double for Eddie, huh?
We did, and
what were the hands?
It was an ace-7 versus a king-queen. Eddie had the king-queen. He turned a pair of kings, which gave the ace-7 the nut flush draw.
Ooh, a sweat.
And there was a sweat. And it was a brick on the end. Well, it wasn't a brick. Actually, gave Eddie 2 pair.
Gotta love it. Fan favorite doubles up. With just 6 players remaining.
Yeah, and Eddie opens the 10-9 suited here. This is going to be from the low jack to 450K, 2.25.
Does have a stack to work with now.
Yes, he does.
The 7s here. He's going to be all in.
Yeah, he's going to rip it.
Got to be all in with the 7.5 big blinds. Eddie doesn't look very happy about it. I wonder if he decides he's priced in here. 10-9 suited as it's pretty good equity against a lot of hands. Good connectivity. Might end up putting it in here.
Yeah, he's getting almost 2-1.
Yeah.
You're not going to be getting the right equity if the guy happens to have an overpair to your 10, but you got to think he's got a lot more hands than that.
For less than 10 big blinds.
Yeah, exactly.
Course, yeah.
Oh, Eddie lets it go.
Let it go.
Kind of a tight play there, but preserves those chips and also doesn't double up one of the short stacks.
What do you think about just folding the 10-9 suited?
Yeah, I think that's definitely worth consideration from the low jack specifically. I think hijacking on it makes sense to raise it, but I'd be playing pretty tight here with those more marginal hands when you've got two short stacks on the table. Yeah, exactly.
The presence of the short stacks specifically sway me more towards whoa.
Yeah, especially with Nick only having 4 big blinds. I think that especially would. I would rather just wait and see what happens with his stack if he doubles first or bust out.
Brad, the guy in the green hoodie is NRG.
And we just cracked 200 viewers, Knock.
Look at that. Is that the first time?
That is the first time I've ever seen it. Tonight was the first time I've ever seen us crack 100 viewers.
Wow, we are very grateful for you guys joining us to sweat the final 6 of this huge tournament for Danielle's birthday.
No doubt. We've got another big pot here. It looks like Andrew Limpton. No. Energy raises. Andrew flats with the same hand, and that's from first and second position, which right now is low jack, high jack. And then John finds a sweet spot here in the small blind to squeeze them.
It is looking real good for him with each
Oh,
other.
yeah, what a play.
You got to love this situation.
John's got about 12.5 blinds, and I feel like this is just the perfect candidate, perfect positions, perfect stack sizes, everything to go for a huge squeeze, shove. If it works, And you can see the energy is just agonizing because he knows he really can't call here.
He's trying to get a read on Andrew.
Yeah, he is. And Andrew's giving him some weird reads. Look at him laying down on the table there.
I think Andrew is trying to seem disinterested in the hand so that he might be able to call when he folds.
And let's see if that works, as Energy does let it go. I think that's the only move that he can make right there with Andrew left to act behind him. And now Andrew's going to be getting $2 million to win almost $4 million. You can see that his price is, or his equity is 33%, and his price is a little bit worse than that. So if he could see John's actual holding, then you would know that it was like slightly losing
Does let it
to
go.
make this call here.
I don't think John knows in the moment just how good of a spot he was in there.
Yeah, that's just great. Especially those two guys have the exact same card, so even if you do get a call, they've already lost a ton of equity to each other, blocking each other's hands.
John's going to take it down with a nice squeeze there. Huge addition to his chip stack. Increases his chip stack by 50%.
Man, 6 players remaining, guys, and this is a huge sweat. $50,000 to the winner. And with these stack sizes, even Nick, who has 4 big blinds, is certainly not out of it. A double up for him would actually mean nearly a triple up, just with the blinds and antes being in there. And then he's right back in the mix.
Finds the 9-7 offsuit's not going to do it for him. Wait for a better spot.
Yeah, he's going to have to probably take one of these next 2 or 3 hands, though, as the big blind is coming around, and it is going to cost him almost his whole stack, more than half of his stack, just to post the blinds.
Interesting to see what Eddie does here with 17.5 big blinds and 6s blind versus blind. I think you could make an argument for jamming there.
Oh, no way I'm jamming when a guy has 4 big blinds.
Oh, yeah, I forgot. That would be ICM suicide.
Yeah.
And
oh, wow. Energy taking advantage of Eddie right here.
Energy knows that Eddie doesn't want to bust with such a short stack on the table. Great play from Energy here. Good recognition of the table dynamics.
I mean, it's super risky himself with those short stacks, and knowing Eddie's been playing pretty tight, it's not a play that I personally would make just to mix in a pretty crummy hand like this, but he is fearless. Apparently to him, the laddering up part of this configuration is not nearly as relevant as putting pressure, trying to chip up and win this tournament.
If it weren't for the presence of a short stack, I think Eddie has to get it in here with 6s blind versus blind, but given the presence of a 4 big blind stack, it's so tough because you just know he's probably pushing you around. I can see inside of Eddie's head right now. He's just, oh, he can't have anything. He just can't.
Just has the soul read.
Oh, no.
I mean,
What
this
a
was
gross
an
spot.
open to 2.5 big blinds, and now the shove is for about 15 more, I believe. So
Yeah, it looks like he's...
I don't think I would be fold or be calling with 6s.
I wouldn't be calling
regardless.
here. Oh, I think I would. I think I would if it weren't for the fact that he was so short. I think the fact that he's so short makes it a mandatory fold, unfortunately. But yeah, I think that the big blind here is shoving with hands that you have dominated,
Like what?
like lower pairs, an ace, like low ace X,
I mean,
suiteds,
maybe.
blind versus blind.
Why wouldn't you just call? It's optimistic. It's possible for sure. Definitely
I think
possible.
the big blind
but
gets to take very
optimistic.
aggressive actions,
And I
especially
don't-
being a big stack.
Just because a guy could shove a hand that's worse than yours doesn't mean that it makes it that you're supposed to call.
It's tough.
It's tough. It's a tough spot, but wouldn't say it's a slam dunk by any means. 15 more blinds. It's a lot.
Nick finds a hand to get it in with. Can't blame him.
Yeah, he needs to.
Definitely needs to take that spot. He'll be in the big blind next hand. You look down at an ace and you just absolutely elated. No hands so far to look him up. Looks like we have a call before we even see the hand. Energy ace 10 off.
Yeah.
Gonna make the call, and Nick is dominated here. Looking to hit a 3. Or straight. Or flies. Suits are live too. Some possibilities here. 25%.
Yeah, kind of surprising he has that much, actually. I would have thought it was a little less.
Does hit
Oh.
the 3.
Oh my my gosh, what a sweat.
Oh, no. And just like that.
What a sick game.
Oh, no.
Flops the 2 pair. Only loses to a 10 specifically on the river.
Goodness, I can only imagine the emotions he must be feeling right now. Getting so excited there to be saved by the 3, only to have the hopes and dreams whisked away by the river 10.
Brutal.
Absolutely brutal. We've all been there.
Wow. And with that, guys, we are down to only 5 players remaining. And Nick, he was about our chip leader for the tournament and specifically the feature table whenever we fired up this stream about 3 hours ago.
He was the chip leader going into the final table.
Was he really of the entire table, of the entire tournament?
I think, yeah, he had 90
Wow.
big blinds, remember?
And then there you go. 2 hours later, he's out of there.
It can all crash down so quickly.
Yeah, and Bitta? Is that? I'm not sure how to say that one. Bitta says he thought Nick was going to win like an hour ago. No doubt.
I'm with you on that one. He had a commanding chip lead.
Oh, and Sean says that maybe we missed that there was a gutter out there or something.
Oh, it was a board pair.
Oh, board pair.
Board
Gotcha.
pair, yeah. Sorry, we're dumb.
We're up to 224 viewers now. People are interested to see what's going to happen here. Who's going to take down the 50K?
You know what, Nick? I'm really interested, too. I can understand why we have so many viewers. I'm on the edge of my seat right now to see how this final table progresses. We're 5-handed now.
No doubt. And just to bring up a point from earlier, Mr. Sham, who made a couple of tight folds that we saw, you know, and you can question some of these plays, and then you look up an hour later, and guess what? He's still in the tournament. He's hanging around. He's made himself another $5,000, $6,000, $7,000, and is still hanging in there with a chance to win. So sometimes preserving that stack is a huge part of tournament strategy.
You got to give him credit. He's still here.
He's still here.
He's still here, and he's laddered up. And it looks like everybody is guaranteed 5 figures now for their payout. That is a $12,400 score if you are eliminated in 5th place. We've made it to the big money, folks.
And here on the end, guys, we got another big pot. Wong is going to call. We don't know his cards, but they're probably not going to beat the ace-8 if he tank calls there. Ace-8 is good. It was a tiny little value bet, 200,000 into 1.6 million.
One big blind bet. Almost just feeling obligated to flick it in there.
Yeah.
Can't blame him.
And here we're going to get an update on our chip count as Energy has soared back to the top of the leaderboard after a stint with Andrew at the top. And then the rest of those stacks, they are all in battle mode.
Energy feeling really good about his spot right now.
Oh, yeah.
3x the 2nd place chip stack. Bunch of short stacks around him. He's got to be on cloud 9 right now.
No doubt.
Picking up the ace deuce, I expect him to get involved here. Does fold with the big stack.
Maybe he just wants a breather for a second.
You know, there's a lot going on. It's been involved all the time.
And Andrew just open limps the button here, which is a somewhat common strategy. Honestly, I'm not that intimate with how to use that strategy myself. I don't do it very often.
I don't limp the button very often, personally.
We got Brian Davis in the chat. Brian is a super legend of the DFW, WinStar, Choctaw poker arenas. Been battling at the highest stakes for a long time.
Shout out to Brian Davis. Thank you for the compliment.
No doubt. Love you, Brad guy.
Very excited to see how these short stacks maneuver.
We got 5 players left, guys. Eddie's still in there. Andrew Wong's still in there. Energy. John. Andrew.
And Energy's still riding the high from that 3-hand rush he had almost an hour and a half ago, where he just doubled his stack and took off running, and he hasn't looked back.
Sometimes that's all you need. You know, you just have a couple of big spots in a row, and then you can coast for a while.
I have to agree with Sean in the Facebook chat here. Can't open limp the button. Give the blinds too good of a price.
I personally don't do it, but I have seen very highly respected players in the professional community that do it. So.
I think it's almost a case of you have to think that you have to think that the blinds are the types of players that won't raise you very often in order to pull off a play like that, unless you're balancing it with hands that you plan to limp get in. But it seems counterintuitive to limp a hand that's good enough to get in or call a raise.
I mean, it just seems to me counterintuitive to develop a strategy where you would never want to do it with a strong hand. Especially when you have position and are so incentivized with the hands that might consider limping. Like when you're so incentivized to just steal the blinds right now, put pressure on your opponents, have the ability to c-bet post-flop, like all of these things, it just feels like the types of candidates that I would use to do it with benefit so much from aggression.
Exactly. So I think it'd be really, really difficult to balance profitably.
I'm with you there. And I've put a little bit of thought into it and have never come up with a range that feels like I would want to develop something kind of sneaky like that.
I'm in agreement.
Yeah, and as you guys have heard me mention earlier, and on every stream that I do commentary, I do think that limping as a strategy is very viable, but it's also situational.
Sham with 12 big blinds here with the ace-6 suited.
And we've got Andrew who might open this up, and Sham might shove. You can see both of those things happening here.
Can't fault 9-8 suited for opening 5-handed here.
Yeah, which is the hijack.
Wouldn't be surprised to see Sham fold here and preserve his 22 big blinds for a better spot. Unless he thinks Andrew's opening wider than he should be. Does let it go. Now John here with the ace-10 off.
No way
Oh,
John's
Andrew
folding.
did limp actually.
Oh, okay.
He actually did limp. So I actually would have shoved the ace-6 probably. Actually, maybe the limp looks stronger to him. You don't know. The guy's good at sticking around.
Yeah, he is.
Big raise here on the button. I like it.
Oh, boy. And energy has the goods.
I'll take it back. I like it when when the big blind doesn't have kings.
The big blind and the big stack. Oh,
and just
man.
rips it. He's probably going to get a quick fold here on the button.
Yeah, I think they're probably both going to fold, but John has shown a propensity to be sticky, and he's already put in 650K.
Just 3.5 big blinds, though. He's still got 13 back that he can preserve. He's got to think with this massive jam that he's probably a no good.
Don't forget that Andrew limped, though. It wasn't open 3-bet, cold 4-bet. This is just open the button and then shove from the big stack. So it's a pretty tricky spot, I'd say.
One thing is for certain.
I mean, you're going to call with the sixes. Yeah, you're not feeling good. You were going to call with the sixes earlier, right?
Button versus big blind. I mean, these are wide configurations.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have called with the sixes. I'm certainly thinking about it here, but I just don't think that he's going to be able to call off his stack here 5-handed. I just doesn't feel good.
He also knows Energy is a pretty active player.
He does have the big stack. All these thoughts probably flying through John's head right now as he tries to figure out what to do. If he calls and is wrong, he does
in
call.
there. Oh boy, here we go, guys, and this is a
Massive
huge pot for this tournament. 7 million chips in the middle. Is Energy going to have an overwhelming lead or be crippled?
That's one. He hits a 10. He's going to need some more help.
Oh my gosh!
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
No ace, but he makes top full. And then hits him with the
needle.
Oh.
3,250,000.
Wow. And just like that, there's another contender for first place.
He is in first. John, he has taken over the chip lead here.
Wow. Now let me tell you right now, if I was in Energy spot right now, I would be crushed, heartbroken, because I know that if I hold in that pot, I pretty much win the tournament. He's going to have like a 4-1 chip lead over the next highest chip stack if he wins that.
Yeah.
But now he's almost neck and neck with another player for the chip lead.
For sure. And even though that's devastating, now you have to shift gears, immediately get your head back on straight because there are cards coming your way, and you are still right neck and neck for the chip lead of the biggest tournament of your life, I would have to guess, in terms of the money at stake right here with these last few spots.
You can't afford to tilt at all. You have to just stay focused and get the job done still.
Wow.
Still has a healthy chip stack. Still has a very good chance to win this tournament if he can stay level-headed and keep making good decisions like he has been tonight. But no one likes to have kings cracked on the final table.
All right, Eddie's got the king-queen on the button. It's going to be entering this pot here.
The 13 is going to be all in.
Oh, yeah, he's
pretty
ripping
good.
it.
This is a pretty good all-in spot. If you can somehow, I mean, we saw earlier in the stream, we saw Andrew fold ace-5 offsuit in the big blind. If you can get ace-5 offsuit to fold in the big blind, this is a very profitable shove with 13 bigs here on the button.
Looks like after this blind level, here in about 10 minutes, they're going to be taking a 5-minute break. Still be here with you guys for that. And then when they're back, the blinds will be up again to 300,000, I'm guessing.
Wow, energy giving a frustrated clap as he walks away from the table there. 5 left.
Oh, looks like they're taking a 5-minute break as we speak.
The clock is still counting down. I'm sure they will fix that retroactively.
Wow, John, this has been... This is so much crazier than doing the cash games, because every hand, there's literally someone all in for their tournament life, and you're watching people win thousands and thousands of dollars, working down to where we are going to see someone today take home $51,000 for 2 days worth of poker playing.
Just 2 days of work.
2 days of work. That's pretty good hourly right there.
Yeah, you could say that. Look at these payouts. $30,000 for second place. We got some big money as we slowly approach the
Mike
heads up
Slezak.
handed play.
Just got some subscribers coming in, John, as well as some likes. 223 viewers. So we have been keeping our viewership very healthy today.
Really appreciate you guys spending your evening with us, watching this final table. Means a lot. And we hope you're enjoying the content. 5-handed here coming back after this 5-minute break. Blinds going up pretty fast.
And I actually wanted to make a quick comment because just a few seconds ago, I saw whoever it is using my name for a YouTube account here say that playing GTO is the best way to beat live poker. And I just want to say that I think this troll has gone far enough. Okay, you want to impersonate me and steal my identity? Fine. I can take a joke. Okay, but you want to start pretending that I would say that playing strictly GTO is the best way to beat live poker? That's crossing the line.
You've gone too far, troll.
Exactly.
You made the man angry.
I don't want that on my reputation. Okay, so just so everyone knows, I did not actually say that.
We need to get Chris Linza in here. Make sure you straighten this out. Oh, man.
And that's not to say that I think GTO poker has no place. I definitely think that it is a incredible study tool to help you learn how to build / organize a range, to categorize those hands and know which ones are best to use for different lines that you want to take. I think that just using those tools can help you become an all-around better player. Helps you to conceptualize poker as a game more. But at the end of the day, I am never relying solely on what the computer says to decide what I am going to do.
I mean, it's a very, very simple equation here, right? The solver is programmed to do things assuming that your opponents are doing things. But we all know that our opponents are not playing GTO. And it's almost impossible to play strictly GTO. The people that you'll normally play against in a 1-2 and 2-5 game are not playing anywhere close to GTO. Therefore, to respond to their actions in a GTO format would be a huge blunder because you're actually miscategorizing what their strategy is, therefore responding to it inaccurately.
For sure. And I also will hear people respond to that argument by saying, oh, well, you could still use a GTO solution. You just need to node lock it for what your opponent is doing, which would mean to basically manually input into the computer solution for the poker hand what you think your opponent is doing, and then it'll give you a revised solution to play against that range. But to that, I would say that can only calculate for things the opponent has already done up to this point in the hand. So you could assign them a different opening range or a different c-betting range. But when you're trying to predict forward what you want to do, like right now, if we're on the flop, our decision is not only impacted by what's happening right now on the flop, but it could also be dramatically impacted by decisions we expect this opponent to make on future streets, right? And you can't categorize in the solver what you want your opponent to do mistake-wise. The computer's always going to solve correctly going forward from that point in the hand, right? And I can't just like make a pre-flop decision under the estimation that my opponent is going to, let's say, call down way too light if I make a top pair hand, or bluff way too little, right? So like I can play a lot more speculative hands if I'm not worried about getting blasted off of them later in the pot. And if I know for sure that my opponent is playing extremely straightforward, it just opens up all sorts of lines that you might not have had otherwise.
I agree with you. The way that I use solvers is I think it's really useful in helping to determine what combos want to take different lines in general. And then when you get into a spot against somebody where maybe you don't know their game, or you don't know what their bluffing frequencies will be like, and you need to find hands to call down with because you suspect they might be bluffing close to optimally, then the solver will tell you what hands and what properties of those hands you then want to decide to call down with.
Yeah, exactly.
And it makes it a lot easier in that regard. But in terms of like solver says to bet this size here because their range looks like this, I'm like, well, their range doesn't look like that.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to choose that size.
For sure.
Because their range looks like this instead.
And I think another point too is that the solvers that we have right now can really only comfortably solve heads-up situations.
For sure.
And the situations that you're encountering, even if the spot that you're putting in is heads up, like let's say you open low jack and get defended behind you, and now you want to solve for the rest of the hand, it's still really hard to calculate for all the other players who didn't enter the pot that time, but did impact your decision to open in the first place. All of their stack sizes too, especially where the looser and tighter players are sitting relative to you and relative to the defender, right? And all of these subtleties can influence the ranges. And those very subtle differences in ranges are really what poker is all about, right? When those ranges breathe in or out a little bit, that is like the change in the strategy. Because let's say a hand that's really comfortable as a raise regardless, let's say like a ace king suited or something, and you know like, okay, I want to raise this hand regardless of who the other players are or what their stack sizes are. It's just always a pure raise. Well, that hand's not really influenced by it, but there's a lot of fringe hands which are going to be the ones that have the most impact on your win rate, right? And those fringe hands are dramatically impacted by, well, there's this one guy behind me in the cutoff that's super loose. He's got a really big stack, and every time he gets a big stack and he's drinking, he starts playing really crazy, right? And that one guy could greatly influence the strategy that you want to play from all of the previous positions, right? And maybe he folds in this spot and you get defended by another player. So now I'm trying to plug that into a solver, but my entire decision to enter the hand in the first place was influenced by things that aren't even included in the computer solution. You know what I mean?
Someone needs to make a live poker solver. You can just click a box, drunk.
Nice. It just opens everything up. I like that a lot.
It's
I like
genius.
that a lot.
And it looks like we're about to be coming back here to level 26. Blinds dramatically increasing very aggressively here. Everyone's stacks just getting cut.
Yeah, I thought they might go to 300, which would be another 50% increase, but they actually went from 2 to 250. So we got about 25% increase in the big blind here.
I think that's a good idea. 2 to 3 is ridiculous.
Yeah, and right there in the blue shirt, you see that is Danielle, who is the birthday girl today. She is one of the top dogs here at Poker House of Dallas in terms of running the room. Does a great job and always brings good energy. And I'm sure she's especially stoked today to be celebrating her birthday with this awesome turnout for this tournament.
If we could just take a moment in the chat to all join in wishing her a happy birthday, I'm sure she'd appreciate that.
Yeah, no doubt. Happy birthday, Danielle.
She have money pinned to her
Got
shirt.
money pinned to the shirt. Okay. That's fun. I love that. Puts off a little party vibes. Birthday party vibes. Pin some money to the birthday girl.
Gotta love it.
Still got over 200 of you guys hanging with us through this break. Appreciate that. Putting up with all of our chatter. Looks like they are about to get started again here with 5 players remaining. The clock is starting and the cards are going to be in the air. There's $12,000 guaranteed to each one of these players. $16,000 for 4th place, $21,000 for 3rd place, $30K for 2nd place, and then $51,000 for the 1st place finisher.
And let's shuffle up and deal. Here we go. Isn't it crazy to think that if you get that $12,000 score right now, it's almost just like a consolation prize?
Yeah, and you go home disappointed.
You would go home disappointed.
Even though it may be the best day of your poker career.
Just bringing it back to that Venetian event I final tabled, when you walked me back to the hotel that night, I was very upset.
Yeah, even though it was the best
like-
run you'd had.
Yeah, it was still very upset.
Exactly.
We got a big hand here developing against the newly chip lead John with ace queen offsuit. Gonna run into the ace king suited of Eddie here, the fan favorite. And it looks like
What?
Eddie only has 12 big. Wait, did we have a card error?
We must have had a card
We
error
must have had a
there.
card error. Okay.
That would
What a
be
tease.
a pretty tight fold there from Eddie. I think that must have been a card error.
With 11 big blinds. Just had the laser read. Must have been a card error there.
A lot of happy birthdays for Danielle in the chat. Appreciate that, guys. I'm sure she does too. We've been going for over 3 hours now. We're rolling.
So, Brad, apparently someone in the, I think it was Action Ashley in here saying that Andrew does not chop. So if Andrew's in the tournament, I assume they will not be chopping. Andrew with the 10s off of, what is that? He's in the small blind?
He's in the button here.
On the button. 11 bigs. I assume this is going to be all in. He'll likely pick up the blinds unless John wakes up with a hand to call him with.
So Andrew raises to about a little more than a third of his stack. Definitely going to call it off. Oh, and John's got the 2 8s. We might see this go in here. All in, call, I'm assuming. Just going to stop and think about it for a minute.
10s versus 8s. What a cooler. That is a cooler for 11 big blinds. Button versus big blind. Wonder what he's thinking about. Oh, there it is. He's going to see how great a shape he's in here.
Yeah. This is a huge spot right here.
Can't blame either player for what happened here.
So Andrew's the one at risk. It's a good flop for him.
Just needs to dodge an 8. And he does.
Nice, he does, and Andrew is going to get the double. Full double.
I bet he's feeling so great right now.
Oh yeah, up to 6 million, and he's thinking, okay, this is my first step right here to, like, this is go time. You know, you get down to these final few players and you need a few things in a row to click for you, and boom, you're 50K richer.
Very, very exciting stuff for Andrew. It would be hard for me to hold back my excitement in this moment.
You know, when I've been seeing Andrew play recently, you know what he's playing? He's playing mixed Dramaha, where all of the games are Dramaha games, and you're trying to make different hands to your actual 5-card holding. And to me, that says that he just has really good dexterity around the poker table. And to me, that's the kind of guy that you expect to see do well in tournaments, in cash games, and a variety of mixed games. He's just kind of got that feel for what to do in different situations.
He's well versed in how to operate around a poker table.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
That's someone that you should be scared to play against, because they're going to make above the rim plays.
Exactly. It's a great way to put it. I love that. And you see him doing a lot of tricky stuff, right? He's navigating here. He's not concerned with what the solver says.
He's going off of what he thinks is the best thing to do.
Exactly.
Based off the players he's playing against, the things he's seen. And there's something to be said for that.
Yeah, for sure. As he limps here again in the cutoff with the ace-deuce suited, and Sham folds his button with the 10-8 suited. So another sort of tight fold. Could have potentially been an over-limping opportunity there. I didn't see exactly how many blinds he has, but folds the 10-8 suited on the button. John's just going to complete in the small blind. I think their stack sizes are a little bit awkward for him to try and raise. And then that gives Eddie a freebie. He flops top pair. So he makes the best hand.
Sixes for John here. Got to feel good about the sixes here with the open ender as well, and picks up the flush draw. He's the only one with a club. This might just get checked through on the turn again, because no one really has an incentive to put a bet in. Now Eddie definitely has the incentive to put a bet in here. I think I see a small bet here, maybe to 300,000. Trying to target another pair.
5 bets, 450.
Goes a little bit bigger than that. Andrew's going to be out of there. Let's see if John thinks about making a hero call.
I think I could see John making a call here. You could even argue he has a pretty good candidate to go for a raise. I just don't know if he would play any other value hand this way.
And Andrew's counting out chips. Is he thinking about making a hero call here?
With the ace high.
It's less than 2 blinds, slightly less than 2 big blinds.
With a player behind, this is a tough call to make.
Yeah, but you're only getting 3 to 1. There's only 6 blinds out there, so. Oh my, and Andrew.
Raise. I was thinking that John was going to be putting in the bluff. Here we are. Andrew feeling that Eddie would never check the turn with a flush. Thinking he can take it away here.
But that would also mean that Andrew would have had to check the turn back with a flush for this to be believable.
I bet he's counting, and he does get called. Almost impossible for Eddie to fold trips there given that action.
Yeah, absolutely.
I bet Andrew was just hoping that Eddie wouldn't realize that he can't really have any flushes either. Eddie sniffs it out properly, does make the correct call. Massive spot for Eddie here.
Yeah, it's really interesting spot for Andrew if he thinks that he has the best hand a lot, because you still got another player left to act behind you. So you can't just hero call and cap the action. But you might think, well, I think I have better hand than Eddie, so I can raise and fold out.
Exactly.
Is it Chris? John, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
John behind him. He can fold him out, and then Eddie will hopefully fold as well.
Because if he does raise there, say it was him who had the sixes, right? And he wants to bluff here. putting in that raise makes John fold a lot of hands, even if he has. I mean, what would you do with a 7 there? I don't know if you check a 7 on the river, but what do you do if you have a 7 there and you face a bet and a raise in front of you? Like, now you're sitting there and you feel disgusting with your 7.
For sure. Be a tough spot.
We have Hayden here joining us in the chat. Said that him and Kim were at the state fair, but now they're sweating the action now.
Actually, it looks like this is Kim on Hayden's phone.
Oh,
And
what's up,
Kim, we gave you a little shout out earlier, actually, knowing that you're good buddies with Eddie here making this deep run. And John was telling me he got to chat with you a little bit the other day. Said it was an awesome time and hoping to see you on the stream.
Can maybe even get in the booth for some commentary in the future.
Oh, yeah, that would be fun. That would be a lot of fun as we are down to 5 players here, guys, and $12,000 locked up for each one of them. And there's your stack sizes as those blinds climbing up has now whittled away even the biggest stacks to around 20 big blinds.
Look at them. They're all even.
They're all right there in the mix.
It's anybody's tournament still. We're going to see some very interesting gameplay moving forward. I really love these types of final tables, don't you?
Yeah, and Sham, who has waited and waited and waited, now feels like this is his opportunity as he only has about 8 blinds here. The blinds were getting up on him, and it's going to work.
Look at that. How much he just increased his stack by just taking it down.
No doubt. Over 30% increase.
Chris Linzo making an appearance in the YouTube chat, echoing our sentiments. Good to have you, Chris.
Fake Chris.
Oh, fake Chris. Looks like a bunch of nothing hands this time.
Energy's on the button here with the offsuit queen.
Does decide to just pass on it.
Yeah.
Jimmy Ryan liking the stream.
Appreciate it, Jimmy. I would expect to see a limp here in the small blind and a check here in the big blind. We
have
do.
2 pretty looking hands here going off to the flop. Who's going to hit it more? Looks like the trip. Sham flops, trip 4s here. Nothing for Andrew.
Pays off again, huh?
Maybe he checks it back. Snap checks it back. Wonder if this gives Andrew the green light to take a stab. Unfortunately, the 3rd spade comes in on the turn, so Sham is going to have to tread a little bit carefully.
9 bets, over 7 bets.
Andrew does fall for it, takes the stab.
9 goes all in.
Goes
He does
all
not
in.
tread carefully.
He does not tread carefully. I mean, I guess it's pretty hard to tread carefully with less than 10 big blinds. You know, you're not going to fold ever.
He rips it in.
Does get a little bit extra out of a hand that would have definitely folded to a C-bet. Well played.
Yeah, and at that point, when you're sitting on, what, 8 big blinds after you've posted? 8 or 9 blinds? And then you can just get that 1 or 2 extra big blinds out of him. I mean, that goes
That's huge.
a long ways.
That is absolutely huge.
Actions on C5. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold. 9 fold.
All right, and John, who is the only one who had a playable hand, justice is served as he takes down the blinds.
Gets a nice walk. You know, even getting a walk in the big blind, even if you don't have, I mean, even if you have a good hand, just feels nice. Just, all right, we'll move on.
No doubt.
I'm out of danger. Especially in tournaments, I don't even look at my hand until it's my turn to act. So in a spot like that, I would not even know what I got dealt, because I wouldn't even look at it.
That's always been my strategy too, but in recent months I've been thinking about whether it's better to go ahead and take a peek, and even though you have that downside of maybe getting a little distracted or disinterested when you don't have a good hand, if you can fight that back, it actually allows you to start game planning a lot more whenever you do have a playable hand. And
I've heard that argument as well. My response to that is that I just like to imagine what my range looks like given the action in front of me, and then if I happen to look down at a hand that falls within that pre-assigned range, then I'm happy to enter into the pot. And we see Brian here interacting with the fake Chris and Nick.
is this the fake Brian?
That would be the most elaborate troll of all time.
Actually, I wouldn't doubt it. I'm not sure if Brian is tuning in to watch tourney action with us or not.
How would they even know his name?
I mean,
had his name. How would they know if it was a fake guy? They wouldn't know his name.
that would be legendary.
That would be absolutely legendary.
It is.
Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure. All right, let's get back to this action. So we have another pot brewing.
Flops the straight from Eddie here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, what
Andrew
a flop.
doesn't have much, but Eddie checks the flop.
Andrew does like to take stabs when he senses weakness. I doubt Eddie will be checking again, though.
Yeah, so it's going to probably be a bet and a fold.
450. 7 fold.
He's out of there, and Eddie keeps chipping up, man. He has,
Look at him, 5.3 million now.
yeah, he's been on a run at the right time.
I'm very impressed with Eddie's play so far at this final table. He's just getting involved when it's the right time to get involved. He's not pushing anything, and he's staying alive and chipping up. And look at that, he's tied for first place for the chip counts right now.
Let's go. And we got two guys that are about half the stack of the other three. So it's going to be interesting to see how their dynamic works with each other. Both of them hoping the other guy is the first one eliminated, and that they can continue to ladder up here. Whoever's doing these fake accounts needs to make one for Jack Peterson as well. We can get the whole group in.
You heard that, sir. Whoever you are, get on it.
And we'll see you next Sunday. All right, we've got
The nines here, 20 big blinds.
Andrew limped in again here.
I would be ripping it here, I think, with the nines for 20 big blinds on the button, but that limp does put a little bit of concern in my mind.
I mean, how much is it? 16, about 17 blinds? I don't know, dude. That's a little dangerous when you still got 3 players left behind you, and one of them's already put money in the pot. It's definitely a tricky spot. I don't mind just the regular open here.
Just feels like raising to this size and finding a way to fold the hand seems like it's probably pretty bad in my mind. Because I feel like you just open yourself up to making more mistakes post-flop when it's a hand that can pretty comfortably, it's strong enough to get in equity-wise. Still, tough spot.
Okay, so Andrew limps and then decides to defend, and it's pretty dicey because he's only got a 1 SPR, 1 pot-sized bet left here on the flop. It's check, and it kind of opened an opportunity for him to try and steal this thing, but he's just going to try and go to showdown and beat ace-queens, ace-jacks.
You can't blame him. They
No,
both have
I don't blame
pairs.
him. Yeah, and no good. John's going to feel pretty good about getting to showdown there and scooping that one in. And Andrew's going to be left with only 9 blinds.
Kim Stone here giving Eddie a shout out, saying he's very proud of him. He's worked hard on his game, and that's shining through here tonight.
No doubt. This can be a career-changing moment in a poker life. You bank 50K off of a $500 buy-in.
Stress and emotions running high right now, I assume.
Whoever this is knows us pretty well. It's pretty good. It would be epic if it was just Brian himself running all the accounts.
I think it's a pretty likely scenario.
I'm trying to figure out how they are doing them all at the same time. Are they logging out and logging back in, or you got multiple devices going?
Different devices, probably.
Or multiple people. This could be like a
An elaborate
2 or 3 man organization running this troll.
I like it. It's a pretty innocent troll. I mean, I'm not the one being impersonated, though.
So energy right here puts Andrew to the test by shoving in the small blind. Andrew has to let it go, and that's pretty painful. You've only got 8 blinds. You post. Now you're only going to have 6 if you fold. And then it folds around to the small blind, and you're going, please give me a walk. Please give me a walk. And then all in. Ugh. And then a quarter of your stack is gone just from posting the blind.
Not a fun spot to be in.
Yeah. Thanks for the love on the commentary, Kim.
I think we'll see some eliminations pretty soon, given the fact that blinds are going to go up pretty soon. And our stacks are already short. King 10 suited for Eddie here. 20 big blinds. This should be an open.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta love looking down to King 10 suited, man. What a beauty hand. It's a beauty.
He does raise. And let's see what kind of sizing he chooses here. Just slightly over min raise. Makes
I like
sense.
it, the 2.2x sizing.
Yeah, and I think it's going to work. I don't see Sham defending.
Not with 10 big blinds. It's just unfortunate that you're going to have to give up your big blind.
Yeah, and the way that we've seen him kind of navigate down to the end here.
He's smart enough to know that. He's been playing very well. Does let it go. We got Ben Miney joining us in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Fellow commentator.
Mr. Ben. A lot of local legends. I know I use that word a lot, but that's how I see these guys. Local legends in the poker community when you are the voice of a booming live stream. Also helps run the mix games. And would love to have you come play in our mix game sometime, Ben. We're playing here on Tuesdays, and they play over on the other side of town there at TCH on Wednesdays. Mix Madness Tuesdays here at Poker House. That's 1 p.m. start time. We got a 15:30 game. We're running 2 tables really consistently the last few weeks and have almost pushed it to 3 tables. So pretty healthy player pool, and it's growing. We're playing stud games, draw games. Would love to have you guys in the mix with us.
If you guys just want to come down and learn the games, if we get enough of an interest, we could start a smaller stakes table.
Yeah, I would love to run a 4-8 table and teach people how to play the games. I think that would be a blast.
Tons of fun. A little bit of a break from Hold'em. Gets a little dry sometimes. It's nice to... I've been playing there every Tuesday for 12 to 13 hours straight on these mixed games, and I don't feel bored at all.
No, it's a blast. I mean, the game's changing all the time, and there's so much more to do. You know, you're like paying attention to other people's...
It's very engaging.
Yeah, their boards, especially in the stud games. There's just a lot more information to take in, and it makes it feel like a more engaging game.
Time just flies. Looking forward to it this Tuesday. Got a star-studded chat tonight.
Yeah, we do. We sure do.
Thank you all for joining for Poker House Live's biggest live stream yet. We're sweating these final 5 contestants, all locked up a minimum of a $12,000 score.
Cam, I bet if you come one time, you're going to want to keep coming. And bring Hayden with you.
Oh, you guys will have a blast.
Oh, yeah. I think my favorite part of it is that it's there's less pressure on the game because it's your whole stack isn't at risk at any point. So it's way more social. Like everyone's chit-chatting and having a good time.
For sure. I love that aspect of it. You don't feel like, you know, sometimes you sit down at a Hold'em table and everyone is just so, like, locked in and they don't want to chat. They just want to focus. But mixed games are just fun. Like, everyone's there to have a good time. Makes it for a lot of a social opportunity, lots of chatting.
So Andrew is still finding some limps here, even though he's only got 9 blinds. He's going to open limp the cutoff with the 7-6 suited.
He's gonna be stuck on that view for 10 more minutes.
We've got John, who just completes from the small blind, and now Eddie in the big blind. Looks like he checked in the big blind, which obviously makes sense, and then the board is out, but unfortunately our graphics haven't quite updated. It does check around, and there we go. So Eddie actually flopped top pair here and has a lockdown on this hand, 88% with 2 others in there with him. So John's drawing to a 3, and Andrew's drawing to some backdoor outs.
Does hit a pair.
Yes,
does
he
give him
does.
some more outs here.
Eddie allowed him to kind of draw there instead of taking just a cheap stab on this flop. Andrew would have been out of there.
This is a gross spot, though, because of Andrew's stack size. He doesn't want to risk that many chips. 550,000. It's almost a third of his stack. He's going to get away from it. I think that's the best move. Just been informed that the camera, there was a small malfunction, so we're going to be stuck on this view for about 10 more minutes, and then we'll get back to the correct views that shift as the hand is played. You guys will just bear with us for that. Appreciate you guys sticking in there with us tonight.
Yeah, and Eddie has kind of cleared a little bit of headspace between him and that second place. We've seen him kind of bump into like being tied for the chip lead there, and this is the first time I think I've seen him kind of push up and above those other guys. So still a small chip lead, only 3 big blinds, but any chip lead is significant at this phase.
He's really, really navigated well throughout this final table.
This is a big computer that looks like a poker table. It just got unplugged. Sorry, my apologies. Action's on seat 7.
Looks like we had a little bit of technical difficulties. But we're back at it.
7 goes all in.
Yeah, and we see Andrew ripping 8 big blinds with the 5s here. I think this is a pretty standard play, 5-handed.
I mean, I don't know if it's standard for him, though, after we've seen him limping so much.
I think there's a certain chip stack you get to that you're just like, I don't think this limp is going to work very well anymore.
I mean, he literally just limped on the previous hand with 7-8 suited.
I did.
I think it's still in the mix for him, but I agree with you with a pair here. It feels like kind of standard. You got to just go for it. 8 blinds, try and steal the money that's out there. If you do get called, I mean, he could get called by energy right here, and you're in great shape.
Yeah. If I had noticed that he had limped that 7-6 suited off of 12 or so bigs, I mean 10 or so bigs, I probably would have said more about that last hand. Didn't quite click in my head at the time.
I think only 9.
Yeah, I like the jam here. I think the jam is the right play.
And energy does get away from it. So he doesn't have to get it in with only 25%, and Andrew's probably very happy just to take down the dead money.
Oh, yeah, Andrew wanted folds there for sure. He didn't know their hands, but he wanted folds.
Mm-hmm. And him and Sham are about half the stack of these other 3 guys, continuing to fight. It's been a little while since we've had an elimination.
Looks like blinds are about to go up in a minute. Is that 3 minutes on that clock right there? We got about 3 minutes for the blinds to go up, and then we'll be even shorter.
Holds the Eddie here on the button. Is he going to make a play with the King 7? No, just lets it go.
Opts not to. Can't blame him.
Nah, nothing wrong with that. It's a little bit tight, but... And then Energy going to take advantage of Andrew's short stack here. Just shoves the ace in the small blind. A weak ace, but good enough to get it done.
Blind versus blind, you know. 8 bigs, gotta love it.
Andrew's out of there. Alice saying, look at Eddie go from 9th to 1st. I didn't realize that he had been in 9th place at
I
one
hadn't
point.
realized that either. That's even more impressive.
Nice job, Eddie. And Kimmy's getting pretty emotional here. She's already mentioned that she's almost crying, and now sends us a crying emoji. Little Eddie's all grown up.
I'm sure Eddie's going to love watching back this stream with all the support. Looks like Eddie stepped away from the table there and missed his hand. Maybe he's getting emotional as well.
Maybe he needs a second to calm down. Says I would rather sacrifice one hand rather than do something silly.
Does return. Calm those nerves. Maybe he doesn't even have them. Look at him. Just looks like a stone cold killer navigating his way through these poker hands.
Okay, so Andrew limps in the small blind. Not really surprised to see that, especially with Sham being in the big blind, who I would expect to do a lot of checking back and not too much tricky raising. And Andrew outflops him. And I would be surprised to see Sham make a play at this, but when it... Ooh, now he might do something.
I think this board texture actually... Oh, Sham calls. It looks. Oh, no, Sham shoves. Okay. Yeah, I think this board actually does hit Sham harder than it hits Andrew, because I think that Andrew's going to be shoving any ace-x with just 8 blinds in the small blind. So Sham has way more ace-x that he checks back here.
No doubt.
Big blind.
100% with you there, although I think it's also pretty likely, maybe not Sham specifically, but a lot of big blind players would be shoving almost any ace after Andrew tries to limp on only 7 blinds. But I'm with you there that it does seem like the board favors him a little bit. And
can he make this call?
Yeah, this is interesting. This is a check and shove. Oh.
Yeah. Does have the best hand with a 75% favorite. Does know probably that Sham has some ace-x in range. Can he call off his tournament life here with just a pair of kings? Does make the call.
Wow. Good call, Andrew.
For his tournament life.
Probably just didn't think Sham was going to check back a better hand than this on the flop.
Here? And he does hold.
Nice. And Andrew was the fist pump.
Wow. Ben Miney here asking the important questions. Is Sham's last name Wow? We'll be sure to ask him later, but probably not right now. Not the right time to ask him.
Wow for that result, though, as he takes home $12,000, makes an aggressive play there at the end as he turns the combo draw. He's got a gut shot and a flush draw to go with it. Andrew had checked it twice. Pretty tricky of Andrew to still have a hand as strong as a king in his range after limp, check, check. You know,
you got to give it to him.
Got to give it to him. I think that's a...
And I think that it was just real class to be able to find the call after that, too.
Oh, yeah.
Just like that, he's back in it.
Yeah, I feel like Andrew really played that one like a legend.
Like a boss.
Like a local legend.
Like a local legend.
Yeah, and great game, Sham. GG's all around. You guys hit him in the chat with the GG's. You know he's going to be going back to watch this. Show him some love as he has navigated his way down on this final table, made some really big folds, a couple of big shoves at the right times. And then here in this spot, I think it was a really good spot to go for it after you turn that huge draw and Andrew has limped and then showed so much weakness. Just unfortunate that Andrew happened to have checked a hand strong enough to call it off there. Great play, Andrew.
Seeing a lot of love in the chat for Sham. GG's Sham. It was a lot of fun watching you navigate the final table.
Yeah.
I hope that $12,000 prize is a little bit of a consolation.
I hope so, too, because I'm sure he's feeling pretty disappointed right now.
I'm sure he is, too. Kim co-signing the play.
And Alice co-signing the play.
4 people left. Guaranteed, I think, if I remember correctly, $16,000 locked up here. And everyone kind of in the same boat here.
Yeah, there's no way to predict it. There's no overwhelming chip leader at this point. All 4 of these guys are in the mix.
Eddie holding strong for now. Well, not even holding strong. He's tied. 20 big blinds here. The money can go in at any moment. And now we're approaching my favorite part of the stream, which is three-handed play.
Yeah, and just to give Andrew a little bit more love there, I just want to say I think that most players would not even have a hand that they could call with. I think that a lot of players, that semi-bluff right there by Sham is going to work 100% of the time.
That's exactly what I would have done too.
Yeah, because, I
He
mean,
checks twice. I mean,
exactly. And you mentioned pre-flop, he's so short that you would expect him to be shoving almost any ace-x hand and
Exactly.
shoving a lot of king-x hands as well.
I'm actually surprised he didn't shove the hand that he had.
Yeah, exactly. And then chose to check twice after flopping a king. So if he really can't have an ace, or very unlikely to have an ace, and then is going to be shoving a lot of those kings / betting them on the flop / betting them on the turn, it's like hard to even find a hand that you're going to take that line with and still be able to call. So the fact that Andrew was still balanced that deep into the hand is a pretty big testament to him right there.
Yeah, definitely got to give him props for that play.
5 calls, 6 goes all in.
We've been maintaining over 200 viewers here to see this final table. 4 players left, and action is abundant as Energy,
Does decide to shove over Eddie's limp in the small blind.
yeah, a pretty big shove there. We had a 300K blind, so that's about 20 blinds over a limp. I mean, it definitely puts Eddie in a tough spot there. Puts him in the grinder. That's one thing I like to say. Kind of puts him in the grinder there as he is trying to decide, does he have any hands that can limp and then call a 20 big blind shove? And Energy is kind of testing that portion of Eddie's game. Is he sound there? Hard to know. Sample size of 1. It's very hard to get balance in those limping spots. You're so incentivized to do it with your amazing price. Just talking about small blind limping into the big blind with the big blind ante out there. You're so incentivized. You're getting 5 to 1 on a limp. So it's like hard to make an excuse for not developing a limping range. But then it becomes so hard to balance it because it's so chock full of weak combos of offsuit hands that really, really, really want to see the flop for a half a big blind. So like, how often are you willing to limp primos or even just, you know, middling upper parts of your range? How often are you willing to limp those to balance that range? It's really tough. So when you see that limp in the small blind, I'm not surprised to see Energy really pouncing on that. So we got another pot here. Looks like it was maybe John just limping in and then taking it down post flop. And we got Nico in the chat. I'm suspicious that Nico could be one of the culprits in the fake YouTube account narrative.
I can confirm that it is not Nico involved.
Or others in that circle,
I cannot confirm others, but
not Nico specifically.
they were. I did talk to them about it. They were very, very adamant, and I think that after looking at the YouTube channels and the content on there, there's no shot.
Wasn't them.
Yeah.
When are we gonna get Nico into one of these games up here?
Currently, he's having a side bet with somebody for no poker playing at all in the month of October. So once that is over, he said he's going to come play the mixed games with us here.
Oh, nice.
Starting in November.
Nice.
He's going to come and, you know, I'm sure he'll get on one of the live streams too.
For sure. All right, so Energy takes another one down here. Easy, just opens the button, fold, fold. And those are super valuable, guys. When you got 4 players left, there's only about 70 big blinds spread across the entire table. So every time you win, even the blinds, you're winning a very measurable percentage of all the chips that are in play.
Looks like we have some people coming in here to troll me now. Calling me a Mizreg.
I'm not familiar with that term.
Oh, a Mizreg is basically just like a guy who's a miserable reg.
Oh.
You know, doesn't enjoy the game, just comes in, and they're usually bad. He's a Mizreg. That's my buddy Hamilton. All right. Sweating this 4-handed play here. I hope they're not discussing a chop.
So another blind versus blind battle. This was a limp and a check.
Nothing of anything for anybody here. A lot of possibilities of a chop unless someone decides to take a stab at it.
Yeah, and I think it's an interesting note too here, John, that they actually removed the smaller chips. So instead of playing 150, 300, we're playing 200, 300, which while you were stepped out for a second, I was just talking about how incentivized you are in these tournaments to develop a limping range from the small blind. And even though that can be really challenging strategically to flesh it out with strong enough hands to defend with, it's like, it's just worth it because you're getting like 6-1 or 5-1. And in this case, even better than that because you're only having to call 100,000 when the big blind is 300.
Yeah.
So you're actually getting, what would that be, 8-1 in this situation. So
I do think that having a small blind limping strategy and a balanced one at that is a very profitable thing to do. It's probably the most critical spot that you can develop a balanced limping strategy because those blind versus blind spots come up so much in tournaments that you need to be able to have hands that you can limp call a jam or, you know, like aces or kings, like your strongest hands. You need to have some hands like that.
for sure. But it's just challenging because there's so many combos that want to do the limp and they're weak and they're offsuit. And so they add up really quickly. There's 12 of each hand. Let's say like king 8 offsuit, king 9 offsuit, king 7 offsuit. You know, as you like keep adding these up, that's 12 combos, 12 combos, 12 combos, right? And then you're thinking about, okay, how am I really going to balance this? Because I can only think of a handful of strong combos that are going to be able to limp, and I don't want to do that every time with them. So it's just a challenging strategy to flesh out, but I'm with you 100% that it's a great spot to do it.
Definitely hard to actually have enough combos to be properly balanced, but even just trying to approach a balanced strategy will be very profitable for you.
For sure. And I think anytime you're getting 8-1 and you know that the big blind's going to check back a lot, even if you only limped with like an unbalanced strategy, I think it would still be really profitable because almost nobody is going to recognize that and then choose to raise every single hand,
Especially
in the
when
big blind.
especially in these levels where the small blind is so close to the big blind.
Yeah,
I completely
exactly.
agree. It only costs you 1/3 of a big blind, and maybe see a flop.
Yeah, and a strategy doesn't have to be balanced to be profitable.
Yeah, agreed.
Although I would want to.
There is
be
no
capable
better.
of having
There's
good
no
hands.
better feeling than trapping the small blind and just getting jammed on. No better feeling.
No doubt.
I was actually trapped recently. Well, when I was when I was in Vegas, I had a very old, like OMC old man type limp the small blind and snap my jam off with aces.
Got him.
Didn't feel good.
It doesn't feel good to be on the other side of it.
Then he needled me. He said, "I've been around the block a long time, kiddo."
Okay, so here we've got Eddie opening the button, and Andrew's got him dominated, although those equities run really close together because there's so many chops between these two hands. It looked like actually Energy had a playable hand there. I saw it and then forgot it, but he did end up letting it go, and Andrew decided to defend. So we got 1.8 million out there, guys, and that's just a little bit less than Andrew's stack. He's only got about a 1.3 pot bet.
Both players whiff, but whoever breathes on it first will probably end up taking this down.
Yeah, and you have to think that's likely to be Eddie with the ace of hearts and the aggression. I wouldn't be surprised to see him continue betting. Oh, he
Does
checks,
check it
takes a
back.
free one.
Is board pairing 6. Probably going to be a chop here if nobody decides to bet. They do both have ace high, so there's arguments that they might just feel that they have no reason to start bluffing now. Yeah, I think that's what's going through both their heads right now, as it is a chop,
Just get to showdown and
because ace high can be good plenty here.
sure.
I think that's.
I mean, what are you really
what
betting
they're
them off of?
You're never getting anything. I mean, ace high might call you here. Like, you're not getting anything to fold at this point. He's going to check it back.
Yeah,
Ace
he's
high,
happy to
chop
go
it
to
up.
showdown.
Yeah.
Chop it up. And Kimmy reminding me that Energy did have pocket threes there in the small blind. Thank you for that reminder, because I totally blanked on it after I saw it.
I bet he wish he didn't fold.
Oh, yeah, look at that. Oh, man, would have flopped a set and turned a boat. Not much money went in there, but like we said, at this point in the tournament, you're stoked just to win like a 5 or 6 big blind pot.
5 or 6 big blind pot is massive.
Kimmy's saying she thinks it's a mandatory bet, and I think that it gets a little tricky because when you're playing cash games, you're kind of used to checking back a lot of boards like this, and although it could still be up for consideration as a good c-bet spot having that ace of hearts, I think that it's also totally reasonable to do a lot of checking.
Oh, I think that the c-bet should come through a high percentage of the time, but I think after you check, I think it's perfectly reasonable to check it down after that.
Sure, yeah, no, I totally agree. We're just talking about the c-bet specifically.
I think I like a c-bet there for sure, especially like you said with the ace of hearts, but I think it was played fine as well.
Yeah, and what I was going to say is I like it more in these tournament situations where you know that you're big blind. I mean, Andrew's got like 1.2 the pot. He's not going to get too tricky.
Well, I mean, the only problem is that, like, actually, no, it's not even a problem because if you do decide to bet small and get jammed on, it's not like you're folding out a lot of equity. Like, you don't really mind folding.
Mm-hmm. The only problem is that Andrew will probably decide to shove with like any kind of draw there. Like if he flops a worse hard draw, and all he did was defend the big blind, so yeah. It's very easily that he could have some kind of straight draw or worse flush draw there and decide to check shove. But I think that it's just worth it to. I mean, like you said, your hand's not so strong that you're like devastated to let it go. Keeps control of the pot. Just feels worth it.
Yeah, I'm with you. Ooh, flops a set here, energy against the. Oh my goodness!
Oh boy,
this is gonna be the end of Andrew unless he can get lucky on this river. Oh, and he does!
Oh my gosh!
Goodness.
What happened?
Wait! Where's the money? Where's all the money in this pot?
What happened? Did this go check?
Yes, it checked all the way through.
Wow.
What? Flops a set, then turns trips. Oh, the absolute cooler, and then gets recoolered, and then recoolered again.
And these guys have like 15 blinds. How does it not go in?
Does that not go all in? That might be the craziest thing we've seen tonight so far. Wow. I can't believe that nobody bet the turn.
Yeah.
How did that not get all in on the turn?
That is crazy.
The chat is shocked just like we are.
Yeah.
My mind is blown. I'm thinking, oh no, Andrew loses. He's going to be out of the tournament.
Oh my gosh.
And then the king hits, and I think they're all in.
Yeah. Wow. I thought they were all in for a second too when I saw that.
I thought it went like jam snap.
Are those dudes driving together? Hashtag free Robbie.
They were both trapping so hard.
A couple of trappers. No doubt.
And then I guess they both hated the river.
Yeah, I think on the river it makes a little more sense that it would go check, especially Energy doesn't have anything anymore. He's got 7 high.
Yeah.
So it makes sense.
No, he doesn't. He has a boat, but he has the worst boat.
Oh, yeah. You're right. My fault. I was thinking boat on the board. Yeah, you're right. He's got the under end of it. I mean, yeah, just hard to imagine what he would get value from, though.
Like, he would only get value from, like, pocket pairs that are higher than the 10, which neither of them have in range. I don't remember the pre-flop action, actually.
And we're right back into the action here. Looks like Andrew just limped the button with the ace-3 suited. He is doing a ton of limping here, which has been very interesting to watch him navigate.
And, they're not really punishing him for it.
No, they're not. I think people are doing less of punishing when you've only got 20 blinds and more so playing their strategy.
Just want to thank everyone again. To 251 viewers now. We cracked 250. Just really want to thank everyone for coming out and hanging out with us tonight. I'm thoroughly enjoying commentating this stream. A lot of action-packed moments. Such a sweat. And I'd like to thank you guys for making this Poker House Live's biggest stream. We're only going up from here.
No doubt. We're rolling. Ashley saying play for blood. I do think they're playing for blood, guys. I honestly think that all that happened there is that the board just got crazy as they went along. They both made a couple of passive decisions along the way. And the next thing you know, the river makes both of their hands a lot weaker. And they decided to take it to showdown. I think both were thinking, what am I going to get called by if I bet out here on the river?
The river makes a lot of sense. I'm just shocked by the turn.
Yeah, I mean, that was definitely passive, but people make passive plays like that sometimes being tricky when you think you got the board locked and you've only got a 1 point whatever pot bet left.
Yeah.
Like, I could see it.
Ace king here for John, the big stack.
And that was after Andrew had done all of this limping and then now decides to open the ace-7.
Does get away from it. Shows the 7. Shows the king.
So that tells me a lot about Andrew's strategy here, actually, and the kinds of hands that he's limping with seem more speculative, like small pairs and suited connectors, maybe some suited aces, and then the ace-7, which is much more vulnerable, never wants to limp call, and instead is like wanting to attack those blinds and kind of use its high card potential and immediate equity as opposed to trying to realize equity over the course of the hand. He chooses to use that as his raising candidate, and we've also seen him mixing up the sizings, going anywhere from min open to 4x open. And honestly, that's just my kind of poker, John. I love seeing that kind of gunslinging, get outside of the quote-unquote GTO mindset.
It's certainly the most interesting to watch.
No doubt. And I think there's all sorts of little tricks you can do like that. Even something as simple as saying, I'm going to open a variety of sizes from a min open to 2.5, a 3x, 3.5, 4x. Like, those all dramatically shift how your opponents respond and also make their job extremely difficult trying to gauge what you're doing at each sizing.
And I think that if you add in other factors besides just hand strength, it makes you almost impossible to read when you choose bigger sizes. Because
Absolutely.
they don't know if you're doing that based on the strength of your hand or based on the configuration you found yourself in.
Exactly, dude. I couldn't agree more. Seems like Andrew's got a pretty good recognition of all of that. And like seeing him open that a7 after having limped some of those other hands, you know, maybe it wouldn't be quote-unquote GTO approved or approved by, you know, some of these top guys who play this very rigid type of strategy, but I love it. And here he is whittling himself down to the top 4 of this tournament. He's still hanging in there. And now we see him rip it in and make the aggressive play from the small blind with the 2 3s.
Does get it through. Staying alive.
Gets it through.
He's got 11 bigs. 4 people left. 16,500 locked up.
Shane giving some love to Mr. Knock here in the booth.
Oh, Shane, I don't bluff. I'm a nit.
Everyone's going to know all your secrets now after you're talking on commentary.
Oh, I've been intentionally saying the wrong information, so nobody knows.
Oh, you already did you strategize for that before you came in?
I did.
Nice. Probably laying in bed last night just thinking about strategies of how to
Just like-
mislead people on your...
I was just trying to invent an alter ego.
Nice, that's fun. How did it go? Is the alter ego coming into effect?
No, this is just me. As we pick up big hands here, unless there's a card read error again.
Yeah, I think this is going to be all in, baby.
Shout out to Prosper Donkey there, Shane Wilson, though. Plenty of times played with him.
Would you look at this? Energy has just limped in
Wow.
from the cutoff. It's going to work this time as Andrew's going to shove behind him. Snap call.
Got him.
Got him. I mean, this money would have gone in regardless, and poor Andrew is now going to have to fade. You see he's frustrated. Let's get that table mic up. What's in the window, right? Oh.
Chop.
Bricks out. Oh, my
It's going
gosh.
to eliminate Andrew Wong in 4th place. That is a brutal cooler for 10 big blinds. Almost the worst it gets.
Dude, and I saw the queen in the window.
So did I. I was like, oh my goodness, but justice does prevail, and unfortunately, Ace Queen holds true to be the parking lot hand, sending Andrew Wong to the rail.
Is that what they
4th
call
place,
it?
the parking lot hand.
It makes sense.
Oh man, it's my least favorite hand in poker. My least favorite.
And GG.
All right. Now down to three-handed play, what I've been waiting on the most. Very interested to see how these players maneuver three-handed play here.
Wow.
We see Hayden here saying, "What's up, knocking Nick? I'm on my way to Sweat." He's on his way to Poker House to sweat Eddie, three-handed here.
We have to go shopping for nicer clothes this week.
Eddie about to upgrade the wardrobe. Little shout out to Kim there from the table. Ready for a shopping spree already. Eddie, keep your mind on the game here, bud.
I'm like I said, I just really, really hope they don't chop. I heard Andrew was going to be the guy that didn't let him chop. He was going to be the guy who says no. I hope they don't chop.
Man, can you imagine the difference in wardrobe upgrade, though, from like 15K to 50K score?
Well, I'm seeing a lot of Versace in his future.
I mean, how can you not? Eddie's going to come in next week looking like a model.
He's going to be decked out. The Jimmy Choos on his feet.
I think Money Mitch just gave us a like right there. Appreciate that, Mitch. Had a lot of likes and subscriptions rolling in today. A lot of views.
Players left. I forgot. I think it was 23,000 if I remember correctly locked up now.
And there you see those stacks, guys. Eddie, now the short stack. He's got about half what John's got.
It's anyone's game still.
It is, because one double and Eddie is the chip leader.
It's crazy. Little discussion about that ace-king, ace-queen hand there.
Pretty sneaky by Energy to go with the limp in the cutoff. Four-handed with the ace-king suited. A little risky.
And he did say a strategy just there saying that there's some hands, not ace-queen, but there were some hands that would just fold if he jammed. Eddie with the king-6 off. Don't know if he decides to choose this spot. Does let it go. Making some... folding the fringe hands in the button range there. Can't blame him.
I didn't see what hand it was.
King-6 off.
Gotcha. Yeah, you definitely got to get active down now that you get down to three-handed as you are posting the blinds, 2 out of every 3 hands, and still that big blind ante is in effect, so it's costing you 800,000 chips every time those blinds come around. Energy turns a gut shot, but he would have to have one of those 4s. Oh, I'm sorry. This board is paired, so that 4 would actually give John a boat.
That would be a cooler.
Yeah, so Energy's drawing to only the 3 5s right here to improve. So money goes in, though. It's Energy taking a stab with that gut shot that is no good.
I think if he stabs again, he'll get it through. He'll probably get it through if he stabs again. Not going to decide.
Oh, he goes check, check, and... yeah, John hung on tight there on the turn and is rewarded for it. These guys not wanting to tango with Eddie only having 15 blinds. Probably a little cautious to put in those big bluffing bets on the turn and river.
Brandon, that is a good question. I believe they do still do the ante heads up. Oh, no.
That's all right. It's a lot of money, guys, so Not saying oh no here because it sounds like they might be discussing some kind of deal. Yeah, it looks like they're thinking about continuing to play down to the end, though.
That's fine. I mean, someone's got to win the trophy, you know?
Yeah,
Someone's got to win.
absolutely. I want to see him hold it up.
I mean, I wouldn't be opposed. I mean, maybe I would chop in this situation. You know, it's a lot of money, but I just want to see someone, the glory, you know, someone win and hold the trophy above their head.
No doubt, dude. You're never like watching a golf tournament, and then it gets down to the final 3 holes. And
They're
Jim
just like-
Furyk and Tiger Woods and Roy McIlroy
And then
say,
just like,
we're taking a 3-way chop. Chop up all the money. We're done.
We're not playing.
Tiger's going to take a little bit more because he's got a 1-stroke lead. And
There would be absolute outrage. Eddie with one of my hands I like to get in trouble with. Nice suited 2-gapper there, calling in the big blind. Nice hand to complete with. Could get in some trouble here with some diamonds. Does not come, though. He's pretty much done with this hand, but NRG here does flop a flush draw. I think he's going to be able to win this hand because of that.
And you see, he actually has an equity advantage on John, who has the best hand right now. John's got ace high. Energy's got king high, but 50% to 40%.
Yeah, Energy is going to take a stab at this, and I think that's going to be the end of this. Eddie can't continue.
You know, it feels like we've seen a lot of good play here on this final table. Not a lot of punting.
No, I've actually been pretty surprised. Like, I've seen some final tables where I'm just shocked at what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
I watched a final table at a Texas Card House final table with my buddies, and we were just screaming the whole time, just like, "What is he doing? What's going on?" But no, it's been pretty good tonight. I've been pretty impressed.
Me too.
No one's done anything out of line, really. There's been some good plays for sure.
Yeah,
But
we've
no
seen
one's-
some unorthodox strategy, but it all seems to be like somewhat well thought out.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So that should be a compliment to everyone who watches us back on this table. You guys played really well tonight. I think it was anyone's game tonight. Eddie choosing to just fold the 7-5 offsuit in the small blind. Eddie with just 8 big blinds here. I completely co-sign his fold with the 7-5 offsuit there. You don't really want to be putting more chips in the pot with a very garbage hand when you have so little chips. Makes sense to just wait. You could just fold there and you get to see 2 more hands for free. Or sorry, they're 3-handed. You get to see 1 hand for free.
John happy to have the walk there with the 7-4 offsuit.
Just 3 players remaining. We've come so far.
And John and Energy are tied at the top, so this creates kind of an interesting dynamic to see which one of them wants to take the aggression against Eddie. And will they get involved in any big pots with each other?
King Jack, a very playable hand in the small blind here. I think he'd likely just be all in for 8 big blinds. Gets that through. Eddie starting to get his back pushed up against the wall here. Navigating well throughout the night.
Yeah, still got about 8 blinds left.
Just got like 6 now. Just had to put in a big blind in the ante.
Okay, was that before that? And there you see.
Yeah, it's $22,000 for third. We developed, we reached quite a prize pool here at Poker House Dallas for this tournament.
That's right, $230,000. John, that is a huge prize pool. It was $150K guarantee, but that's a $500 buy-in. So far and away exceeded the guarantee and left us with $50K up top. So there's a ton of ICM pressure on right now for who gets third, who gets second, and who takes this down.
We got an interesting spot here. Eddie with the queen 10 offsuit with only 7 blinds or so.
I'm sure this is going to be a spot that he is ripping it in.
It's not going to be good for him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought Eddie had the king queen.
No, I mean, he
Okay.
he is facing a massive open here, but he does get away from it. It's a good fold.
Yeah, that's good. I'm not surprised to
wait
see
for-
that, honestly.
He's going to wait for a better spot. Instead of calling off his stack, he's probably waiting to be the person to put his stack in first.
Exactly, yeah. I
think
thought
that's
he
a
had the
good
king
strategy.
queen. I thought it was in there for sure, but especially with him being at a positional disadvantage and it's very marginal hand. He's only in for a small blind there, and not the big blind, so his price isn't
It's a
quite
great
as
fold.
juicy.
It's a really great fold from Eddie there. Just proving again that he can hang here at this level. He can hang here at this final table. Been bobbing and weaving all night. I don't expect that'll stop. Does have 6 big blinds, looking for a spot to get it in here. He is on the button. If he picks up a shoving hand, I'd expect him to put it in pretty quickly here on the button. This is his best opportunities. Does not pick up that hand though.
Yeah, lets it go. And next hand, he's going to be in for a third of his stack.
Three-handed poker, man. Scary.
Now John a little disappointed to get the walk as he has the ace queen, but can't be too disappointed. Every single one of those makes a big difference, and he's up to 11 million in chips.
The talk of the chop has ceased because both Energy and John know that they're incentivized to wait for Eddie to bust before making any sort of deal. If Eddie doesn't pick up a hand this hand, it's going to start getting a little dicey. Okay, Energy's got 8. Oh, here we go. Oh, he gets a walk.
He gets a walk.
Gets the walk.
And you never know when you're going to get those walks when you're just three-handed. So that's another reason for maybe folding like that queen 10 spot.
Yeah.
Because even though the pressure is immense, you're having to post the blinds 2 out of every 3 hands. It's also very possible that these other guys just have nothing and you can steal a couple of cheap ones.
Ben Miney requesting that we turn up the table audio when they start discussing a chop.
Sure.
I'm sure he wants to know the deets. Eddie happy to be alive still. 9-7 suited of the small blind.
So it's going to be an interesting one.
I would be in. I think this is a jam. Never mind.
He limps.
Not when.
So probably Eddie will just complete.
Yeah,
if
and he
I had
might
to
complete.
guess.
And it looks like I don't know if he'll even complete. He might. Oh, he does complete. Okay.
All
Yeah,
right,
so
he
he's
gets
gonna
to
get
see a flop.
here. Yeah, we're rooting for a 9 or a 7 if Eddie wants to stay in this tournament here. Does not flop anything, but John does flop a set, but no one has anything, so likely not going to get any action here.
John is just very slowly building a lead over Energy, though. Those 2 guys were neck and neck just a few hands ago, and John has scooped several of these small pots in a row, and even though it does look like he will not likely get any action here, another small one, and you see he's up to 12 million chips. His Energy is down to 7 million, and that lead is getting pretty significant.
And this is going to be really important if Eddie doesn't double up and he ends up busting. This is going to be really important going into heads-up play.
Exactly.
He's setting himself up for the win here in this 3-handed play. Honestly, 3-handed play a lot of times, especially at this stack depth, it's really just about who picks up the cards. Like, there's not that much maneuvering you can do. A lot of these situations are pretty standard. They play themselves a lot of times 3-handed here. And if you're not picking up the cards, your opponent's going to get to run away with it. A lot of variance, 3-handed play. Eddie with the 10-8 offsuit on the button.
He's got
just
5 blinds.
It's just like
Almost 6 blinds, actually.
yeah, it's just not a good hand, but does decide to go with it, and I can't blame him. He's gonna be in the big blind next hand. Might get it. I mean, I don't think Energy is gonna actually fold this, so I don't think he's gonna fold it. Did he fold it?
He folds.
He folded it. Let's go, Eddie.
Yeah, let's go, Eddie. And I don't think he would be folding that in the big blind, but when he's still got John behind him, it's just tough spot to call with an offsuit ace right there. And Eddie gets a cheap one, just like we talked about. Chips up a little bit, and all of those chips that he just won will pay for those next 2 hands where he has to post those blinds.
I actually missed that. I actually thought that the ace-3 was in the big blind. That's why I thought he wasn't going to fold.
Man, Kimmy is just loving on Eddie here. I'm sure he appreciates that very much. What a great friend. Just in here sweating bullets for him.
You got to love it.
I'm assuming this will be one of the biggest scores, if not the biggest score of his career if he were to take this down. Don't know much about his poker playing career, but this is a pretty big score for anybody.
It's a big score. Serious score. Couple garbage hands here.
He didn't fold a set, Reina. He bet and the other 2 guys folded.
And he's going to get another walk. Staying alive here. Looks like he's almost up to 10 bigs. I bet he's loving this. Getting the
Yeah,
walks.
and as Energy's getting whittled down here, Eddie's getting into the range of competing with him, while John has the lead over both of them, which creates a different dynamic on the ICM pressure. As opposed to 2 big stacks and 1 short stack, now you have 2 short stacks and 1 big stack. Kind of
The 2 short stack dynamic is like, honestly, it's not as fun to watch because the short stacks don't shove the range that I think they should be shoving because they're just trying to wait for the other person to get coolered or something like that. And ICM, I mean, I understand, but it doesn't make for as good of a entertainment watch, at least, unless you're really into the strategy. Gonna be playing pretty tight.
here we go.
Eddie does shove the queen 9 here.
Yeah, John limping the button again. Pretty liberal limping strategy. Kind of surprised he didn't raise with an ace here on the button. And
Does
now,
get the ace high to fold.
yeah, let's go, Eddie.
Chipping up.
He is, and he's back in the mix here.
He is
up to
back
almost
in-
5 million chips.
He's got 12 big blinds now.
And you see those pay jumps there, guys. We're going from 21K to 30K to 50K, depending on where these 3 players finish. So
Big pay jumps here. And look at that. Just like that, Eddie and Energy are neck and neck. A crazy development here. Eddie was just down to 6 big blinds. And just like that, you can really turn it around. With the Jack 8 on the button. Seems like it's kind of like the other hands he's been shoving, but I don't know if he'll shove it for 12 bigs or so. It might be too much.
I feel like he's going to think this is like a little bit in between and maybe just choose to fold because he doesn't have like a comfortable raise size and doesn't want to shove.
Does get away from it on this one. 1.2. That's a 3x raise from Energy. Energy really trying to pick up some chips here. Doesn't
For
want to
sure.
start falling down towards Eddie's stack size.
And got a little bit out of line there. That was pretty bold raise. 3x with the 10-4 suited. You obviously have a very obvious fold if you happen to get jammed on, but still pretty risky because if he happens to get jammed on and loses that pot, he is then neck and neck with Eddie down to around 10 bigs.
Yeah, I think that a lot of what players will do a lot in this spot is just notice the chip stacks and just stop caring about what hands they have necessarily and just start going for like, I need to make chips right now, so I'm just going to shove and like pretend I have aces or something like that. And just try to make some chips so as to not, you know, because I mean, it'll work probably most of the time. It's just when it doesn't work, it's really
exactly.
bad.
Exactly. Then you're driving home thinking, what did I just do?
Why did I do that? Exactly. But when it works, then you feel great.
And Derek's saying he thinks a min raise is still viable from Eddie with 12 blinds, and I 100% agree, but I just think that specific hand, he doesn't want to just min raise and get defended a lot. I think he's going to want to either have a lot of fold equity and shove it, but then 12 blinds feels a little too much. So then I think it just becomes a fold, but you could definitely still have a min raising range with the 12 blinds. 100% agree with you there. Sounds like these guys are talking about stealing our jobs.
I don't know how I feel about that.
It's funny. South Point Eddie. Okay.
I'm calling him South Point Eddie. All right.
I mean, he does play mix. Eddie comes in and plays the mix with us on Tuesdays. And, guys, Eddie shoves again.
Gets it through.
Yes, he does. A bold shove. I mean, he's making some moves here.
Prosper Donkey with the prediction that he's going to rally and take it down. Well, I can't disagree with you, Shane.
Yeah, he could have easily chosen to just limp right there in the small blind with the 9-8 offsuit. And instead chooses to shove it in. And Energy would have checked, obviously, if he did limp. And then Eddie would be taking a flop completely dominated. But instead just gets the fold and scoops the 2.5 blinds.
Gotta love it.
Gotta love it. Couldn't agree more. Navigating his way here down to the end.
It's all about bobbing and weaving in three-handed play here.
And all three of these guys are really competitive, too. I don't feel like anyone has a strong strategical advantage over the others. I feel like they're really battling each other pretty equally.
Getting walks when he doesn't want it.
Yeah, that's the second time that's happened, huh? But I can't complain too much as you're still sitting there with the chip lead. And anytime you pick up some freebies, it's got to feel pretty nice. There's those stack sizes again. And you know it's only a matter of time before you see them go in. 15, 20 blinds can't last forever.
Ben Miney saying, I'll take Eddie for first straight up if anybody's looking for action.
I mean, I'd be happy to take that action right there if you're going to take the one player with the shortest stack and give me the field, then I'm pretty happy to give you action there.
You just got fired. Been going for 4.5 hours here, guys, and we've just maintained over 200 viewers. If you're just tuning in now, we're down to 3 people left in Danielle's $150,000 guaranteed birthday bash.
And just got a new subscription from Hockey Freak. This is a local legend troll here.
Local legends.
Eddie scoops another one. It looks like he's raising the small blind here.
I guess Eddie has a rail that we can't see just off screen.
Yeah, and he says that nobody is completing the wave, but I'm going to go ahead and give him a little look here into the booth. And I've got a wave for Eddie. Here we go, Eddie. He is navigating. I'm always pulling for the short stack.
Underdog story.
No doubt. 11 blinds left. He has whittled his way down here to the end, three-handed, after starting the final table in 9th place.
Oh, Energy here waking up with the ace-queen suited, an absolute premium at three-handed play. Eddie
Eddie gets away from a suited queen, John.
does get away from a suited queen when it would almost spell certain disaster for him.
Great play right there to get away from that one. I'm a little more surprised to see him dump that one over the Jack 8 offsuit, and now that he's back to 11 blinds.
What is John doing here?
Okay, so John's going to give him a light tug. He's got a suited hand and position, both very valuable, and a bigger stack.
Oh, does outflop him.
Yes, he does. And he also knows that Energy needs to proceed with some caution since Eddie has a short stack. So for all of those reasons, I'm sure John makes the call and outflops him.
He's going to bet. The big stacks tangoing here. This could be absolute disaster. Oh. Oh my goodness. He went all in. If John can make the call here and he holds, Eddie will ladder.
Yeah, he will ladder, and John will have an enormous chip lead.
Do you think he could call here? With the pair.
My guess is that he will not call here, but it is a 6 spot to make a hero call.
I've seen crazier things. Maybe he feels committed to it after taking this line with the 10 deuce and arriving here, thinking that energy would only take this line with over pairs and over cards, hoping it's the ladder.
I mean, a hand exactly like what he has makes a lot of sense. And there's
Looks
10
like he doesn't want to
million.
get rid of it.
No, he doesn't. He's getting 2 to 1 on his price. Chad's going nuts.
Are you not entertained? Derek's saying ICM suicide.
Oh, he makes the call! Oh my gosh!
Oh my.
We've got a sweat here.
Holy.
And it's a brick on the end. That's it.
Oh my goodness.
Energy is eliminated.
Holy.
What a sick play.
Whoa.
Great shove. I mean, I think it's a great shove spot when you turn the nut flush draw.
How does he not get it through?
How does he not get it through? What a legend. Local legend in the making.
Holy. And Eddie ladders with 11 big blinds.
And now has a chance. One double, and you are just about neck and neck to win this tournament.
Oh my goodness.
Shakes hands.
Unbelievable. The energy got eliminated there.
Wow. Rick with the quip in the chat here. ICM equals I call, man. No doubt. What a crazy,
I just knew it was
crazy
gonna call. I knew like
turn of events.
After he called pre-flop, that was already like, okay, he's calling pre. Then he called the flop. I was like, he's not going to fold now.
Yeah,
Like, he's come
it's too
this
much
far.
out there.
He's not going to fold now.
Wow.
Rounder, that was a $9,000 ladder for Eddie.
Oh, and he's stoked. Let's go.
Wow.
And they're going to move these chips around so that they can get on either end of the table, set up for heads-up play.
Put that trophy on the table.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my. Oh, my goodness. I am shocked. And Eddie, just like that, coming into the final table as the 9th in chips, has just made heads-up play, and he has a chance at the title.
Oh, and I forgot Eddie is giving away 10% of his money, too, or whatever it was.
Well, did we get confirmation on that?
I don't know. I did not. That's just what Rounder's saying, but that's hilarious. I forgot he had said that when we first got into the booth, and then here we are, heads up.
If I were Energy right now, I'd be furious. Like, how did I not get this hand to fold?
And the parking lot hand gets him again, John.
Parking lot hand, man.
And we just had someone up here say, actually, that is called the walking back to Texas hand. Matt Anderson, there it is. Makes sense to me. I'm assuming you're walking back to Texas from Las Vegas.
I can't not believe what we just... Oh, are they all in?
Wow, that was fast.
They are all in. Eddie is at risk, but he has the best hand. Can we have a 58-42 here?
Oh, my goodness.
I'm on my feet. Outflops him with the jack.
Oh, and Eddie needs a queen. Oh, and it's a queen! Brick! Oh, and Eddie doubles
That's
immediately.
the double up. What are we watching right now?
Very first hand, they're all in. 2 speculative hands,
What an
and
emotional
Eddie with the
roller
full
coaster.
double. Wow, we are in for a battle here now, as these 2 chip stacks are going to be much, much, much closer.
I don't even want to sit down because I'm just going to have to stand back up again.
Live view of John standing up in the booth. We're getting hyped in here. Let's go. Down to 2 players.
What an
Chips are
absolute
flying.
roller coaster of emotions. He has 3 outs.
Unbelievable.
He hits 3 outs on the turn, drills it. Unreal.
And look at that trophy. Going to the
That's a
winner
nice
here.
trophy.
Oh, yeah, that looks great. I could definitely see that trophy getting along real well with my mantelpiece.
Some hardware, right?
Yeah.
Oh, man. That is incredible.
Let's go. And chat's going off. You guys are having a good time. We're having a good time, too. Glad you're joining us today.
Holy, Eddie is probably like, his heart is racing right now. Imagine the feelings right now. You think you're dead. You lose to the Jack 4 and turn the queen.
Boom.
Bam, just like that, you're in it.
All right, let's kill this camera here and get back into this action.
Action here.
Appreciate all the love in the chat.
Appreciate it, Derek. Trying to do our best here. King 5 versus Ace 9. Ace 9's a monster, heads up.
Yeah, and it looks like Eddie's just going to have a limping strategy on the button. Going to balance it with a hand like this.
Does rip it with the Ace 9.
Oh, was this limp, raise, shove?
Looks like it.
Yeah, wow.
Gets it through.
Yeah, and John lets it go. What a play by Eddie.
He called.
Oh, he called.
He called.
Oh, my gosh. This is it, guys.
This is it.
Bricks on the flop. Eddie turns a pair. He needs a king for John. It's a brick, and now Eddie has taken an overwhelming chip lead. He's got 18 million chips to John's 3 million stack.
What is happening?
What is happening? Oh, my gosh.
And he just,
Guys.
Eddie's been like navigating, he's bobbing and weaving, and then all of a sudden just comes out swinging.
And look at this. Eddie has gone from the short stack only about 10 minutes ago to now an overwhelming chip lead and an excellent chance to take down this entire tournament. I cannot believe he called so fast. I was not expecting that. And Eddie, with the above the rim play, the limp, we were just talking about it earlier, balancing those limping ranges. He limps the button, gets raised, prepared to 3-bet shove. He does it and gets looked up light.
That is
wow.
Such a well-played hand, heads up. Those are the types of hands you want to use. Blocking the strongest parts of his range, hoping to just take it down, ends up getting called by worse. And holds the stuff of dreams, Nick.
No doubt. And look at him. He's still laser focused there as he scoops in these chips. This is not over yet.
Job's not done.
Job's not done. And Eddie was in the same position as his opponent. Oh, missed that one. Probably Eddie is calling out to you, Kim. Getting more and more ready for that shopping trip. And I think your budget is going to be a little bit bigger this time.
Wow.
I think we got to take him to Vegas, Kim, and go do some shopping in those high-end fashion designer stores. I think that's the play.
Eddie with all the chips now just needs to not get unlucky, and he'll take it down.
Don't jinx him, John.
I'm not gonna.
Let's knock on wood.
Is this real wood?
And also not to play too many favorites. Just enjoy pulling for the short stack, making a comeback here, but John has also played well to get his way down here to the final 2. And the least he'll be going home with is $30,000.
What an insane turn of events here. This is likely to be all in, I assume, honestly.
2 goes all in.
Oh no.
7 calls.
Yep.
Oh, and Eddie calls, guys, and this is it.
This is it.
Eddie's got the best hand, and if he holds, he wins. Here comes the flop. It's a king and a 3.
And that's it.
It's over.
It's over.
It's over. And
Just like
Eddie
that, it's over.
shakes hands, wins the tournament.
Wins the entire tournament. Comes in as the underdog, 9th in chips in the final table, and wins $51,000. Let's listen to the table talk. Oh, the celebrations.
Nick, since I have you, you guys get behind Brian with the trophy. Eddie, hold the trophy up. We'll take a picture of you. It's fucking heavy. I know you're weak. It's all right. Here you go. What do you want Eddie to be? Eddie will be wearing. You let him out or not yet? Hey, hold the trophy. Eddie, hold the trophy. There you go. Please don't drop it on Brian's head.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious.
All right. Big smile, guys. I want to thank you guys very much. 1, 2, 3. Big smiles. 1, 2, 3. Good job. Good job, everybody.
There's your winner,
Come back here.
Mr. Eddie Bat. What a run.
Unbelievable. Just run good when it matters. Hold when it matters. Takes down the trophy. Well played. Great plays all around from Eddie today. GG to the runner-up, John. Also played really, really well today. I don't know about you, Nick, but I'm genuinely impressed with the level of play we saw at this final table.
No doubt. I saw a lot of good play from a lot of different players and a lot of varied strategies. You know, we saw Andrew using the multiple sizings. We saw a lot of limping, but it seemed like it was all well thought out in places where people were intentionally using strategy, not just clicking buttons, as they say. And here at the end, Eddie just goes on the sun run of a lifetime right when he needed it. The great plays clicked in with the great run good for just a few hands in a row, and he goes from the short stack. Short stack when we started this final table and short stack when we were down to three-handed play, and manages to swing it into a win just about 10 minutes later. And you see them stacking all of those chips. Those chips belonged to 564 players when this tournament started, and now they all belong to one man, Mr. Eddie Bat, taking home over $50,000. That's real money, guys. $50,000 here at Poker House of Dallas. Great sweat. Had a great time with you guys here in the chat. Mr. John, had a good time with you today, too. Thanks for being here to do commentary with us.
It was an absolute blast. Make sure everyone who's stuck with us this whole time, make sure you hit that like button for that incredible comeback that we saw from Eddie Bat here, taking down the Poker House Danielle's Birthday Bash tournament. First place.
No doubt, guys. And just a couple little shout outs. We're here at Poker House Dallas 7 days a week running cash games. They've got $1, $2, $500 buy-in deep stack games that are going all the time. We've also got some 2-5 and some mixed games that are running regularly. Got a couple of nights of the week. We're doing Tuesdays, which is Mixed Madness Tuesdays. If you want to play limit poker, that's stud and draw games. If you want to watch the Next Gen Poker live stream, which is every Sunday night at 6 p.m. And if you want to get involved in daily tournaments, they've got those going too. So don't be afraid to stop by, check it out. And if you want to hear us here on commentary and doing the stream, that's going to be every Sunday. So we will see you guys next time for that. And thanks for tuning in. Peace.
Peace out, guys.